anything you want me to talk about in this morning intro? Not really, right?
Patience because we spent a couple of years waiting and I mean I don't have any specific message at this one.
Yeah.
Maybe like the after party. I know that yesterday some people they were a little bit disappointed because they missed the go-for party. Not enough capacity. And then they missed the second party. So it would be nice to plan that maybe after party for
I think let's do that on the next break because there'll be more people.
yes, that makes sense. And then you can explain this how this works. I mean it's
Yeah.
and then you get a roll. Nothing goes to waste.
Yeah. I will do that on the
Yeah,
next.
exactly.
Okay, great. Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, Finland. Hey. Yes, why are you all so rude? I just said good morning and you didn't say good morning back. Thank you very much. That makes me very happy. Yeah, we'll get started in just a few minutes. There are still plenty of people here in the hallway, so not everybody is seated. Just out of curiosity, I was curious. This session is about working in Finland, but are there people here who already work in Finland and are just curious to hear the other side of the story? There's a couple, but everybody else is looking to relocate. Great. I mean, honestly, this country needs you. We need you, not only to write JavaScript, but just generally, you know, we need new people. I've met all of them. They're nice, but, you know, we're running out of people. So that's great. Anyway, I don't know what I'm saying. In just one moment, we'll be going to the first session of the day. So the session is working in Finland, as it says over here. We have 3 great speakers for you. And then after that, the next session will be on web components. So we'll go, if you are hungry for more deeply technical content, that session will be the one after the next break. Great. Looking at the time, we are about ready to start. Does anybody have anything else they would like to say? How was the party last night? Did anybody go to the Go For party? This man partied so hard he can no longer form words. His entire emotional repertoire at this point consists of "woo." Yes, or then he works at Go For, and he was paid to do that. All right. So now I will invite to stage Saku Tihverainen, whose slides I'm going to go put up right now. Saku is a talent acquisition lead. He's been doing this for a long time. He's also been doing some academic research in this space. And he'll be here just talking about the thing that I'm all tabbing to here. The sometimes harsh reality of landing a relevant role in Finland. Let's all figure out together how do we full screen this thing. Is there a button here? Oh, look at that. This one.
I think so.
No. Yes.
Yay.
Look at that. Everyone give up big Finnish welcome to Saku Tihverainen.
Is it now audible?
Yes.
Yes, I think it is. Perfect. Yeah, good morning. My name is Saku Tihverainen, and today, this morning, just a brief reference to the angle of this presentation. So I was trying and capture the little bit of the perhaps difficulty at landing a relevant coding role in Finland, even though everyone says that yes, Finland needs a lot more, people in general, but also in particular developers. I even made a movie out of this topic at the length of 25 minutes 3 years ago. So it's a really important topic that we get more people in the country. But at the same time, when you start applying to jobs, it's not actually that easy. It's doable if you are have experience of 10 years in professional software coding and all the rest of it, no problem. You just reach out to the first and that's pretty much done. But, at the situation when, you've got a couple of years experience perhaps and you would be motivated, it might not be as simple as that. So, a look at this situation, is the topic. Just briefly about myself. In the 2000s, when I was studying at the University of Edinburgh, I was wanting to become a teacher and did my master's also in education. And at that time, I was starting to think about, I'm not going to be doing this year on year stuff that I was seeing myself becoming retired already. So I decided that I'll do something else. After a couple of years of figuring out as a daycare manager, making me pretty unique recruiter, I believe, I joined the public sector in recruitment roles, so all sorts of, a little bit IT, but also nursing, medical, teaching, urban planning, yada, yada, yada. And I got into the topic of recruitment to the extent that I wanted to, I don't know what's wrong with me, but do a PhD on the topic. I spent nearly 2 full years on the research, not really much to show up for the time spent in terms of publications, but I learned myself a lot, so no regrets on there, let's put it that way. And then after that, about 5 years ago, I joined the IT industry explicitly, worked as in in-house role and as a consultant as well in a headhunter's role for the past couple of years, before I got the phone call about in mid-April asking the call from Elisa Polystar that, hey, would you like to come back to the in-house recruitment world to work for the company? And yeah, by the way, you would need to move to Sweden. And I was like, just wait a moment, texted my wife, she said yes. And I called back, yeah, when? So that was kind of like 30 minutes decision making taking place for us. And yeah, no regrets. Again, enjoying the time, both Sweden and both Elisa Polystar. If you're interested in knowing more about the company, do reach out. Okay, about the sort of very basics, just to get us going. There is about 1,000,001 different ways of landing a role, a relevant job, starting from contacting, a lot of recruiters and, contacting the hiring managers, identifying the company you would really want to work for, and then you just reach out and say, I would like to discuss opportunities. All these are, very valid, but, let's just take this very sort of basic approach, which is, make sure that you've got your CV and your LinkedIn account correct, just the very basics. So after that, it's good to go sort of to start identifying, what are the opportunities you can land or then you really want to land. And, let's not spend too much time on this, but, just to make sure, focused information, professional, clear communications, no typos and all that type of stuff. Sometimes there can be a hiring manager thinking, hey, there's some sort of an analog between writing a very good CV and writing very good code. It's not always the case, but sometimes there can be. So, just pay attention to the little details as well. And then thinking about the LinkedIn profile, it might sound really, really anal. I don't know if that's a good word to use, but to add different tech stack items to your profile. But that's if you want to be found by recruiters, they tend to use the LinkedIn search quite often, and the different skills pop up quite nicely. So in case you are interested in to be found. If you're not, then yeah, don't mention them. And then, reaching out to companies. So thinking about Finland these days, there's a lot of different job boards, but I would argue that at this time, thinking about especially not necessarily knowing fluent Finnish, that LinkedIn might be one of the best ones. And of course, then being able to communicate on one platform is always a good thing. But then, of course, use these networking events like React Conference to talk to one another and realize that, hey, your new friend's company, they might be actually needing the skills that you have, for example, and do the same in different contexts, and it will work out wonders. If you start Googling for something like React Developer Job Helsinki, what you end up with is with the companies that are really good at doing digital marketing. You come up with a lot of different job boards, but you don't get any sort of assurance that these companies are per se the best to be working at. So just briefly about the CV intros or LinkedIn intros. I was having a chat with this one person a couple of weeks ago who was sharing his background, had done a lawyer's degree previously, quite some time ago, and landed in Finland a few years ago, and was now doing a degree in IT and wanting to start a UI or UX type of an internship. And I asked him that all's well, you have a plan, you know how to proceed, so why not then communicate what you just said, on the intro, rather than, creating this world-embracing sort of, I've been doing this responsible stuff and I've been in, in law and etc., but not really been explicit about what you want to do next. And so, it's just an example, but, being explicit matters, and yeah, I think that's a fair point. All right, taking a little bit of a different angle then. We just had a look briefly about that, yeah, how to start and go about with the different job application, reaching out to people and etc. Then what do the employers assess in general? Well, it starts with the seniority of tech skills and the breadth of the tech skills. But then thinking about the Finnish companies, the big question next to it is where the candidate is applying from. In Finland, within EU, outside of EU. All these steps sort of, it's a different setup in terms of how to proceed to actually hire the person to the company. If one is applying from EU and the company hasn't hired expats before, I think a lot of the hiring managers and HR people think, yeah, no problem when it comes to EU people, because it's easy. You can just move in and get the paperwork done afterwards. But outside of EU, yeah, there might be a threshold. There's a lot of companies that already hire internationals and have very international staff in Finland and all the rest of it. But at the same time, there's a lot of surprisingly many companies that are still sort of communicating with the clients in Finnish and all the rest of it, and especially agencies that don't tend to be as pro-international staff as you could imagine, And then it's all about, the motivation, communication skills, especially, if you're working in a consultant role, and the salary expectations, of course, come into play as well. It's, 2 years ago I was helping a good company to hire a software architect, and they had a hard upper limit of 6,000, and the requirements were X, Y, and Z. Been there, done that, and then came up with very good candidates, and they all had a salary between 7,000 and 8,000 euros per month. And it was just, it's just one of these things that then you need to really sort of balance out, what's important and what's not. Are you really hard on the salary level limits and all the rest of it? And yeah, when sourcing, i.e. the recruiter reaching out to candidates, or you reaching out to your colleague and being introduced to a recruiter or whatever, At the end of the day, these are roughly the key items that will be looked at. Okay, then to the slide that might make me the most negative man of the React conference, at least based on this. A lot of why it doesn't work out. A lot of why it doesn't work out. I sort of divided the rationale to that sort of generic applicants, kind of like why it doesn't work out, and then the applicants who are applying from abroad, and what type of a logic there is to saying no to a developer. Because as we all know, there's a lack of developers and all the rest of it, and still companies come to say no. So why is that? And just a quick comment. These items rarely exist sort of as a standalone element. There's always kind of a combination of a number of things, but it makes sense probably, but just to say out loud. But yeah, first, the lack of required seniority. It can be a lack of experience in software production. It might be then, if there's a coding exercise or such that, there's a lack of clean code, that, one's able to do the task, but not according to the hiring party's liking. There might be some elements of language or cloud that, one hasn't been using, and etc. Then perhaps linking this lack of required seniority then to salary, if one's got a year of experience producing, and contributing to professionally to software, and expectation is to go straight to 6K salary, yeah, it's likely that it's going to be a mismatch. And looking at the company level just a little bit more, there's a continuous mismatch or balancing act, if you like, between the sort of developing developer salaries, because they are going high, unless now we really hit the recession a big time. Because then, of course, the depression economically can create a different situation if a lot of senior developers are laid off by companies other than Klarna. It can create a different type of a logic in place theoretically, but I don't expect to see that really. So the companies, in essence, they're always coming just a little bit behind of the market levels, because they're always balancing sort of the internal structure of salaries and what's the limit and all the rest of it. And excuse me, the bigger the company, it tends to be the harder the salary levels, the limits. But that's a rough estimate. Exceptions exist, I'm sure. But then, if the salary issue, one wants to sort of earn, what one's, worth, but the company can't provide an opportunity in-house, i.e. as an employee, then, the consultancy invoicing is an option, of course. And then, some of the perks for the employer then is that they don't sign up, they don't really commit to the senior developer, for example, who's setting up one's own business to invoice by the hour. Then there can be a view of organization cultural mismatch. So, for example, if one's been working for different startups, half a year here, half a year there, kind of like trying out different things, new companies and etc. being sort of formed, and they don't really fly, they're moving forwards, small group of people and etc. A corporate hiring is likely to be sort of thinking, hey, our stable situation with everything really can be a bit of a, hey, does this person actually enjoy the work here? Because might it be just a little bit too boring, for example, the scenario. And I think it's a good question to ask. I've worked both for corporations and startups, and the vibe and the sort of, hey, what can we do and how can we solve it? All these elements, they are quite different, in comparison to a startup to a corporation or an established company. And yeah, just lack of team playing mentality. Nobody wants to be working with an a-hole, as a colleague, unless one's a very genius person, of course, in terms of coding, and things can be taken into perspective, let's put it that way. And again, the more communicative the role is, the communication skills come into play. Okay, then looking at it, the abroad applicants. Sigh. I think, the experience of the company hiring internationals is crucial to look at. If the company has hired from abroad before, they realize it's no biggie, it's no problem. It takes a little bit more time, but no problem. If they haven't done it, there are these massive questions of, what's going to go wrong and all the rest of it. It's, my single word of advice for everyone thinking about, hey, I would love to be working in Finland, but I would rather find the job first and move in later. Find out about the companies who've done it, hired from abroad and etc. Because after that, the company's definitely okay with the idea that, let's be bringing in more people. Then also, I don't know if you've come across with, the employer of record services, not embracing Deal, but Deal is a good example. A scale-up from California, I believe, and basically they provide the service so that the employer can hire a person in another country without having their own legal entity in the country. So basically, if you're thinking about working for a Finnish company, one of the options might be that you start the work remotely, and then at some point you relocate. Whatever you agree with the hiring party. But yeah, thinking about the company logic, the company and the individuals in the company. What are the sort of elements that come into play when thinking about hiring from abroad? The company is then, thinking about, whether to commit to a long relocation process. Again, if there's no experience, they might exaggerate it, how long it takes. But still, it's a fair point. It's not the same as hiring someone who's already in Finland and might have a very short notice period. It might be a month, 2 months to the start of the employee. Whereas with relocation, it can be from a few months to half a year or such like. I don't know how common it is, but I've seen and heard numerous company representatives, hiring managers talk about that, if they do a bit of an extra task of hiring, relocating and such, there's this mindset that perhaps we should ideally get a bit of an additional level of know-how to the company. So something in particular that the individual can contribute. I don't know how common this mindset is, but I've heard a dozen company reps to kind of like when talking about this topic to refer to this, that hey, it can be a little bit tricky, extra hurdle, etc. So there's this mindset then, for someone who's applying from abroad that, making a very stellar case of one's skills and all the rest of it. And of course then the question of, whether one's committed to Finland and etc. Come November, come slush time, the weather's not the prettiest, it's all doom and gloom, if you ask the Finns at least. But yes. And then the work cultural mismatch. By that, I'm trying to phrase things in a positive way. I think there can be nastier expressions to be found. But in general, I think, if you think about the work culture in Finland, you expect this mindset of bluntness, healthy transparency of skills and know-how, and etc. So if one's given a project, hey, you run with this, one is then highlighting immediately, say, yeah, I got this, and that, but these two topics, I actually don't know. I need some help with that. And the trust towards the sort of newcomers to contribute in such a fashion is best assessed at the time when one's applying. So if you are applying to Finland, make your CV, your profile, transparent in terms of skills, that you boost your skills, sure, what you can do and all the rest of it, but also highlight the elements that you don't know, because that's the point when these sort of stereotypes come into play by the recruiters and hiring managers. That's how I view it. And this lack of hierarchy mindset, if there's a company of 50 people, the mindset is that the developer noticing that, hey, I'm worried about something and it hasn't been taken care of, the developer will then reach out to the CEO. Have you noticed this? And this is sort of welcomed, over here. This is sort of expected a little bit. And yeah, just thinking about the companies, why they don't hire, from abroad more eagerly and etc. Perhaps a bit of a lack of strategic mindset, rather merry-go-round, recruit one another's people and etc. and pay the recruiter, headhunter 15K a case and all the rest of it, and not really creating a solution, I would argue. But yeah, so just to wrap up a little bit, when thinking about, making it, in Finland or in other countries, similar logic in place based on the last 4 months with the Swedish company. As a junior developer, with a junior developer profile, think about the startups, because they are very eager for new skills, new people. Use networks, like, again, React conference, a perfect example. Different Slack groups, there's Koodi Klinikka group and etc. That can be considered to use. And then sort of have the mindset of independently moving to Finland, rather than being relocated and provided the service. And then with the senior developer profile, both outside of and inside of EU, if there's always an option to work via the employer of record service, and then think about the companies that one can read from the newspapers, at least in Finland, but the companies that get a healthy dose of funding, and they are going to be recruiting soon. I saw a company downstairs having their stand that I was reading half a year ago over here at the React conference. I read half a year ago they landed a good amount of funding for the company, and now they're here, and before they hadn't been heard of. So it's this logic of funding, recruitment always in place. I'm sure you know it, but these companies that get the funding, it's obvious that they are going to be hiring soon. And then multinational companies, MNCs, and others that have hired from abroad before. And you could be expected, to get the relocation service, i.e. paid expenses moving to Finland. And for the very last word, I asked in the React conference Slack group if there are any particular questions. I got this one in early week. How to find information on employers for developers, and formed it badly, but what about freelancing work in Finland? And I was just going through briefly about information on how to find and what to look for, and I had a look on these number of lists that the Google organically brings up, and they are mostly, it's just hearsay. or sponsored lists of good employers and all the rest of it. Glassdoor is pretty much the first that shares data on what are the actually recommended places to work at and all that type of stuff. And how to become a freelance developer in Finland and about the brokers. Check the GitHub link by Sam Hosseini. He has shared the nitty-gritty details of how to become a freelance developer in Finland a few years ago and has updated the material quite a bit. So yes, check Sam's material. This last slide apparently is rhetorical. Questions can be raised after these sessions, I've understood. Happy to join in mingling and having a chat upstairs in a little while. Many thank you for listening.
All right. Yes. So indeed, like Saku said, I'm sure that there are people who are actively looking to relocate to Finland. There are many questions that Saku and all the other speakers will be eager to answer. So you can do that on the 3.5 floor, so 1 full floor up after this session. All of the speakers will be there. So please do go speak to them. Now I will invite Vismit to stage. Vismit, feel free to come and set up while I find your slides. And every software has a different button that I need to press, and I'm not very technically gifted personally. I make the buttons, I don't press them. Yes. Vismit is a recruitment professional. She's been working internationally and here in Finland in many countries. And she's here to tell us, what do companies actually look for when they, when they recruit developers? And this is, I mean, incredibly interesting topic for me as well, because having been in the industry for 20 years, I still don't know what recruiters look for when they look for developers. So hopefully we'll all get educated. Everyone give a big welcome to Vismit.
Hello. Yeah, now it's working. Technology. I'm a recruiter in a tech company, but here it goes. But thank you so much. I think I'm still learning about the recruitment, especially in a very different market, a different country. I'm not a Finn. I'm not from Finland. I've moved here. I moved here 2 years ago from Denmark. So before Denmark, I'm from India. So I was in India, then my husband decided to move to Denmark, Copenhagen, and then he said, pack your bags. And I didn't have any idea how this country is, what or where is Denmark, to be very honest. That was my level of knowledge that time when I moved to Denmark. And I was all in that impression that it would be an easy market, because I worked in India for 10 years completely into recruitment. And just to give a background about myself, I'm a computer science engineer graduate. But I didn't follow that lead. But I realized my core competencies, and I felt that I'm more good in the softer part of the competencies rather than the hard part of just sitting behind the computer and coding. Nothing wrong with the coder. I respect all of you who are there in this room. You're doing a great job. But then I realized that sooner than later, and then pursued my master's in human resources. And now I'm working as a recruiter, as a tech recruiter in Relic Solutions in Finland. So today, I'm going to share my journey where I've learned, experienced, grown from a country which was my home country, then moved to Denmark, which was another land for me, and then to Finland. So I have a perspective to share here through my presentation, where I'll talk from a job seeker, because I was a job seeker for 2.5 years in Denmark. I didn't know the market at all. And then now, since past 1.5 years, I got a job in Finland. I'm working as a recruiter here. So I will share my perspective as a job seeker, as well as a recruiter now in a Finnish company. Outside work, I like meeting people with diverse cultural background, because I've always been in India, but then when I moved to Denmark, I learned new culture, new personalities, and there's so much to learn from each other. And then now in Finland, I'm still learning, in the process of learning and understanding how this country is, how the people are. So outside work, I like meeting people. I like volunteering with different organizations. My topic of interest has always been around recruitments, around diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I am basically volunteering with organizations here. Within Relix, I'm also working as part of the DI squad. So I wear the hat as a recruiter, a job seeker, and then somebody who also then promotes diverse background in the organization. Yeah, so this is pretty much what I mentioned, that from not becoming a computer nerd to landing job into hiring tech professionals. This is how I look. It's the beauty of a photographer. So that's how I look, and that's how I look here. But yeah, I also mentor some international people who have moved here because I wanted to share my knowledge and experience from the markets, from the Nordic markets, and help people who are trying to find a job here. So outside work, I also try to then help the internationals and CVs, cover letter, with whatever experience I've got in this market. All righty. Yeah, so straight jumping to the topic. Saku, thank you so much for building a context for my topic, because Saku has already covered about the CV and cover letter. I'm not going to go into detail of it, but some perspectives while working with hiring managers when we recruit for different tech roles. So sharing some perspectives from hiring managers' point of view and then from a candidate's point of view as well. This all you have seen in Saku's presentation. He did mention about a CV, LinkedIn. I also talk about cover letter, but for the tech profiles, we don't expect a cover letter. What we expect is a clear, simple CV, which is easy to understand. What I've noticed in terms of the approaches or difference in approaches here in Finland is that we look at the CV. That's the first document that will lead us decide if we want to go ahead with the profile or not. And if the CV is not at all structured, the layout is not clear, it's not simple to understand, relevant technologies where you've worked on is not mentioned, then it becomes difficult to decide that if you want to hire that candidate, especially if the candidate is not from Finland. That's the challenge. So when I first started working with my hiring manager last year, and I had my first recruitment sync with them, I had a very interesting call, and then the hiring manager mentioned that it's too overwhelming. I don't understand the CV. It's too long CV. It's too generic. What do I understand? What do I understand from the technical background or the tech stack the person has worked on? This requires relocation. Are we prepared to relocate? Can we wait for that much time? So there were a lot of worries, anxieties, and questions which I just listened to the hiring manager. But then I didn't forget that I also handled or I also experienced that job market, and I then put myself in that lens that, yeah, those questions are genuine. But now, since I worked in Denmark for a little stint, and then I have been working in India, so at least I had some perspectives to share with the hiring manager. And I felt that there is a lot of awareness which is lacking. They have worries because they would have not encountered such profiles or such applications. And then I started educating them, talking more about, mainly from the Indian perspective, because I worked in Asia Pacific and India, so I knew that Indians have a tendency to have long CVs, which does not work here. And the CVs are pretty generic. They put everything, so it's too much of information. But since I worked in that market, I had that perspective to share. I didn't work in any other country outside Denmark and Finland, so I cannot share the perspectives from those reasons if the candidates are applying. So that's the worry the hiring managers usually have. The CV is not clear. Where is the projects, the GitHub repository or open source projects mentioned? How can I see the project? So how can I decide which projects they've been working? What was their individual responsibility? So these were the few questions I got it, and then we realized that while getting those CVs, these were general worries. And in spite of me educating the hiring managers and giving some perspective that you cannot just assume and just reject the candidates because you have not seen different profile like this. So then I started telling them that India, this is the case. Nobody teaches us how to make a CV and cover letter. So that's maybe the candidate is good. So let's have a casual interview with the candidate. But then it was always the case that there was this worry, and I wanted to educate the hiring manager and also then to educate the candidate. So whenever I come across any candidate, outside my work who's looking for a job, I give these kind of inputs to the candidates so that they could at least work on their CV. They can be educated. So yeah, I have mentioned few things, what we see in a CV. We definitely want to see objective or the career objective or profile summary, which talks about your motivation and your interest, what Saku has already mentioned. It has to be very clearly defined the certifications, what you have done. GitHub repository or open source projects links needs to be there. If you have your LinkedIn profile updated, do put that, because in Finland, recruiters, as Saku mentioned, we always go on LinkedIn and check the profile. And for that matter, CV and cover letter is okay if you don't attach those documents. But if you have an updated LinkedIn profile, then that will do the work. So in RELX, we don't require a CV and cover letter. But then if you don't get a LinkedIn, then we do ask for CV and cover letter. And it's always important to marry these documents. It should not be different documents. You have not updated your LinkedIn and you've just updated your CV. So it doesn't make any sense. So that's another suggestion, that while creating your CV, just marry it and align it with what your CV is. Put your background and your projects, your technical stack, what you have worked on. Another observation while coming along different CVs outside Finland, I've seen that even if people who have not worked on the project, but they were part of it, they usually mention that technical stack. And when during the interview, if we shortlist them and they come for the interview and we ask them, they're not able to justify because they were just part of it. They're not an expert out of it. So another thing, if you have really worked on that technical stack or that programming language, do mention that and remove the other things. Yep. I've mentioned something about cover letter, but again, I said that's definitely not an important document from the developer point of view. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have kind of document, so you can ignore that. This is what I learned when I was looking for a job. I never created a cover letter of my own in India. We don't require a cover letter to attach with any application, because in India, the experience and background is more than sufficient. No companies look for motivation or passion. It's okay to, if you've worked in a very good company, if you've worked in the area of recruitment, for example, in my case, that does all the work. So I never had worked on my cover letter, and that's what I learned. It is good to have, and if you attach this extra document, then it also gives a sense to the company that the candidate really has put some efforts and is really keen in finding a job or for this particular job. So that's always a good thing to do. Research about the company, that's another thing which clearly is evident either in the cover letter, CV, or LinkedIn, or during the interview, that the person has not researched about the company, and they don't know anything about the products. People usually go on the GitHub projects, but most of the candidates, they don't go and see what the projects this company is having. So I think that's a good idea to research about the company before applying. And I've mentioned that for technical role, it's very important to have this open source projects, because then it's a best document to then validate what you've actually worked upon. Yeah, so now coming to the second part. Now, what if your profile is shortlisted, and if you have done all these things, which was missing, then the next question is interview. So when I joined RELX last year, relocation was not a norm. Hiring managers of the business started adapting to this fact that, okay, we need people, we need unique set of competencies, and that's how we are now open to relocate people or people from diverse backgrounds within Finland. RELX as a community definitely is has unique personalities. It's a very diverse, very international company, though it's a Finnish software company, but we have over 70 nationalities working with us, and I was of the impression that the hiring manager in Finland will be having that open mindset of hiring people with diverse background and with different unique set of traits, not somebody who's cloning them. And that's what I don't like, and I've been telling them that we are not looking for a clone, but we are looking for a diverse set of people. So what we do when we are evaluating candidates, so we have two to three evaluation or assessment stages in our recruitment process. The first round usually focuses on the fitment kind of attributes, where we look at values fitment and team fitment. We look at if the person is keen to grow, learning new things, developing their skill sets, And the third important attribute or value we look for in a candidate is enthusiasm towards the company and position. And that's what I was referring when I mentioned that people don't research about the company. And this particular observation has been from people who are not from Finland. They just apply for a job. Most of the cases, they apply for the job. They're not knowing anything about Finland. They don't have any knowledge. They feel that Finland is in Europe somewhere. We want to move to Europe. And that's the mindset I have observed when we are interviewing the candidates in the first round of interview. And then they say, we want to relocate in Europe, and Finland seems to be a good country, but we don't know anything about the country. RELX seems to be a good company. You do something, but we don't know about the company. So that's what I usually tell the candidates that or the people I know, that I cannot talk to every candidate who apply because of my bandwidth of my work, so it's not a possible thing, but I would love to share this knowledge that just please research about the company and the country you are relocating. Because if you do that research, then probably the companies will be open, because that will show that you are sure you will be moving to this country. It's not that you're just exploring opportunities. Other thing is people start comparing the countries within Europe because they don't know about Finland, they don't know the cost of living in Finland, and then they start talking during the salary expectation. They refer to Germany, Netherlands, Denmark. And I always have to say every country in Europe is different. There's no comparison. Some countries have some set of salary ranges, some set of benefits which might not be there in the other country. And that's the mindset which I feel has been missing. Even if I educate the hiring manager and share my perspective that just be open to hire diverse background people, just be open to hire candidates from anywhere, still when we go to that interview stage, I still find it missing. I feel that the candidate has not done the research. So yeah, during the first round of interview, we usually check upon, we write it cultural fit, which I really personally don't like the word. It's like more of a cultural ad, because I feel that every culture is adding value to the team. So for me, it's more of a cultural ad and fitting to the team values. Somebody who wants to grow, who's sure, who's aware about the career path, who's excited about expertise, and then somebody who's excited about the company and the position for which they're applying. These are the traits we usually appreciate when evaluating candidates or during the interview, in the casual as well as in technical interview. Somebody who has the ability to embrace change. And these 4 traits are usually linked, are actually linked with our values at RELX. And the ability to embrace change, what I wanted to say is, IT is an ever-changing field. Every day, new technology is coming. And if you're not adapting yourself to learning new technologies and upgrading your knowledge and skills, then your career just ends there. So somebody who's adaptable, flexible, feeling that the process is going to change. So coming with that flexibility of mindset and adaptability is something we look, who's also liking the change and the change environment. Somebody who is an expert, as I mentioned earlier, an expert, somebody who's not just journalist, that they know all the technologies and bit and pieces, but somebody who has actually worked on that tech stack, for example, on React, and then can say that I have worked. You ask me anything about this technology, and I'm able to answer that. But not somebody who knows something about some technology, something about the other technology, and then just, you're not good in any one technology. So something who's an expert, because companies here, they respect expertise. And I've noticed one more thing, that Finns, for example, are pretty simple people. They're very straightforward. They like easy things. They like structure. And they respect somebody who is an expert in their area, not somebody who's just journalist and doing everything and not good in any one thing. We also appreciate somebody who is a good team worker, because IT projects, you just alone cannot work. It's a team effort. So somebody who's growing, helping, educating, sharing best practices within the team members is another quality or trait we appreciate when we are evaluating in our take-home test and in our casual or technical interview. And in all these things, we really don't want you to forget that you don't have to take yourself too seriously. Just be fun around. Just share and enjoy this piece of work what you're doing. So basically, these are the 4 traits, and when we give a take-home test assignment to any candidate, we usually does not look for a perfect solution or perfect code in terms of the technology, but we expect somebody who can then elaborate and explain the approach towards coming up with that solution. Somebody who's clearly explaining the approach, but not somebody who's perfectly doing the code. And one of the hiring manager, he said a very interesting thing related to the teamwork, that we are not looking for rock stars who cannot work in team. And I always hear the word unicorns in IT. But I feel that teamwork is an important aspect and a very important trait and attribute we look for when we are assessing the candidates in an interview. Other observations around the interview thing, when I'm especially interviewing candidates from Asia Pacific, they have a lot of things to talk. They do long conversations. They beat around the bush many times. And again, my experience, just to make a note, my experience is from India, Denmark, and Finland. And most of the experience I'm sharing is from the Indian perspective, that we like talking. We give long answers. We're not specific to the point. And that's another thing which turns off the interviewer or the hiring manager when you are in that interview, because they don't understand what actually are you trying to say. So effective communication skills is another attribute somebody should focus on and on looking for a job. This I felt is something good to share perspective of my recruiters, who are my colleagues who are working in US and Germany. And they did mention, just to tell you briefly what did they mention as a tip was, share your success stories in the interview, and so that we could get an idea about how as a colleague, how as a teammate, and how as a leader you would be if you join the company. And the other perspective or the other tip is, in that, doing the preparation for the interview, don't forget to be yourself, be genuine, because we would like to see your own genuine self rather than faking it in the interview. People say fake it till you make it, which I really don't like that statement, because it is clearly evident in the interview. When we interview the candidates, you can easily say that the person is just faking, but they don't know the actual stuff. So there's no right and wrong answers. So the mantra is just be yourself, be your genuine true self, and then explain. But I'm done. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's really, really good to get the perspective from the other side. Usually, at least for me, recruiter is just somebody in my inbox, but it's good to put a name and a face to one. Next, we will have Tanya coming up. I'll invite Tanya to the stage, and I'll switch to the other microphone. Tanya is a relocation specialist. And now that we know what are some of the challenges in landing a role in Finland and what the recruiters are looking for, now let's figure out how to actually get here. I mean, you're already here, so how to get here permanently. Here we go. All good? Great.
Excellent. Hi, everyone. Lovely to see so many of you here after the party last night. So my name is Tanya Malo, and just in a moment a bit more about me, but I will start my story from saying that first time I relocated, it was 20 years ago. I had just graduated from the Finnish upper secondary school. I had 20 euros in my pocket, and I went to France. I had a job. I had a roof over my head. I had studied 7 years of French, but I wasn't really good at it because Finland, we don't speak, we just know the grammar. So my first experience of relocating, I didn't understand I was actually relocating. I was going towards something exciting, a new opportunity. I had 3 weeks to decide if I'm going to go or am I going to stay, and I said, yeah, definitely I will go. I asked my mother's permission, though. The next time I relocated, I went to UK. I didn't understand I was relocating because I went towards something interesting, studying in the university in Sheffield, lovely place, loved it. And I was sitting there, filling in massive piles and piles of papers with like 200, 300 other students. And I was like, oh, this is quite interesting. They are asking me a lot of questions. Some of them felt really weird, but they were still, I was like, well, okay, I can understand. I understand they want to know something about me. And then I came to Finland after my studies for the second time to study here, and I have relocated a couple of times after that. But the word relocation for me is quite new, because I think relocating is taking a challenge elsewhere and just doing what needs to be done. But what I noticed through my experience is that relocation is a process. There are certain things that needs to be done, regardless do you like it or not. And the thing is that I wanted to make it easier for other people. I wanted to make it simple, more efficient, and I noticed that Finland has a bit of a challenge with this. So I started reaching for roles in relocation. I've helped individual families for 6 years during my career. I've helped companies. I worked in HR. I worked for the higher education institutions, universities. And then I decided it's not enough. I wanted to change this process. The challenges we have in Finland when relocating people or helping people to find a job in Finland. So I reached out for a role in public sector. Public sector is it's a tough one, but there are still some things where me and my team were able to do in 3-4 years. I worked there for talent attraction and retention. But then I decided this is not enough. We need a bigger change. We need to change the companies, the hiring companies. So I started with my lovely colleague Kirsi, a company called International Fox Agency. And we changed the company cultures towards more international approach. We helped them to find a process, how to hire internationals. So altogether, during my career, over 1,000 families relocated to Finland, but it's not enough for the Finnish workforce. Several hundreds of companies, lovely journeys, lovely stories. Cannot share all of those with you, but I want to say that I do understand what it means to relocate. And I know what are the problems that the companies have that Saku and Vismit also told you about. But what we are going to discuss about today is relocation, the process, how it is simple, because it is, if you know what you are doing. But the challenge is that the companies know, the individuals don't really know what is going on. So first thing we often talk about is the immigration. Well, that makes sense. You need to have a right to reside and work in a country, if that's what you're looking for. Or your family members need to have the right to be there legally, which makes sense. You need to have a roof over your head, so home search. Even if it's a temporary move, you still want to live somewhere, right? Taxation, local registrations, being part of a municipality, having an access to healthcare. Makes sense, you want all of this. You want access to a social security. You want to be part of the society and be like anybody else, even though you came maybe from elsewhere, from different system, but being a member of the society with similar rights. So something needs to be done. In Finland, like for example, you need a Finnish ID card. Well, where do you get one? How do I get one? How can I access this benefit? You need a bank account. Your salary needs to go somewhere. Your employer needs to pay it. You might want to use a public transport, or you want to own a car. You maybe want to import a car, and a really nice one from elsewhere. You might have a family, then you need to think about daycare options or school search. You have high standards for your children's education. You might want to know which schools are available and making sure that they get the best possible education. Maybe it's just you who is moving, but you want to bring your girlfriend or boyfriend or significant other with you. But what are they going to do? Who are the people they are going to meet? What is their integration path? Because you know the people who are at work, but who do they know? Who do they interact with? Language, cultural studies, we all come from different backgrounds. It's good to learn a few things about the language, culture. It's all exciting, new skills. And what are you going to do on your free time? Maybe you have a hobby that you want to continue when you have moved. So let's say that you followed all the instructions that Saku and Rismi just gave you. You landed a job in Finland. So what needs to happen? You've accepted an offer, you are really excited, new company, you even might have signed the contract. So things need to happen on two sides, the employer and yourself. There isn't a process where an individual is not part of it in Finland. No one can do it for you as such, but you can get help, which is great. Employer has a massive obligation in helping you when you are landing a job. So if any HR professionals or hiring managers in the room, please pay attention to this. The process within the company needs to be done perfectly. We cannot assume that anyone moving from abroad knows how things are done in Finland. What are the services available? Who is holding your hand in different situations? So it's very important that the company is doing their best to help. What kind of documentation you need? What do you need to prepare just before you have signed the contract? But what are the things that you need to, for example, get from your home country? Like paperwork. You need to have a list of the things that you need to bring with you when you move. Who is going to give it to you? The employer. So there needs to be a process on employer's side. How are we going to help the recruited person to navigate in this? Then what needs to happen abroad is the document gathering. You have been given instructions, so you follow the instructions. Very simple. You might have been told you need to bring your original diplomas. You might have been told that you need to bring a marriage certificate, children's birth certificates. You need to gather all of these documents that often are also only available in the country where you got married or where your children were born. So it takes some time. It's not about the relocation process as such. That can go quite smoothly if you have done the paperwork, like pre-preparation. And often immigration happens outside Finland. You already apply for residence permits. If you need one, if you come outside the EU area, you need a residence permit to be allowed to work in Finland. You need to apply it often abroad. Often that is also a faster situation for you. So you fill in applications. You are in contact with immigration services, and you get your permit before you move. Just a few words about permits a bit later. But that is what generally happens, that you apply for your permits abroad. You need to book a temporary accommodation. I would always advise take something temporary and see where you actually are going to live. If you don't know the areas, and like your friend's advice can be, it's your friend's advice. It's for their situation. But come for book a temporary accommodation for a month or 3 weeks or something. Look around. How do you feel the city? Where do you want to live? Where your family wants to live? Or if you're moving alone, it's like, do you want to be in the buzz of the city, or do you want to be close to the nature, a bit further away from the city? Because we are all different, and that's great. But think about it. So never, ever, ever just buy something or rent something for a year, and then you are stuck with it. Look around, enjoy the experience of finding something new. Then you arrive, and then the important bit starts, the settling in. There's a lot of offices you need to go to, But luckily in Helsinki, or in the capital region, we have a service point called International House Helsinki. It's all under the same roof. The appointments need to be booked well beforehand, just to make it smoother, so you don't need to sit in the waiting room and wait for your turn, but it's all in the same building. And what I mean is that it's the local registration, meaning access to the municipal services like healthcare. You fill in applications for social security. You maybe want to meet the professionals from the Finnish Center of Pensions. When the time comes, how do you get your pension that is accumulated in Finland? The bank account is not on the same building, but you will get information how to get one. You will get information on daycare services, which is really cheap, actually in Finland, only a couple of €100 a month for daycare, and primary education, for example, is completely free. But the professionals there in the same building, International House Helsinki, will help you to get all of this done. Home search, like said, started when you are already here. Lease negotiations, we don't really negotiate on the price, but we might negotiate on, for example, I want my internet to be included in the rental flat or the rent. You order utilities. These are quite efficient in Finland. Like you get these in a couple of days, so it's quite simple, and they are also very reasonably priced, which is really nice. When you have found your flat, you have negotiated your lease, and you are moving in, always make a check, take pictures of the place. So when you move out, then there won't be any problems. And if you moved with the family member, it's good to understand that if they are not working or they don't have their own career path here, it's everybody's responsibility to make sure that we find also a place for the significant others in this society, so that they find friends, their networks, professional networks, hobbies, everything. So it's never that only one person moves, it's the whole family unit that moves. Well, how long this is going to take, the relocation? For EU citizens, we are looking at 1 to 3 months. 1 month, 1.5 months, quite basic, so everything is done. Because as an EU citizen, you show up, you find a home, do a local registration, get a tax card, and you can start enjoying Finland to the fullest. For non-EU citizens, specialists like yourself, we have now something called the fast track. You will get a residence permit as a special expert in 2 weeks. So it's not that bad, but you might be also moving from a bit further away, so it's good to pay attention to the timeline, that it is often a significantly slower process than for a non-EU citizen who takes a train, and maybe a boat and shows up. But there are many other things to consider when you move from outside the EU area. For example, like international taxation, social security matters. There might be things that you need to do in your home country as well. So that's also part of the process. Well, now when you maybe still be just considering to move, there's a lot of practical information. Information you can gather beforehand, and this information is available in 2 forms: in writing, but it's also available through these through online sessions, newcomer information sessions. For example, if you want to, you have those family members and you want to know more about the daycare and how that actually works and what are the payments and how do I get my kid to the daycare center, then you can get all this information through these online sessions. They are organized quite regularly, so it's really helpful. Every couple of 2-3 weeks there is one. And Then, for example, if you're interested about the startup scene in Finland, you want to maybe start a company here, or you want to join a startup, you want to know about the networks, this could also be one good place to start before the move, just to get general information. Newcomer's Guide, it has everything in it about Finland, from taxes to immigration services that the city has to offer, services for employers and so forth. But there are also available services on top of International House Helsinki. On International House Helsinki's website, you can find that Newcomer's Guide and the information sessions. And there's something called Work in Finland, service line for employers. Employers, do please use the public services. They are really good service points for international recruitment. This wasn't the case when I started doing this. Then it was running around trying to figure out what to do. But now we have these services under one roof. So employers, please make sure your processes are right and you can help your employees in the best possible way when they are relocating. There's also financial relocation support available through International Talents Boosting Growth Project. So that's when you have the first international hire. Exciting times, but like Saku said, it starts from there. You hire one, then you just cannot stop them coming, which is great. And International Recruitment Guide, I'm one of the writers of this lovely booklet from Business Finland's website. You can find it. It has everything for the employer, from like a step-by-step guide how to hire international workforce. But if this is too complicated to use these services, or you feel it's not enough what you are getting as an employer, then please reach out to private companies. There are several international HR and global mobility companies, big ones, small ones. I represent the smaller consultancies, but then there are also bigger global companies that help with the matter. The bigger the problem, the more global your business is, then maybe you reach out for the big boys. And if if you are in part of the 93% of the Finnish companies that hire less than 10 people, then maybe smaller consultancies are for you for more swiftly solutions. But relocation and international moves, several companies in Finland available for you. Always ask for quotes. It's never good to have one. Ask for several. International taxation, social security matters. Always make sure that your employee has the needed support. This is not as simple as we might think in the remote work. Remote work is the next challenge this world is facing when it comes to taxation and social security matters. Sometimes people own property elsewhere, or they are renting their own house in another country, and they are still getting income from Finland, for example. So it's not so straightforward how the taxation goes. So sometimes it's good to ask consultants to look at how is it handled professionally, so there won't be any problems in the future. And the same thing comes with the social security. It's really important that we have access to the healthcare services and the benefits that we are entitled to. So it's not something that it doesn't matter because it's difficult. Sometimes it is difficult, but we are talking about people. We want our employees to be in a good place in life, and that they have access to everything that they are entitled to. So if you don't know, it's difficult. It's not. The investment of recruitment is always so high, so putting few euros, a few hundreds of euros, or a few thousands for these services, it will make a massive difference for the employee, but also for the experience for the whole company. And then if you are a talent moving to Helsinki region, you also have the services of International House Helsinki, but from a different angle. You use the services, you get the information. There's also multilingual service. For example, if you have family members whose English skills are, or they are not comfortable in speaking in English, there are also information on 12 languages and people from other countries who have relocated before. And it's excellent service in that way. Relocation companies, international moves, of course you can buy them privately. But also it's good to think if I'm going to move myself and my family, do I need to move everything I own? Because sometimes it can be a bit costly. But if you ask for a quote, it's all right, you haven't committed to anything. So it's good things to think about. And also everybody has their own responsibility on their own lives. So even if the employer is doing everything that they can to make sure that your tax and social security matters are done correctly, you need to be part of the process and make sure that that's the way it is. I'm not a tech person, I'm an HR person, but I still managed to do with my colleague Kirsi, we created Pocket Trello service. It's a little scalable application that you can find online. It's completely free. It's just to help you out. But when all the important official stuff is done, we might want to enjoy our lives here in Helsinki, or in Finland in general. There are similar service points around Finland, like International House Helsinki. There is one in Tampere, one of the big cities, and in all the bigger cities there are services like this available for the employers and new employees. But Helsinki is my hometown, and I love it. It's very exciting. And I hope you have enjoyed your stay here, and or if you are online with us today, then you might want to visit Helsinki or Finland one day. Helsinki is like, in a couple of days you don't necessarily get what it is all about. That's what I have felt when I've lived long abroad and then coming back, is that you need to kind of dig deeper. You can find a lot of information online, but to actually get what the city is about, it's good to spend longer periods of time here. If you are a big lover of music, we have a lot of festivals, concerts, really big underground music scene. If you are really into gaming, there are a lot of good places where to go out, to arcades, to play games, to meet other same-minded people. But you kind of need to meet the Finns and discuss with the locals. It's not necessarily information you find online, but the great thing is that Finns are happy to help when you start speaking to them and you ask the questions like, this is what I'm looking for. They will make sure that they will do their best to help you out to find what you are looking for. Because if you have a Finnish friend, you've got a friend for life. They will definitely make sure that you've got the best possible experience. But what is also important about this, obviously you need to find your own way and get your own friends and your social network here. But it's also good and important to understand that Finland is really trying the best they can to make sure that all the internationals moving to Finland have the best possible experience. It's not always the reality, but it's not done out of spite. But like I said, if my career is a bit over 10 years on this matter, like helping internationals to relocate to Finland, and I said that the relocation word didn't exist when I started on this business. You need to give us a bit of time to get the processes right, but everybody is trying their best. The government is doing the best to support these like getting the immigration faster, getting the services faster, being able to help the employers to recruit. So a lot of money, time and energy and really good people are trying to help to make the experience the best possible for you. So Finns are trying. But also, like, it's good to pay attention to that, what the country has to offer. Like, when you get into it, there might be a bit of hassle in the first before you might find your own way. But Finland has really good qualities, and the freedom that we enjoy here and the good quality of life, access to nature, it's nice place to be. It's a good place for your families, and I really enjoy that you enjoy your time here now when you're just visiting, and now when you, with all these talks, you have obviously already packing your bags when you get back home. I really hope you are at least coming back and also looking at the options here in Finland. So warm welcome from my part to work and stay in Finland. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really especially enjoyed the last bit about Helsinki. This is also my hometown, and I'm just, after a couple of days back here from London, I already feel more at peace than I have for years.
Do you want to try something different? We can get a couple of questions from the audience because we have time.
Okay, so my boss has just told me that I'm doing my job wrong. No, so Juha just brought up a very good point, which is that, so normally what we would do is we would do a Q&A, upstairs on the third and half floor. But because we do have a bit of time, until the next break, what we could also do is that we could invite, the speakers up here on the stage and do a little sort of like a panel type Q&A. So if anybody has any questions about as an employer, as an employee, a potential employee, about relocating, about, how to get a job, about working in Finland, please do maybe come here in the front and we'll hand you a microphone. You can ask a question. And then if you don't have questions, feel free to go and grab coffee already. How about this? All right, let's give one more applause to all of our speakers for the morning session. So yeah, if you do have questions, please do come here in the front, and Juha will hand you a microphone. Well, either way, put your hand up if you have a question. Oh, this is true, but these are not Finnish people. These. Oh yes. Well, do I have any questions? These talks, I think, you all played fairly, you told the line about, not playing too much with stereotypes and not, sort of saying, things about Finland is like this, Finland is like that. But, having worked with many people who come here, sometimes they are a little bit surprised about the Finnish working culture, you know what I mean? Saku, you mentioned this idea of, being transparent about what you know and what you don't know, and that bluntness and that transparency and all of that. So could I maybe ask each of you, from the point of view of a Finnish person or somebody who's migrated here, what are some of the really key sort of things that you imagine people might find very surprising about the Finnish workplace? And whoever wants to start, I'm happy to hand the microphone over. Yes.
Maybe a quick one. So I think for me, when I moved to Finland and started working, because in Denmark I was not working in a big corporate, but in Finland when I moved and I started at Relax, I felt that it's, as Saku mentioned, it's a very open and transparent environment. There's no hierarchy here. My boss did not know anything what I was doing. I was given a responsibility to handle recruitment for a few businesses. She never asked me how I'm doing, but she was always asking me, do you need my help? Do you have a good amount of work? Are you overloaded with work? Please share. So that was the only thing when we used to discuss in our one-on-ones. And it was more focusing on my well-being and the quality of work and what I would like to do. So I think for me, coming from an experience from India, it was pretty shocking because in India there's hierarchy, there's a lot of micromanagement, and I was pretty happy, and I'm very happy with this kind of work environment where I'm doing good work, I'm doing meaningful work, I'm improving myself, I'm developing my skills. So that's what I found a little different.
It's a good question. Some people that I've spoken with have talked about kind of like the sort of the other side of this Finland experience and this sort of a lack of hierarchy and this trusting culture, kind of like at the workplace and etc. Which is, if you're not entirely sure of everything, you know, you might not be sort of walked through all these different elements and then sort of discussed about the, you know, the sort of, the range of responsibility or the expectations and etc. I think you've had a great experience, and you know there's a lot of discussion between the manager and the specialist and etc. You know, then it works out well. But if you know there's this sort of a little bit of an unlucky scenario that the manager might be super busy or with many responsibilities and such, you know, I've had quite a few discussions that, you know, there can be then the feeling of, oh, I am let a little bit alone and be expected to deliver, and then, you know, one just has to raise the hand, hey, I need a bit of help, and all the rest of it. So there are sort of these cultural nuances that can be, most of the time, the positives. But, you know, I think there's always also the flip side to the coin.
Yeah, I can maybe personally add to that, because I'm somebody who, you know, started my career here in Finland, and then I have been working, you know, in Finland for 10 years and abroad 10 years. And I think the difference is that here in Finland, your managers and your coworkers truly care about you, but it's a quiet sort of caring where, like, it is, you know, you have to have the agency and the initiative to actually, you know, like open up these conversations and put your hand up and say, I need help, or I'm struggling. Whereas like my experience working internationally in British and American companies is that they do, you know, ask you how you are, but they don't really want to hear the answer. So, you know, I personally prefer the way that we do it here, but, you know, that's of course, you know, might be a little bit of a culture shock.
I think there's one more thing which I forgot to add was the culture of asking questions, which was not the case in India, where I worked. It is like you have to find your way and find a solution, but here you can ask questions if you're in doubt, rather than just waiting for the end and then the time is gone and then you are coming. So they appreciate if you ask questions at the beginning, and they would not mind saying if you're asking silly questions also. Yeah, that's another thing I forgot to mention.
Yeah, I would have said exactly the same thing about, but I will just speak a bit more about that, because I've done cultural training for quite a while. And what often brings a lot of anxiety to people who move to Finland in the Finnish working culture is exactly this, is that I don't know if I'm going to succeed. I don't know if I'm doing well because nobody's saying anything. But I would think in another way, you are doing really well because no one is saying anything. And, but that's the way it is, because at the same time as in working life, we are often in many cultures, like I hope I would have more agency. I would hope that I would have the decision-making power. Here you have it. Because you're expected to have it. But if you are used to something that somebody is going to give you the final word, the final say what is the best. But you are the one who is determining the best. And it's actually quite difficult. But it is about the same thing, that people might feel alone, and it might cause anxiety if you are used to different cultural or like a working life. So I think it's very important to understand that quiet means, yeah, you are doing really well.
and certainly the Finnish way is not the right way. So like when you do go to a workplace, I think you will also positively influence the culture by bringing the way that you do things. So hopefully we do have more open, loud, caring, because we build more diverse workplaces. Does anybody have any questions they would like to ask? Oh, there's a question over there. Oh.
Hi. Thank you so much. My question would be, are there any new developments you're seeing on the horizon for the smoothness of moving within Europe with the different social systems and security? And especially regarding now, we have a lot of people who work remote here in the room. Me is one example. How would it go? I live most of my time, like more than half a year in Finland, but I'm employed at a university in Austria. But I do the work remotely mostly. I only go for workshops and so on. So how could it work out with Finnish and European? As you mentioned, taxation and security, health systems, and so on.
I think it was an excellent question. I hope everything is taken care of. Yeah, well, this is a perfect example when doing remote work. Who has the right to tax? Within EU, it's normally where you reside, where you live and work is where the country of taxation. Social security, it kind of is likewise. It's in the same place if you are majority of your time in one country. If you travel back and forth, it's still the country where you have your permanent residency in. Obviously, I don't know how many days you are in Finland and how many days you are in Austria, but within EU, it's like where your permanent ties are, like where your family lives, where you have an apartment. That is normally the place where you should be taxed and where your social security is. And that country gives you a document that will prove to other countries where those things are located, or which country is responsible of those, let's say it that way.
All right. Do we have any more questions? Oh, there's one, and there's two. Thank you.
Hi. So my question is, if we're talking about the best case scenario and optimistic scenarios, but what if we turn it around? What if I'm a anxious, depressive person by nature, and I'm thinking, what is the worst case scenario and how to, mitigate those risks? I come here, I find a job, I move here, but then everything goes wrong. I don't like it, I don't know, some kind of issues. And then I'm stranded alone in a different country with no job, no nothing, and what then?
Sounds like you've been here very well.
It's a good question. What if everything hits the fan? You arrive to the country, you've had a job, for example, but then something goes wrong and all the rest of it. I've spoken to, two thoughts come to mind, at least at this point. I've spoken to a number of, developers recently, who've been back to their original country because of that sort of a setup. For example, the first winter perhaps for their family was impossible. They hadn't prepared mentally for what it's going to be like in Finland, in wintertime. It's going to be dark, it's going to be, cold and all the rest of it. And if one was used to very, hot temperatures and all the rest of it, it was just something that, the family couldn't cope with, So, it's all about doing the homework. Then when it comes to the job side of things, I think it's key to be active, to be networking, using all the different tools. So if it's a case of then needing a new job, I think that can be sorted out as long as one is, positive and communicating to others. The worse things go, personally, it can be the more difficult to remain positive. But you know, there needs to be whatever the personal tricks they are, then to sort of trying to look at the bright side and honestly networking, using all the different tools for networking, LinkedIn, Slack groups, and etc. to communicate, talk about new jobs, to land a new opportunity. So it's not about being out of job and all the rest of it. Then of course there's all the benefits and all the rest of it to talk about. But I think the key is that one's well-being is, at least in my belief, firmly founded upon having important stuff to work on during the daytime. So I think that's how I would approach two elements in my mind. What about the others?
Yeah, well, I think I will take also two things. One is that networks are the main thing when you arrive. Start building them, because you need a social safety net. Even though if it doesn't come naturally to some of us, but try to find people who will support you when the things are difficult. Keep contact to your friends and family abroad as well. I think that's also important. But then there is like a systemic side. If you have landed a job here and you will be unemployed at some point, the system will catch you in those cases. With this group of people, I think it works just fine. So you will not be left on the street and completely out of money. We have a good social security system, like said. You have been employed here, so you will have a financial source because of that. And but it's not obviously that is the basic things that you will need. But I would still think that having people around you that can help you during the difficult times, because we all have difficult times, that to reach out to other people, to start building those networks immediately, because when times are tough, you will need them, and it's good to have the people around also when the times are good. So those would be my two advices, but I wouldn't be too worried about the system, because that will carry you financially so that you will get by and you will have a roof over your head.
Just a small thing on network. I'm not going to repeat because Saku and Tanya has already covered. But when I moved here, I was of the thought that I will build, maintain, and sustain my network, because you never know. As you mentioned, it could be uncertain. We are outsiders, and it might happen that we occur at or come at a situation where we lose a job, or the situation is bad in a company. So don't think of just building network for finding a job, but then maintain and sustain that network. That is really going to help you. It's a small country. Each person knows each other person, and you have such communities where you'll meet that network and build that network.
Maybe we can take this one final question and then find some really dark Finnish coffee.
Yes, exactly. So one more question, and I will just say the last one. If you are a person who's prone to depression and you move here, get one of those high lumen sunlight lamps. They really work for seasonally affective disorder, and also the nature is close by here, so that is also well known to have an antidepressive effect. Speaking as a serial depressive myself.
Okay, thank you. My question was already partly answered by Saku, but what are the most common things that foreigners moving to Finland complain about apart from taxation and winter?
Apart from taxation and winter?
Yeah.
Yes, so what else do people complain about?
When I stop to think about this, it's kind of like I think about the discussions that I had over the past half a year or so, and there's two topics typically. It's not like people like to complain, but if there's this realistic discussion going on and all the rest of it, there is the darkness, there is the coldness a little bit, but some people really like it. So it's not like it's that simple. But then another element, the taxation part, is something that I think the individuals that arrive to Finland by themselves, not having a family, they see that they contribute a lot to the Finnish system in terms of taxation and pension money and all the rest of it. But without a family, they don't get much back. So when it comes to this taxation logic, I think I've discussed with a lot of people who have family over here, and they see that's a very positive thing. So not everyone is per se, complaining about the taxes when you see that, hey, the daycare and the school and etc. they're next to free or free in total. But the individuals who have the opportunity to move around, to move to another country, they are in a position whereby they're thinking, hey, the salary could be higher somewhere, and the taxes might be lower. So it's kind of like this math-making scenario for them. And but still, Finland's a good place, and all the rest of it. Not to sound too critical here for the single people.
I think what people have shared with me, people have relocated to my company, is the healthcare system. It's pretty complex. They feel it a little different than their home countries. And the other thing is, where do they network? What kind of communities, and where they find the right network to pass on their time, because there's work-life balance. There's a lot of work after work, but then they don't know whom to meet, how to start from scratch, and these stuff. That's what I've heard from people.
I would say that people complain about that services are scattered, like information is hard to find. Partly it's a language thing, but we need to understand at the same point that is kind of Finnish is the language of this country. So that has been the starting point. But for example, finding any information, I don't mean authorities information, I mean like finding that hobby you like. But we must understand at the same time that many of the work done, like for example for hobbies or services, are done by voluntary basis. We live in the promised land of voluntary work. And like if it's your kid's hobby, like playing football, it's the dad who is coaching the team, and they don't necessarily have the time to go to the web page and translate it into English, because many of the things you see are done by volunteering. So it's not out of spite that this is not on 3 languages or more. It is, but this is what people say it's hard to find, and this is what we are trying to solve, that we would have information on everything, on several languages, but we are not there yet. But this is obviously really frustrating. Learning a language takes time for each one of us, so it's challenging if you don't find the information. So it can be frustrating, but at the same time, again, try to find at least a tiny network that would include a Finnish person who can help you navigate to that football team or playing ice hockey or getting to cross-country skiing. Because if you don't find the information online, I'm sure they're willing to help you out. And once you get there, you get to this cross-country skiing practice, which will be good fun, everybody will help you out. But if it's not in the online world, which can get really frustrating, but try to find the people.
All right, thank you. Let's finish on a really positive note, on a lightning round. Very quick answer. What is your favorite place or thing in Helsinki people can visit this weekend if they're staying for the weekend? Just one place that you love about Helsinki. If you have one, please feel. In Helsinki, ideally, yes.
I would have suggested Porvoo. But
okay, you can also call Porvoo.
It's
a beautiful city about 70 kilometers out. You can take a bus there. It's gorgeous. So you can go to Porvoo.
Yeah, Nuuksio is something I could suggest.
Yes.
But the weather, I don't know if...
Yeah, the Nuuksio forest. Also, you can take a bus there. It's about, 1 hour bus? And they have everything. You can swim in a lake, you can hike in the woods. It's gorgeous.
I really like the walk from Kauppatori to Eeraranta. Nice view, of over Suomenlinna and all the rest of it. So definitely recommended.
Yes, and then when you have done the walk on the southern tip, there is a really beautiful sauna, like a very tourist-friendly sauna. You can wear swimwear, so you don't need to be naked. And it's gorgeous, and I recommend it.
Yeah, I would say that go to Suomenlinna, one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, just outside Helsinki. You take a little ferry ride, you can get to enjoy living by the seaside, and there are nice coffee shops, restaurants, just walk around if you don't feel like having more coffee after the conference. But enjoy the fact that we are by the sea, and you can take these little boats to the islands close by, because they're still open, most of them, but Suomenlinna Fortress, that would be the best tip.
All right, thank you very much. We'll be back here in 20 minutes for web components, so thank you for staying extra long. If you do want to have any private conversation and ask for advice, we will be on the floor 3.5 for the next, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes, so please come and speak to our speakers. Thank you very much. All right, everyone. We will be starting the web component session in just a couple of minutes. If you are in the hallway and you're hearing my voice, this is God speaking. Please sit your ass down. I don't think this is being piped into the other room, so we can just talk crap about them. How rude that they are still out there and we are in here and they are making us wait. If somebody in the back could, every time somebody comes in late, anytime after now, could you just tot at them in a really disapproving manner and do... Yeah. All right. How's everybody doing this morning? Yes! Yes. Good after parties yesterday? Yep. That guy had a great time. I don't know what he did, but he sounded really happy. Cool, yeah. So welcome back to React Finland Day 2. If you were here for the morning session about working in Finland, welcome back again. In either way, I hope you enjoyed your coffee. I hope you slept well. And we have a great day of technical content ahead of us now. The first session is now about web components. The one after lunch is about design systems. And the final session before the close is about accessibility. So, this is a very, very well-integrated day of content. I think everything will be more or less building up on skills that sort of work well together in building web user interfaces. So, what else is there to say? After all of these sessions, there is, of course, the after party. Unlike yesterday's after party, you no longer need to register for it. Everybody is welcome. The information for where it is on the website, but it's at the club, bar, restaurant Babylon in Erottaja in central Helsinki. Make sure to bring your badges. These are your entrance ticket to the party. But not only that, they're also a coaster, so you don't leave, beer stains on the, what I assume is very beautiful, expensive, Finnish design furniture that they will have in this lovely nightclub. I've never been there. I have no idea what it's like. You probably can spill beer everywhere and they go, yeah, just another conference. Last week it was the Go people. I think we can party harder than the Go people. I don't know. All right, let's get cracking so we don't start the lunch too late. First, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mattias Huhta. Please, Mattias, come set up here on the stage. And I am glad that you're all applauding now, because now we got a barometer at like what your applause level is, and it was pitiful. I don't even know what that is. That sounded like a queen at the golf course. I mean, I shouldn't have said the queen. I guess at this point, the queen at the golf course would be a lot more quieter. Oops. I should just shut up right now. Okay. All right. Mattias is a passionate advocate for web components. He's part of the web components sort of like open source ecosystem and working group. And he is here talking to us about avoiding vendor lock-in with web components. So can we have now a little bit larger and more enthusiastic applause for our first speaker of the session, Mattias Huhta.
Everybody should hear me now? Yes, perfect, perfect. Let me just full screen this so we have a great presentation. Yes, perfect. Yeah. Hey, hello, hi. Glad to see so much people here, especially since the whole block is pretty much talking about stuff that's not React. So it's great to see a lot of people here, and I have the honor of starting this block by talking a little bit about the world of web components and the fact how we can start achieving more with less. So the mandatory Who Am I slides first. My name is Mattias. I go by the alias Matsu pretty much everywhere in the internet. So if you have seen bad jokes by a Twitter user called Matsu, that's pretty surely me. I run a small software company here in Finland called Simpler, and on top of that I do quite a lot of open source work in the web component space. Here's my socials if anybody wants to follow me after the conference, and a mandatory picture of my pet to win the audience over. So let's get started. So yeah, we've all been there. We want to set up a fresh new React project for our hobby project, and we go with the trusty Create React app, because why not? We wait for one exact eternity for it to finish installing, and when we're finally finished, we have the project on our computer, and we take a little bit of a look of the output of the install dialog, and we see that, yes, Create React app finally only ships only 39 packages in the starter nowadays, and then we are pretty much dropped back into the reality of the fact that there's over 1,500 packages being installed on our computer. Looking a little bit deeper into what we have installed there, we have 6 moderate vulnerabilities installed onto our computer from the get-go. That's a great start for our hobby project. And I'm sure that anybody who has maintained dependencies on a larger project knows there might be even more vulnerabilities lurking in the 1,500 packages we just installed. And if anybody had to work around the Node IPC debacle earlier this year, with the severity rating of 9.8 out of 10, well, you know that the vulnerabilities can be quite bad. Like, they can even allow malicious code access to your own machine and just wipe out your drives. So you might want to take a look at your dependencies before you install them. And coming back to the install dialog itself, we also see that there's a whopping a little under 200 packages which are looking for funding to keep alive. I actually looked at it yesterday. It was over 200 already, so it's growing rapidly. And as the past has shown, money and open source sometimes might lead into a little bit of a sticky situation. For example, if we take a look at LeftPad, it's a great example where the developer of the package got into a heated argument with some business people and just took his packages off NPM and broke about 20 million installs in one day. So yeah. And then there's cases like what happened to Faker.js. A couple of years ago, the developer was asking for some funding from bigger companies and maybe some companies to employ them. And since that went nowhere, they just wiped everything out of NPM and again broke pretty much millions of systems around the world. So the moral of the story here is that please take care of your packages, keep them up to date, and try not to include unnecessary dependencies. And hey, maybe even throw €1 or 2 towards the developers of those packages, because they are really doing a great work on the scene. And there was this old saying that on old computers that by the time you get home with your home computer, it's already outdated. And I think the same applies to your web application. So by the time you are ready to ship your application, your dependencies are most likely half outdated already at that point. But there is hope. For example, Vite has been putting out a better starter for us React developers, only packaging packages in the double digits. So that's a great transition from 1,500 packages. And if we look at Vercel and Next.js, we see that it's gone even further with just 19 packages in the starter that the developers are installing. And of course, the functionality is a little bit different in these packages, so you cannot compare them straight up. But these are the starters that the developers around the world are using, so these are the greatest thing to compare here. But do we really have to haul around such a heavy set of packages? What if we could get some of the functionality of these front-end frameworks and libraries, some of the functionalities that these libraries provide, but without having to install a whole suite of dependencies onto our computer and shipping it to our customers? Well, inner web components. For those of you who are not aware of what web components are, a quick summary from the Mozilla web docs itself is that web components are a suite of different technologies allowing you to create reusable custom elements with their functionality encapsulated away from the rest of your code and utilize them in the web apps. And that's quite a mouthful. Everybody has to read that like 5 times to understand even the gist of what we are working with. So let's break it down a little bit. Some of the key features of web components include being native to the browser and the possibility to use them in pretty much any project you are writing at the moment. And let's dig a little bit deeper into the list by looking at the listed features one by one. First off, web components are a set of web platform APIs. What this means is that they can be used anywhere on any modern browser without the need to install any external tools or libraries. Everything just works out of the box. So in this picture, we have a functioning setup in CodePen, which is a code editing tool online. It doesn't have any extra setup, just JavaScript and HTML, because everything else that we need is shipped by the browsers itself. So everything is already built into our browsers. And another great feature is that Web Components allows us to create custom HTML tags. So with Web Components, we are able to embed functionality and styles straight into our custom HTML tags. And the cool thing about this is that we can fully encapsulate the functionality inside of these components itself, and it won't be leaking anywhere outside of our component itself. And pretty much this is like creating React components for our application, but everything that we need to create these is already in there in the browser. No installs required. And how this encapsulation is achieved is with a technology called Shadow DOM. One of the higher level features of Shadow DOM is the fact that it allows us to create hidden DOM trees to be attached to custom elements. And what this means is that the element might consist of multiple elements under the surface, but the visible part is in the user DOM is only the component itself. If we take a look at some native HTML elements that are already utilizing this, under the surface, we can take a look at the input element we use on a daily basis when we are inputting forms or filling out forms online. The input element actually hides a lot of spans and divs inside of it for it to look like it looks like. But when we are using the component itself, we are just writing input type date. So we are still getting a whole lot of more HTML under the surface in the user agent that the browser renders. And the same kind of hiding of DOM trees can be done with web components. And it actually is recommended because there's so many upsides to using these. And what this means is that we can have developers just write out one HTML tag and be able to get a whole lot of functionality out of it. And continuing on why Shadow DOM is such a great feature and why web components want to utilize it, is the fact that we can create truly encapsulated styles. So I'm sure everybody here has run into styling namespace problems when writing CSS globally. And when you are working with Shadow DOM, you can write CSS inside of your component without it affecting the application surrounding it. An example of this style encapsulation we can see here. So we have written a CSS rule that targets H2 elements, turning them red. But as you can see, the H2 element on the regular DOM is colored black. So none of the styles we use there are leaking outside of the Shadow DOM, and it also goes the other way around. So if we used global styles, they would not be penetrating the Shadow DOM. So we are creating two style boundaries all natively. And then finally, there's slots. Slots. Slots allow us to create placeholders inside our web components that the developer can fill with their own markup. This allows us to create separate DOM trees and preset them together to the end user. For example, we have an input element web component here on the screen, which has two named slots. We have the prefix slot, we have the suffix slot. And the end user can then add their own custom markup to these slots to add content to these slotted areas. And in an application, you would do something like this. So the developer uses the web component, they can add their own custom HTML and assign it to the slot with the keyword slot. And the elements are then linked to the Shadow DOM, and they are showed alongside the contents that's inside of our Shadow DOM DOM tree. And coming back to the main key features, there's also the fact that web components are based on web standards. And what this means is that all of the functionality to create these web components is built into a browser, like I have been saying, and it's usable without any external toolings and libraries. So that is something you cannot really understate, because if you are able to create experiences without having to import any libraries, having to bundle any dependencies, you are pretty much working with some superpowers over here. And finally, web components are library and framework agnostic. So the greatest part here is that you can slap a web component on pretty much any framework you want, or even use them without a single framework, going completely vanilla. So you can just develop web components and sprinkle them across all of your applications, no matter what framework you are using to build the application itself. Okay, so we went through quite a lot of features of the web components itself, so let's do a little bit of recapping here. You should be giving web components a try because they work on any modern framework. So if you are using React, Vue, Preact, Solid.js, you name it, they should be usable within those frameworks. Well, with React, the story is a little bit iffy, but in React 19, we will have the year of web components finally. They are also future-proof, so the web standards are more future-proof than pretty much any JavaScript framework because frameworks might just come and go, but web standards are really less prone to change. They provide a true write once, use whenever experience due to not relying on a framework or a technology. And they provide full encapsulation of styles, so with Shadow DOM. So what this means is that we can freely style a component without having to stress about having a conflict with a design system that we are using or an application we are applying our components to. So we are pretty much shipping the same thing to the user as they see on our site without any hassle at all. When you are using these web components, the code is more consumable because it can be shared and maintained between teams more easily. You don't have to be updating 3 versions of your own design system at your company because one team is using Vue and one team is using React. You can just have one design system and then you can just use that between all of your applications in your company. And when we are looking at the current web landscape, we can see that the adoption of web components is growing at a rapid rate because every 1 out of 5 page loads currently contains web components already. And I can pretty much promise that every one of you in this room have been using web components whether you knew it or not. As an example that will never let me down, we can take a look at YouTube. The YouTube web UI has been powered by web components for a long time now. On top of that, sites like GitHub are rolling out UI enhancements in the form of web components. This shows that you don't need to go all in on the technology to be able to benefit from it. You can just sprinkle some components to enhance your UI and be done with it. And then there's large companies like Adobe who are creating a lot of their web experiences using web components. But then you maybe start to ask, like, can web components really be used to create complete, complex applications? And the answer is absolutely yes. A grand example of this is the Photoshop client for the web that was released about a year ago. And there was an article at that time on Adobe's journey on bringing Photoshop to the web. And one key implementation detail in the process was, well, you guessed it, web components. You can also have a nice minigame counting the times I have to use the word web components on stage. So I might have wanted to start that from the beginning, but if you start now, it's going to be in the triple digits already. Asking a developer at Adobe, the application isn't just the Photoshop for Web application isn't just a dash of web components, but starting with a Photoshop Web dash app, and it's being all the same all the way down. So it's completely built on components. The great thing about this technology is that you can dash a little bit of it into your application, or you can just go all in on it. There's no limitation between them. And most of the UI elements they are utilizing at Adobe are of their own Spectrum Web Components library, which is a lightweight implementation of the Adobe design system. So this really comes up to the fact that web components really are everywhere, from SpaceX spaceship UIs. So web components went to space already. To global banking software, and the list of companies that are adopting this technology is increasing at a weekly basis. So we can see that a lot of FAANG companies are already using this technology, and there's a growing number of large companies also utilizing this web tech. And the adoption of web component libraries is on the rise too, because lit-HTML, one of the most popular templating systems for web components, is closing in on 1 million weekly NPM downloads. I mean, it's peanuts compared to something like React, but it's still a huge adoption pace for such a growing technology. So, okay, that's a lot of talk on how great web components are, but how are they to write? Developer experience is really important after all. Like, if you are going to have a bad time writing web components, you're not going to be approaching them. But if you have ever written React class components in your life, you should be more than familiar with the approach of web component libraries like Lit, because as anybody who attended the workshop this week, they know that the similarities are really quite similar. And even if you're not using any libraries at all, the approach isn't all that much different. It's a little bit more of a setup to get everything working, but you can get there without using any helper libraries. And while you, of course, could start building everything from scratch, we have customer demands to fulfill, we have projects to finish, and some things just might not be worth building yourself. This is where we might look into some extra help, something lightweight and preferably something that doesn't package a lot of dependencies with it. And this is where we might look into something like Lit. Lit is a 5 kilobyte library designed to ease the development of web components. It's developed by Google, so it's backed by a large company, take it as you may. It functions as a lightweight helper library to help you create complex web experiences just a little bit easier. And for 5 kilobytes, it's really packing a mean punch. And if even 5 kilobytes is too much for you, Lit packages its rendering system, which really helps you create components in just like 3 kilobytes. So it's even more lightweight. And then if you are really liking how React is to write and you want something a bit more modern, so to say, maybe something working with hooks. You could take a look at something like Haunted, which is a library implementing React's hooks API, utilizing Lit as its rendering system, so pretty much everything you write is the same as you would be writing React, but your JSX is just template literals with HTML tags. But as we are talking about reducing our dependency footprint, you might be keen on trying to write your own base classes to help you write web components faster, and that is completely an option. You don't have to use the library at all. For example, companies like GitHub have actually done this with their Catalyst project. They are using their own base classes and their own libraries to implement their simple web components because they don't need a complicated rendering system or life cycle methods that Lit might provide them. But no matter the approach or library you will be picking to create web components, all of the promises we went through hold still. You will be able to create framework-agnostic components which you can attach to any of your projects. So no matter if it's WordPress, React, Vue, Solid.js, just plain old HTML or even PHP. So let's summarize. Being framework-agnostic means that we can write our UI components once and then use them anywhere, no matter the framework or library of our application. And as a Java developer, this really warms my heart that we can write once, run anywhere, because Java used to hold that crown and now web components are pretty much trying to take it. And when you are able to use your UI components between your projects, it becomes more of a question of how much of that UI you need to rewrite in the future instead of when do you need to rewrite the whole UI of your application. So the next time you are writing a React component for your application, you should consider if it could be written as a web component instead. So thank you, that was me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Mads, why don't you come and set up your laptop here while I introduce you. I wanted to say one more announcement. This is in the theme of reusable components. We already spoke about how this badge is both your ticket to the after party, but also your coaster. But also the lanyard is reusable. We take sort of ecology very seriously here. Nothing here goes to waste. So I don't know what you would do. You could maybe bandage a splint of a broken finger. I don't really know. I think that's the beauty of reusable generic tools, is they can be really used for any purpose that you so choose. All right. So the next speaker is coming to us from Div Riot. His name on the speaker list is Mads with a 4 instead of an A, and then microphone emoji, and then avocado emoji, which I imagine causes some trouble in validation in web forms. Anyway, I will let him introduce himself and his talk. Everyone give it up for Mads.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and joining us in this awesome journey in the promised land of web components outside of React. So yeah, for this one, we're going to talk about SDKs, web components, API. What do they have in common? And how we could use them to maybe improve our final developer experience. So let's start with this one. What is an API? I guess you're all more or less familiar with this specific term, but first of all, an API is a programming interface, meaning that you are defining a way to help two different elements, two different components of your architecture to talk together. Then it's also about communicating, meaning that I want to push some kind of data, some kind of content into a component, and I want this component to be able to provide me some feedback and giving me some data outside as it turns. So it's all about defining protocols, defining a way to help two different parts of our architecture to communicate in a standardized way, or at least in a way they could each other understand well to be able to work together. Which means that we are working remotely, which means we could work remotely in the term of geographically remotely, where we have a set of servers at some point and a set of client libraries on another one, but also in the same architecture. When you are designing an application, you are designing something that is just based on a set of different components, and one component can interact remotely with another one. When you push a button and you expect a result in another part of your interface in a reactive way, this is exactly that. You're remotely controlling another element from somewhere outside of this element itself. So let's talk about what is an API first backend or an API first service. It's probably something that is dedicated to build some kind of outside of your architecture computing stuff running on some servers somewhere in an edge architecture or something like that in the cloud. And you are just trying to interact with it and control it from your very specific client application or client library. So when you are designing an API-first backend or an API-first service, you are producing for your end user, your customers, a set of dedicated methods using properties and some kind of payload data to be able to interact with it by receiving a payload of data, acting, controlling, and then returning a result from the demanding application. So there is different type of remote API and remote service, but when we are talking about controlling remotely, it's more often based on HTTP request, and that's all, which means we could use SOAP or RPC, WebSocket, REST, GraphQL, whatever you want. But this is always the same thing. You are performing a request, passing a payload, explaining what you want to achieve at some point, and the backend service is returning you some kind of answer. And the response, like just, OK, it's done, or something more complex. So I need to interact with it. I could interact with it with just performing HTTP request with curl or something like that, passing a payload. Or I could use something more advanced, like an abstraction layer between your code base and the service that you want to use, which is a SDK, a software development kit. So you will be able to use advanced methods that are here to wrap the logic of your API and sending for you the kind of payload or the kind of, and asking the proper endpoint depending on what you are trying to achieve at some point. So what am I talking about that? Because I'm Mads, I'm working for a French web hosting company. I was formerly at DevRiots, which is a company, a startup dedicated to build tools around design system and the web component stuff. So because I'm focusing on developer experience, because I'm a developer experience engineer, and because I'm a tool nerd, I started to wonder, OK, those APIs are great. Those SDKs are great, but I'm working on the component era, and I want to have something more advanced than just an SDK that I need to put into my final code base. So let's talk a bit about a components philosophy. So right now, we move slowly for the last years from an existing world to a component-driven development era, which means that we are more and more working with microservices to decouple some kind of our interface, just to have some more flexibility. And because we are starting to think about a component-first approach, we quickly had some kind of benefits coming with that, like a faster development, like simpler maintenance, like a better reusability. This one is interesting. Like a better TDD, like shorter learning curves, like a better modeling of all the system. But what I really love with this one is that I could reuse some kind of logic and just plug it into my interface, and it should work. So if you think of it as a design system, we're designing a system, we're designing a solution to help people to be empowered in what we are building. So you said web components. Okay, so what about building advanced components to handle our API logic rather than building SDK logics? Because web components are agnostic, and as Matthias said, we have this shadow DOM, so we could have some kind of complex DOM rendered as a fragment into our web page without our end user developer, thinking about how it should look like or what I have to put inside to handle the response and so on. We have some kind of attributes and properties which allow us to interact with it. And we've got event loops, which means that hey, we are free. We could definitely just hook on those events and see what the result is. So let's go back to an API-driven edge world. It's more and more common to have access to Lambda functions running on a server, or to have access to some complex backends offered by a third-party service. And we want to use that directly into our application. But when you start thinking about front-end design, we're starting to think about UI first, or UI-oriented. I mean, sending a request to a payload, with a payload to an endpoint, it's OK, but as a front-end developer, I want to handle that in a visual way, because finally, in the end, this is all about visual feedback. And this is what we are developing as a front-end developers. So I want something that is able to handle my request from my API in a visual way. And web components are great to that, because if you think of web components as an interface to your application programming interface, then we've got attributes and properties which are just endpoints to control the API. We've got events, which are the outpoints of the API, some kind of response from it. And we've got all this internal logic, but we don't have to deal with it at any point, because it doesn't matter. As a front-end developer, I just want to put an element, get a visual feedback from the API, and that's all. And when you think of web component like that, it's basically the definition of an API. So we could build APIs using web components. There is a great service running which named API Video. And the purposes of API Video is to host videos somewhere in an edge architecture, and you don't have to worry about it. You just have to upload videos using the service and get access to the video at some point. You're just uploading a master. They are doing all the back-end computations, like changing the resolution, having it in different frame rate or whatever you want, or different kind of resolutions. And all that you have to do is to upload the master and get the videos with some other treatment that you could achieve on it. So this is an API-first service. So you could use it as an API to upload your file and get the player. So they are offering a lot of different SDKs, which are great. We've got an SDK for Node.js, for Java, for Python, Go, PHP, whatever you want. They also have some kind of, I don't know what they are, React packages. But in the end, if you want to use it from the front end, and if you want to use it using JavaScript, all that you have to do is to load the JS SDK, then put some kind of input field into your web page, into your DOM, then plug on it the SDK logic, and this is just for uploading. Meaning that if I want to get access to the video and load the video player, then I have to load another JS file, containing the SD card for the video player, and I have to instantiate a new class, which is a new player SDK something by passing an ID to an element. It will get the power on it and manipulate to just display the video player at some point. It's 2022, man, okay? So it works. For sure it works. But is it really what we want to do when you are talking with our end-user customers and saying, hey, you are a front-end developer? I've got something for you. I've got a bunch of JS files that you have to load and interact with your DOM and so forth. Come on. So maybe we could wrap the logic into a web component. So let's try to mimic it as a component API, okay? So what do we have? We need a token, which is a property, which is your very own token to access the API service. We need to have access to a state to know where the uploading process is in. Is it in progress? Is it down? Or is it not started at some point? And we need to hook on some events, life cycles, to just know where the video is loaded or not loaded and so on. So when I was at DevRiots, I maintained a great article about comparing the different web component frameworks that you could use to develop an existing solution. Right now, we are comparing 61 different flavors. That's a lot. So you could pick whatever you want, from building them from scratch, from using advanced framework like Leet, or whatever you think is best for you at some point to develop a web component. But because at the end, this is just a web standard, use whatever is useful for you. So for this very particular example, I use Stencil. Why? I could have used Leet, I could have used Solid. Hello, Ryan. I have a project where I'm rebuilding a board game using web components developed with Solid. But for this one, I use Stencil because it's also a great library, because it has a compiler, because it has a syntax that is probably easier to understand for this very particular example. So I'm just creating a new component, which is the API video uploader, with a dedicated style sheet, and I start my component. So I need to expose some kind of properties, so I will have access to my token, also to the chunk size. I want to upload chunks of 10 megabytes each time, so I could upload 1,000 gigabyte videos to the service if I want. It doesn't matter. It's just doing just in a row. And we want a property to run the service as a sandbox or in production directly. Then we will have a state containing a counter, containing a chunk progress, a total progress, and a status. Is it the video uploading or not, and so on. So I could quickly start to generate some kind of internal properties like the final URL for the API call, like defining the endpoint. So what about rendering it? It's just rendering this famous input type file somewhere, but it's inside the shadow DOM, so outside you don't have to worry about anything. And when you pick a file, it triggers the upload method. So the upload method is what? This is just about loading the file, creating a first chunk, and this first chunk is just starting the status, so changing the status into the progress mode, starting the counter, uploading the first chunk, and uploading the chunk by itself. It's just performing an XML HTTP request, which is just asking the endpoint with a payload and running the application, and that's all, and over and over and over. Which means right now, I could declare some kind of events inside my web components. I could have some kind of endpoints like starting the upload, or having the upload in progress, or the upload completed, or cancelled, whatever you want. Which means that if I go back to my method, I could just emit an upload started event, or I could emit each time the XML HTTP request is performed. I could easily emit some kind of events like an upload in progress event with a new status, or an upload completed event if I want. And from the outside, from the context of my application, I just have to listen to those events coming from my web components, and that's all. I could build something stronger in it. So the example is full available online. You could check it at any moment. I constantly improve it, so it's totally up to you to give me some feedback on it, and it would be great. So The idea is that, okay, I've got this web component served from my third-party service, but no, I want to create a reactive environment, So the idea with this one is using what your application is made with, like, I don't know, hooks, if you want. So we emitted events from the web components itself. So from my outside of my web components, from my application, this is just targeting the component itself, adding an event listener on it with the proper event, like upload completed, and passing a handler, which is a total regular vanilla JavaScript syntax. And I could hook it directly into my existing application, which means I could hook it directly into my state machine. So I don't have to worry about the internal logic of my third-party API service anymore. I just have to hook my existing state machine for my application with my business logic onto the existing API events coming from outside the web component. So we went from this, like loading the script and putting an input tip file and having this bunch of JavaScript to be able to load everything and blah, 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 to that. Single component, passing the token as a property, and I have everything, even the styles, even the final rendering. I got everything. And this component could switch directly when the video is uploaded to the video player. So I don't have to load the video player and blah, 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 blah. It's already done by the component itself. Video upload in, upload done, boom, you've got the player, which is way easier to use than a SDK. The bonus point is that you could control it using attributes, meaning that what if I want to cancel the upload at any moment? Then I just have to declare a new property in my component, like a canceled property, and watch the canceled, meaning that acting reactively to this property. When I put the canceled attribute into my component, I just abort my XML HTTP request and emit an upload canceled event. So I just have to put the attribute on it, which is just a set attribute syntax in JavaScript. It's not that complex, and suddenly everything stops because it's handled internally into the component. Which is great, because if you think of the component as a service, then you could, for sure, distribute it in a package registry. So you could load it into your final application and plug it into your final app and so on. That's perfectly fine. But you could also serve it in a dedicated CDN. So if you are producing an API-first service in an edge architecture, then you already get all the architecture needed to serve it as a CDN. So you just have to load the component from outside, from a dedicated CDN offered by your service, plug it into your application, boom, you've got your uploader and your player, everything in the same place, in just one component with a few attributes, and that's all. Okay, that's great, but what about my design system? Because I'm working with a design system, and I don't want the rendering, the final rendering of your uploader stuff, of player stuff. I want to be able to personalize with my very own style. Yeah, but that also it's fine. You just build an API outside of your component for that, meaning that you are exposing dedicated properties in the form of CSS custom properties, and you just have to pass it as a style to your final component when you load it, saying, okay, but I want your background color like that, and your foreground color like that, and your border like that, and the icon look like that, and that's all. So this is just passing a few properties in the form of CSS elements, like we did in JavaScript, to have it perfectly aligned with the rest of your design and the rest of your brand. So you have to think of your web component. You recognize this one? We had it a bit in this conference already, as an abstraction layer, meaning that if your API changes at some point, you don't have to change it in your SDK. You don't have to inform your end user. You don't have to deprecate some features directly. You just have to serve your web component as you did before. The internal logic is probably uploaded, but outside of that, for your front-end developer consumers, it's always the same thing. I just load a component with a few attributes, always the same, and it still works. And I don't have to worry about different breaking changes that you introduced into your API. So place your bets. SDKs or web components. My guess is if you are working for the front end and if you are providing an API that will be consumed at the front end at any moment, then bet on web components. Do web components, offer web components to your end user, and if you are an end user customer, ask for web components rather than SDKs. It's not that complex to do and that complex to maintain, and it would be a great addition to any kind of API-first services. And you could also, for sure, provide some kind of feedback for very specific edge cases in the form of an SDK or in the form of API, regular API endpoint, as you wish. For the backend, for sure, we don't want this visual feedback. So SDKs are fine for that, and you could probably still keep them on tracks for that. But it also leads to the question of having web components on the server and so on, but this is not my part. So thank you so much. SDK versus web components. So always bets on web standards.
Thank you so much, Mads. Thank you. I will now immediately invite our next speaker to set up because his laptop, for example, is not as interoperable as web components are. So he'll take a minute. Speaking of visual feedback, I don't know if you've noticed, I'm sure that you've noticed the beautiful live drawings that we do over here, but I don't know if you've noticed that the artist's style has changed overnight. They did not, just suddenly decide to change. We have a new artist today. Her name is Linda Saukkoranta, and she is illustrating every talk that will be posted then on the React Finland Twitter account. So please do give an applause for Linda. All right, Thomas, do we have all the dongles and dingles in? Great, all right. So Thomas Almer joins us from Austria, where he works at ING. He's also the maintainer of Open Web Components and the Modern Web site. And he's here to talk about how to improve performance and to ship less JavaScript using the progressive hydration of web components. So everyone give it up for Thomas Almer.
Hello there. So I'm going to talk about faster websites with web components. And first off, who am I? Yeah, I'm already got introduced. I'm Thomas. I love the web and do a lot of open source. And by day, I work at ING. And we'll have a little table of content, like what we'll go over today. It's first we'll set the scene, what are even we talking about here? Then we will enter the era of components, so what they are and why they are. And then we will see if we have reached the promised land, do we have everything now? But spoiler alert, we need to fix it. That will lead us then a little bit into the world of hydration and islands. And in the end, we will have a quick look beyond. So let's start by setting the scene. So we will talk about content websites, and for that we need to clarify what a content website is. So first off, a content website needs content. That's actually the thing that people want to read. And on content websites, you usually have little interaction. Reading the content is the main service. And navigation happens via links. So when you go to a new page, you click on a menu somewhere, it actually means there's a new HTML file or a new HTTP request. Here are some examples of content websites. So maybe you have some information, like a company website or a hobby website. You could have some documentation for APIs, for libraries, frameworks, for tools, maybe like a newspaper or a blog. Or you can have a shop. Even a shop is mostly static, with some dynamic parts. And usually, for most websites, you have a combination of all of these. So maybe you have a lot of information, a little bit of documentation, maybe you have a news section on your page, and then a simple shop integration. And technically, there are sort of two ways to do it. And one is the MPA style. That is sort of the classical way of shipping HTML, and that's on the server, you have a lot of HTML files. And then you organize them based on a folder structure, and then this folder structure just gets served by the server. And this is a little bit different to the SPA style, that single-page application, where you usually only have like one HTML file, and then all the other parts are dynamically loaded using JavaScript. And you take the first index HTML is basically taking over the full routing of the whole website. And to sort of get this out of the way, like MPA versus SPAs, both can produce amazing sites. So there's no need to battle. MPAs are usually a little bit easier to get right, especially when you look at the performance characteristics, because with an MPA you can have a new chance whenever you go to a new page, like you have a new chance of get the performance correct. So like if you have one page that's like totally slow, like other pages are not affected at all. Where with an SPA, depending on how it's implemented, it could have an effect. But SPAs are like the king when it comes to high interactivity. So like if you want to build something like Figma, that's the only way. And also SPAs can give you this app feeling that you, so like if you want to compete with a native app, like an SPA is the way to go for now, because there's something in the work called the Shared Element Transition API, and that will hopefully also enable this smooth transitions between multiple HTML files, even if they are separate requests. And let's start building it. And we call it like 90s style. We will do it like really old school. So we just make a new folder. We put an index HTML file in there, and it looks something like this. So really, just some doc type and HTML. You put some body tag in there, and in the body you have the actual content, and in there we have a link that just goes to a different HTML file. So then we create this HTML file as well, and we add then some styles and JavaScript as needed, as much as we want. And this is our site. And all we need to do, like to get this live, is drop it somewhere, drop it on the server. This is like from Netlify, and all you need to do is like take this folder, put it up. No processing, no anything, and it will be a live site that you can deploy and use. And this is basically how the web started, how the web worked from the beginning. It has HTML that provides the basic structure. And on top of that, you apply CSS to enable you to control the presentation, like in the formatting. And then you have like JavaScript. And JavaScript enables you to do different behaviors that are not baked into HTML and the browser itself. And then we enter the era of components. So with components, we could sort of like start with the wish list. What should components do? They should, of course, work in the browser, and ideally just the source directly. They should make maintainability like really good. They should instantly render. There should be no side effects, especially with CSS, and they should be configurable. And let's start with HTML components. Let's have this very simple example where we have like a header and then some buttons and a number. And we could say like that this part, this enclosure, this could be seen as a component. And it could look something like this, where you have these parts, like these are the actual component. And as you can see, they're like in two separate places, and it's a lot of things you need to put into. So I would consider them more like conceptual components, because you need to do a lot of stuff yourself. And they usually start with having a wrapper diff where you just apply a class. And then you as a user, you need to put all the HTML yourself. And the same goes through for like styles and JavaScript if the component needs it. So some components might not need JavaScript, and you don't need to put it. And here's like the CSS file for that. And as you can see, like there's sort of like this convention that you need to start with the actual component name that you put, which is like counter. But if you by accident put something else in there, you could have affected other parts of your application. And the same goes for JavaScript. Like the JavaScript runs in the global context, so you need to sort of like first select your DOM node that you want to like put the logic on. So how are we doing on our wish list? So the source works in the browser. That's simple, like it's just HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Maintainability is, I think, not that great, because if the HTML structure changes, you need to change it in a lot of places. We get instant rendering, because like CSS loading is like render blocking. We do have side effects. If you put the wrong stuff in your CSS file, then boo-hoo. And configurable, I would say everyone can basically do whatever in their HTML. So you can place everything, but I would not say that that's configurable. But let's compare this with a React component. So here we're just having import of the counter, and we put it in our app. So it's like a single class, function, tag, whatever you want to use to create this counter. And that could be an example how it could look like. And I'm here actually reusing the exact same counter CSS, so it could have the same side effects as well. So if you want to like have scoping, you probably want to introduce something like CSS and JS to make this more scoped. So how we're doing on the wish list, like the source works not really, because you need to compile the JSX out. You can do this in the browser, but then you need to ship an extra runtime. Maintainability is like way better. You have just this single tag that you need to place in there. We don't get instant rendering, because you first need to like ship the JavaScript before you can actually see the component rendered. And no side effects. You can enable it, but you need to like actually take action to make it possible. But it's really configurable. Like you have a nice API, you can put props on it, and that will be your public API. And now let's compare it with web components. So web components, like we heard before, like the exact same as a browser tag, so it's the exact same API. So that means like we have attributes and properties that go in, and we have like slots that can also go in, and we have events that go out. And as a user, what you need to do in order to use such a component, you basically just put the tag on HTML, and it's there. And in order to make sure that it's sort of like the browser knows what he should put in there, you need to load the code for it. And that's a single script tag that you need to put in there. So like just 2 lines, and you get the same functionality. But now what is in this myCounter file? Like how do you define it? And you start by extending HTML element, and then you need to sort of connect the actual tag name with your class. And that is with custom elements defined. And if we look at a little more into detail what we will write in there, we see the first thing that's probably unfamiliar is like attach shadow. And that means we're now creating the shadow DOM that was explained already multiple times, but I will go really quickly over it, because I think this is one of the core parts that we need to know. So a shadow DOM, the thing is that the browser always had it. Like if we look at the video tag, I think it's the best example for a shadow DOM, it's always there. It uses it. It enables really full CSS encapsulation, like you cannot escape it, and it separates the DOM into light and shadow DOM. So here's like the video example. So this is basically, I think you probably are all familiar with this. Like you put a video tag, you put a source, and this will display the video for you with some controls. And it always felt a little bit like magic, like how can one tag do so much? And the answer is like that it really is more than just one tag. You have here this video tag, and then we have our source tag all the way bottom, at the bottom. And then all this in between, this is like the user agent shadow root. And as you can see, there is like a lot of HTML that actually powers the internals of the video tag. And with Shadow DOM, you can build this, you can use the same technology to make your components. And this offers the true full CSS encapsulation. So I can have this example here. So if I have a style tag with an h1, and then an h1 that is in the body, and then I have a div, and inside of this div I have another style that changes the background to a different color, and another h1, what will be the outcome? And if we sort of like follow the logical top to bottom rule of CSS, basically h1 will get the hot pink color, and it will apply to all h1s. And now what we're doing as different, so to say, is like all we do, we introduce a shadow root here. So like we have the same div, but now instead of like rendering the DOM into the same main DOM, we're rendering the DOM into the shadow root of this div. And now it changes, because now the h1 selection only applies to its own shadow DOM and not the rest of the page. So now we finally have our shadow DOM. Now we want to put something into our shadow DOM. And we do this with a shadow root append child, and then we clone a template. And what's in this template? Here, it's just some sort of like text that we want to put in there. And as we saw before, like we can actually now use very simple CSS selectors in our HTML, in our CSS to like map to the HTML. So it's like enables you to make simpler, smaller components and like do not need to worry about side effects of CSS. And then we can go a step further, and like this is sort of like then the data logic in the sense of that enables you to like actually press the buttons and update the actual HTML. And then finally, we need to register it with the actual tag name. So with that, we have a component that works the same as all the other components that we created today. And how we're doing. Like the source works in the browser as is. There's nothing you need to change. It's, I think, very maintainable because it's like, it's the same public API as all the other DOM nodes have. We still don't have instant rendering because you need to wait until it's, until the JavaScript is loaded and executed. And with Shadow DOM, we have no side effects because you can put whatever you want in your CSS and it will not affect outside of the component. And it's very configurable by using the DOM APIs. So why do we even use components? I think components are a very good mental model. At least for me personally, for me it's a very natural way of thinking how I want to arrange an application or how I want to arrange a page. It also enables us to encapsulate code really well, so we can keep all relevant code in the same location, and we can also test it in the same location, and because there are no side effects, like we can make sure that they are in a good state and we can maintain them. And with this, it will also enable us to like reuse code. So we can actually make a component that is used by other people. And all they need to know is about the public API. And that enables, for example, things like an API that we can do complex API calls, and we just need to know the DOM basics. So are components the promised land? And maybe, but there are consequences. Because now, what we basically did, we have components that render only on the client. So that means the HTML that we ship may be completely different to what the browser actually renders. So that has implications for SEO or also like for rendering. And we have the HTML, and the components are completely separate. So like the initial HTML and the components are completely separate, which leads to the infamous white page or white section experience that we all don't like. So first, the shipped HTML. So here, this is what we ship actually as our request, as our response to a request. So we have our h1 and our my counter, really nice to write and really nice to ship, but the browser then actually renders something completely different. It creates a shadow root and it has more content inside of it. And this can lead to this white page section experience. So when we start the page, like it renders the HTML directly, we see the h1, but our component is nowhere to be seen because the content of the component only appears after JavaScript gets downloaded and executed. So what did we do with components? Basically, we enabled us to make our life easier, but the user experience actually got worse. So what we need to do is like we need to fix it. And the solution in this case is SSR, server-side rendering. There's like this huge debate about like, is it on-demand server-side rendering that only can run in the cloud or on the server, or can it also run on the build? But in our case, we don't care. All we care is like we want to focus on what the SSR output is. So what is the actual HTML that we will ship to our users? And our goal is to like make sure that the shipped HTML is as closely as possible to the browser HTML that get actually executed. So how is this in React? I think in React, like, it's very nice because you basically can just render it. It's already fully declarative, and you have just HTML, and your stylings are sort of like global so you can't just ship it as is. For web components, it's a little complicated, because what the hell is this? How can you have a shadow root and send shadow root with HTML? And for that, we actually needed a new spec, which is called DSD, Declarative Shadow DOM. And Declarative Shadow DOM means you can create a shadow root without needing JavaScript. That's currently Chromium only, but there's like a very small, simple polyfill available, and it's very straightforward, because what it actually does, in order to introduce a shadow root, you create a template with shadow root open, and the content inside will then be turned into a shadow root on parse time. So when you send the above HTML to the browser will, while it parses from top to bottom the HTML, it will automatically convert this template tag into a shadow root and will attach the DOM nodes to the shadow root instead of the main DOM. So how can we make our component now using this? So in this case, we have our example. We can actually get rid of the JavaScript completely, and then we add this template with the shadow root inside of our shipped HTML. And with this shipped HTML, now we have basically, this is now our new response, and what we get is this. So what we forgot is that in the shadow DOM, like, we also need to include all of our styles. So now we have a shadow DOM, and we need to have the styling shipped for each shadow DOM as well. And that is also true if you have multiple components. So each component, or each shadow root actually, needs to always have access to the full CSS and the full HTML that it will contain if you ship it with HTML. And for CSS, that could be a lot. But there's no need to worry, because the transfer of HTML is usually compressed. And if you don't compress it, then please go now and enable it for your website, because it saves a lot of data anyways. And because it's compressed, it will remove all the duplications. So that works perfectly fine. And on top of that, browsers are really good at caching CSS text. So even if you have 100 components that use the same style tag, it will only parse the first time. And then for all the other times, it will like reuse the same parse output instance to put into the shadow DOM. So like, there's no processing overhead if you ship it multiple times. So it's totally fine to do this. So now the question is, this is our component on its full glory, and how do we create this out of it? And I think for most of the part it's okay, especially the styles, you can just take it as is, and most of the HTML as well. But how do you do this? Like, how do you get the value, and how can you make sure that you later are able to update it? And for that, there are sort of like two ways. You could start a full or fake browser, or you could lay down some ground rules. And I can already hear some people screaming like, oh, it's too slow, oh, it's like too complex. And honestly, I fully agree. Like, having a full browser rendering, especially if you want to do on-demand rendering, will be just too taxing and will take too much time. So we need to lay down some ground rules. And these rules are, your HTML needs to be fully declarative. So that means we can use something like lit, where we are actually putting the actual state inside of the HTML, like you used with JSX. With this, we can enable server-side rendering of this HTML. There can be no imperative creation of DOM nodes. So document create element is no longer allowed if you want to do server-side rendering, if this DOM node needs to be part of this server-side rendered output. You should not use browser APIs inside of side effects, so only start using browser APIs when you are actually then hydrated on the client, and there are some lifecycles that are not called on the server side. And with this, we will be able to like rewrite the top part, and then we have a script, like, or a process, in this case, like I'm using lit SSR, that converts the top part into the bottom part, so we can write a nice syntax, and then it will be converted into something that's performant to ship. So with this, we get this output. And now when we try to click on it, nothing happens. So it's like, oh, yeah, we removed the actual JavaScript, right? So no surprise. And that brings us into the era of hydration and islands. So on top of what we needed to do before, we need to do a little bit more. So I actually lied a little bit before. Lit SSR outputs a little more. So instead of just shipping the HTML, it adds some metadata. So we have all these lit parts in there as HTML commands, and they allow lit to recognize which parts are dynamic and which parts are static. And with that, it can get control of like where the value actually goes. And if I have that, I can then just load the actual class implementation as soon as I want to, and this will give me back the interactivity that I wanted to have. So now I can click again. And here's sort of like a little side conversion in the sense of like, once you load the JavaScript, you get the full interaction in the browser again. And that's one of the things I love about web components is like you can just use the browser default tools. Like open it in the DevTools. You can find the component in the DOM, like there is no need to map it to something else. You can access the attributes and properties directly in the console, like by referencing the DOM nodes with $0. And you can debug without source mobs directly. So I think I really like that experience. But now we want to build a site. And we have like an app header, like a menu, then a footer, and then like some main content with some movie information. So we have like, for this example, like 7 components, and we want to ship server-side render.html. And we want to ship the JavaScript of those 7 components to make them interactive. So now we're shipping everything double. So we have basically this in our HTML, like we have a counter example. And then we have, in the JavaScript, we have the exact same information again. Why? It's like a lot of double work. So in a lot of cases, we don't even need that. So in this example, like maybe only user safe and maybe only the star rating. Only those 2 things are interactive. Like for all the other parts, we don't even need to have them interactive. So maybe just don't load or just don't touch the rest. But how? Like how can the app or how can we decide what to load and what not? And that brings us to progressive hydration. And progressive hydration is a little bit, I think, more the domain of frameworks, because now you're basically need to manage the loading. So that means you as a user, you're no longer allowed, so to say, to load your components in a way you want, because you need to hand this over to the framework, because it needs to then decide when to load it based on some conditions. And as far as I know, there are only 2 systems right now, like Astro and Rocket, that support this, because like I'm doing a lot for Rocket. I will show the example for this. So what we're doing here, like we define the component, and we say like this user safe that we want to make interactive again. We assign the tag name to the actual location, and then we also supply the actual class name. And with that information, Rocket can decide what to do. So here we now have our body, and all of these components, they will be fully server rendered because there's no state whatsoever with them. And only the user safe and also the user's star rating, those will be loaded dynamically. And we will use, in this case, there are like multiple ways how you can do loading, but we will use hydrate on visible. So this component will only load when it becomes visible. So now, ta-da! We have a website. It's mostly static. We are only shipping the JavaScript for 2 components, and the rest never ends up on the client. We have great developer experience and great user experience. So how we're doing on our comparison slide. So the source, and I will now put this together with React and web components together. Like if we use server-side rendering, we get the source no longer really works in the browser because the source with the actual HTML is like a render target. So what we write is not what we actually ship. But we have still great maintainability. We get this instant render because now the initial HTML that you have directly renders without any JavaScript. We don't need to wait for the JavaScript to display the full page. Yeah, the side effect and didn't change, and both are still super configurable. So that brings us a little bit into a look beyond. So islands and server-side rendering, what does it mean, or what could it mean? Like, you can go crazy with components. Like, everything visual should be a component, in my opinion, if you can use server-side rendering. Because if you have only styles, there will be zero runtime cost. It will only be a cost on the server. And I think that's the benefit of like having this component-sized thinking is well worth like doing this. So like, take your cards, take your icons, take your headlines, whatever you choose, like make it a component and only use styles, then you have zero runtime cost. It enables you to have a simple, consistent developer experience for every component, so you don't need to choose between what is interactive and what is static. There could even be only server components, maybe components that grab stuff from the file system, like only execute them on the server and then ship them just as static HTML and never touch them again. And the benefit of like using web components in this case is also like, even if you have no server-side rendering capabilities with your system or your service, you can still just then fall back to client rendering. So I think it's a good transition you can do. And also, you get the SEO and performance benefits doing this. And while we talk a little bit about performance, I want to showcase a little how the React docs work. So this is the page. It looks mostly static, and it is. And it starts off with just 2 kilobytes of main thread JavaScript. So 2 kilobytes that is purely like the hydration loader system. And then it hydrates component as needed. So as soon as you click on the search, for example, then it loads the search dropdown and it loads more JavaScript as needed. And also because these are web components, these are maybe like 4 or 5 kilobytes that you then need to load. It's like really small. And on mobile, for example, like we have a drawer, and that will also then load as needed. And the whole page works without any JavaScript using declarative shadow DOM. So this page, I think, uses like 15 or so components, but we ship basically nothing by default. And you can check it out at rocketmonoweb.dev if you're curious. And of course, because we're shipping almost zero JavaScript, like you get very good scores, performance, everything is perfect. Like it's interactive in 1.1 seconds on like on a mobile phone, on an old mobile phone. And with that, I want to sort of like end it with a quote, like do more with less. I think it's a crucial principle to learn, especially if you're going to be in business in this rapidly changing world. So do less and let the sort of like on the client, do more on the server. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Thank you so much. Could you please stay on stage for just 1 minute? This is not a surprise party or anything for you. We are a little bit early, so please don't leave the room yet. Lunch is only served in about 10-12 minutes, because web components are so delightfully simple, it doesn't take full half hour to explain them. So could I please ask all our 3 speakers get on stage, and we'll do a little live Q&A just to hassle them. So while you think of, if you have any questions, you can just raise your hand in a bit, and Juho will run you a mic. But I'll just start off with just one question. This is a React conference after all. And I think, Matthias, you said that React is officially getting web component support in version 19. But until then, what is it that anybody who wants to play with web components in their current application that is built in React, what is it that they can do to sort of get started?
Well, I mean, you can get started straight off the bat, so you don't really need any compatibility to get started with web components. But before we get React 19 and the complete web component support, there's a couple of pitfalls you might run into. So support for custom events, for example, is something that's not shipped in React 18 currently. And the second thing is that Boolean attributes might act a little bit different than you might be expecting them to act like. But if you are not using those, you are pretty much good to go. And even if you are using those, you can just, there's a package by the Lit team that's called Lit Labs React, which pretty much creates React components out of your web components, and you can pretty much Reactify them at that cost. And even if you wrote the compatibility yourself, it's just a couple of lines of code. I have to actually shield that last year I did a React Finland
talk about using web components in React, and it was React 17 or React 18. So if you're interested in doing it already now, go on YouTube, search my name, and you should find it.
Thank you very much. So do we have any questions from the audience? Oh, we have quite a few, actually. You asked the question last time, so let's go there first, the man with the hat. Yeah. Oh, is the mic not working? Oh, yeah, you can.
Is it working?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, hi. I have a question about accessibility, because it seems to use custom HTML elements. So if you are like visually impaired and you have a reading device for the blind, does it work with like normal HTML, even though they are custom elements?
Yeah, sure. Like, especially if you're only talking about text, like then there's all accessibility tools just work fine. Because like for the accessibility tools, the DOM, the shadow DOM is like just the normal DOM. So whenever it finds the text content in that shadow DOM, it will also just read it out. Like it gets a little bit tricky when you come into like using forms, like inputs or checkboxes. Then there is like still some work that needs to be done to make this truly nice. But right now, sort of like the common workaround that most design systems are doing is like putting their actual inputs, like the native inputs, into the light DOM so that they all are sharing the same form system, like the same form DOM. And then they are fully accessible. And then you can also use link areas, area described by with IDs to link to each other. Because those are still not possible to do across shadow roots. But this is, yeah, it's been in the works for quite some time, but there's a lot of things you need to do first, like element internals, and they're finally shipped everywhere. So now, like, it's the time to, to improve on these, and these steps will come.
But as a developer, you still need to kind of make sure that your site is accessible. It's not accessible by default just because it's a web platform API.
Absolutely correct.
Yes,
like it's making it accessible is still a lot of work, but it's a lot of work in React, it's a lot of work in Vue, it's a lot of work in web components. Like the work just doesn't disappear. You still need to do it. It's a lot of work, for sure.
All right, great. All right, we had another question over there.
Hi again. So I would like to play devil's advocate for a bit. You say that there are many, benefits to web components, CSS encapsulation, some SSR capabilities, and so on. But my counterpoint would be, why not use Next.js? Because you can use CSS modules, you have SSR, you have React server components, you have accessibility, you have pretty much anything you can ask for. So what is the reason for me to go over to web components? What are the great benefits?
That's a great question, thanks. I guess it's not a competition about which one is the best and should rule them all, and which one we should use or not use. It's definitely be driven by your developer experience and what you are expecting. When you start thinking about working on a design system and building things upon a design system, if you start to work on different kind of technologies because you are producing different apps using the same design system, but with different kind of technologies because there is a lot of reason, then having something that is common and understood by any kind of different frameworks that could be served as a foundation to build upon everything else, then web components is a good answer. If your stack is full React and your team is full React and you know that you won't change this technology for the next 5 years, yeah, maybe you don't have to think about using it at some point. But if you want to, like you said, sprinkle some kind of features and have it reusable outside of this very specific context, it's really, really useful, I guess. So.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in this, but it did occur to me that the titles of your 3 talks are kind of interestingly an answer to that question as well. For one, you can avoid, vendor lock-in and technology lock-in. For example, if you want to be moving your application layer from React to Solid, if you are building on web components, you actually have a lot more sort of transferable, assets moving from one. Then you have the idea of like shipping, code as components, which is something that doesn't depend on having a big framework, it works with everything. And then finally, you get this islands architecture and rehydration, which is something that's really impossible to do with the kind of React server rendering model currently. So in some ways, just the titles, answer kind of that question in a very, very interesting way. Did you have anything else on that? Cool. Any more questions? Here's one over here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's one more. I see you, my man.
Hi. So this, I think, ties in with the previous question a bit. So let's say I come back after React Finland home and I get to work and I try to convince my boss to start writing some stuff using web components. And then I tell him all the good things about it, that it's very performant, it doesn't load much JS, it can be server-side rendered, etc. And he asks me, what are the drawbacks? Like, what do you think is at the moment the biggest drawback or trade-off that we are making?
Well, I can start by answering that. As in programming, always it depends, because, for example, if your company is relying on a global CSS design system, so you're still building everything on Bootstrap or something like that, then when you have style encapsulation, you are going to have to rethink all of your styling at that point, because you cannot just use global CSS to go everywhere in there. I think, does Thomas want to give the next drawback to this? Does Mads have some drawbacks? I think like the styling one is one of the biggest that I hear that companies run into, and then they start writing web components in light DOM, so they are not adopting the shadow DOM approach of it, and that's a thing that is going to turn into a foot gun in half a year or a year, and then you're going to be wondering why you didn't use shadow DOM to begin with.
So I mean, one thing, like especially if you have a huge existing application, like if you have an already complex situation, then introducing another stack is always sort of like hard. So if you already use server-side rendering with React, then like this story is by far not ready. So like if you have an SPA and you need server-side rendering and you want to introduce web components, you need to be aware that they will not be server-side rendered in the near future. Like I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done on React and on the web component side and on lit-SSR to support this. And I think one thing, it's also like, but it's also like one of the benefits, so to say, like if you have web components, you can put everywhere and you can maybe even create sort of like Frankensteins in the sense that you could hide inside of a web component a lot of complexity. So theoretically, you could have a web component that loads a full own React. You could have a web component that loads Angular inside there. But then honestly, like it theoretically can work, but I don't want to be responsible for this Webpack or roll-up configuration that enables this. So I think it's sort of like a funny thing that in front end, apparently, it's seen as the norm that we can combine everything. Whereas, like, have you ever asked like a Java developer, hey, I want to now introduce some Ruby into your Java code base? Like, in front end, it's possible, yes, because of how the setup of browsers work, but it is, I'm not sure if it's always the best case. So it is a step-by-step, but the web components are really nice. Like if you can do really a step-by-step migration, you can really just say 90% is everything is the same, and only this page does something special. And then you can do it step-by-step and do that. So but it is work, for sure.
I think I can provide some additional viewpoint on this discussion about web components. So I work with this client. I won't name names because there's a story. So they have this application I call Hydra. They don't know it, but I call it Hydra. So what they did, they built a jQuery application, on top of which they built Angular application, on top of which they built React application, and they used Redux and Rx and whatever is the latest state manager. So they more or less have huge amount of different technologies in their legacy app. And of course, the boss always wants more features, so they never have time to refactor properly. But the way I understand it is that what they're doing over time is that they're writing web components to sort of slay the Hydra. So they like you take some old jQuery code, Angular code, whatever, you push it to web component, and you reduce the complexity from the past, from the legacy code.
Thank you, Juho. I think that went in the category more of a comment, less of a question.
There's no question here, but this is just a comment.
Yes.
Like if you deal with some legacy code that's completely weird, maybe it's a way out.
It's okay. He pays the bills, so he gets to speak to the microphone.
I think we can still take one more question.
Yes, let's do one more question over here. Oh.
Maybe we do two questions, I don't know.
I mean, okay, so let's put it this way. The lunch is served now, so if somebody is very hungry, feel free to quietly make your way out. But other than that, we can do a couple more questions for sure.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask how you handle reactivity in web components, because we love React because, as the name says, it's reactive. So it's very easy to maintain the logical layer and the visual layer, and how you do it easy in web components.
Yeah, I think there's a very clear sort of separation in that sense. You have a web component and then has a local state, and these are just properties and attributes. So the same way that an input has a value, the same way your custom element can have a value X. And then you can use libraries like lit that enable the same reactivity that you know from anywhere else. So whenever you change the value X, it will automatically re-render and only update the DOM parts that are actually changing. And this is like the local state, and I personally really like that to be keeping this to the component. So can I actually, in the DOM, I can just select my element, and I can do $0.value_x equals something, and I can actually change it directly without needing to code anything. But if you talk about global state, then it's exactly the same as in React. So you will use some service like Redux or Signal or some global object with a proxy. It's exactly the same. And then the only thing you need to do in order to hook into, for example, lit, is you would need to say, hey, something changed, please re-render. So I think the data story is exactly the same as with React. Just the local state is maybe a little bit different because it's sort of like browser properties instead of React state.
All right, and I think we have one more question. Esa-Matti over here.
Yeah, if I understand correctly, the attributes in web components are just strings. So what would be your recommendation if you have to pass an array of objects to a web component? How would you do it?
You just pass it as a property. It's the same as with JavaScript. Whenever you select an element, you can only set an attribute, which is then in HTML, or you set a property, and the property can be anything. So that is a property is just native JavaScript, and it's native into the DOM. And there's maybe often the confusion that in React, properties and attributes are very much the same, whereas in HTML, they're completely separate. Sort of, if you put a value attribute on an input, for example, and you set a value to foo, and then whenever you change it on the actual JavaScript side, my element dot value equals something, the HTML will not even change. So the attribute is sort of usually only or mostly used to reflect information to the DOM or to get information from the DOM. And everything else that's more complex, you pass on as direct JavaScript objects.
And do frameworks like lit or stencil kind of spec over this to make it easier to use as well?
Correct.
Yes. All right. Well, I think that was a pretty good Q&A. So we are not going to do a third floor Q&A after this talk. We'll let our speakers eat along with the rest of us. But if you do have any questions for them, please just tap them on the shoulder in the hallways when you do see them. And thank you very much to our speakers, Matthias, Mads, and Thomas.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone feeling today? Oh, wow, I was way more excited. That was, I think there were Finnish people who made noise, actually, this time. It's incredible. Okay, so before we get started, I have 2 announcements. First of all, if you have not picked up your bag, wait, let me show you the bag. If you have not picked up your bag, please go pick up your bag. It's free, just get it. We don't know what to do with them if no one picks it up. We generally have no idea. So please go pick up your bags right there. Also, someone lost a tag for a jacket or I don't know. I'm not judging, not asking what it's in it. But if you lost it, please come over here to the stage. And I don't know how to like make sure it's yours though. No one knows the number. Wait, do you memorize the number when like someone gives you a code check? But you don't memorize the number. It's not like a birthday. Okay, so I'm just gonna believe you, and please don't be an ass. Like, yeah, so if you lost your little thing, please let us know, come to the front of the stage. Yeah. Oh wait, I know how. I go there, pick it up with them, and be like, what's in it? And they have to guess. Yeah, I memorize what's in my bag. How much shit do you keep in your bag? Do you have drugs in your bag? God, what? Okay, so first of all, we are gonna have the design systems and all of the fancy stuff is gonna be our first track. And the order has been a little bit changed, and by a little bit, I mean they just like completely swapped it over, and I had to just memorize all of this. But first of all, we have Norbert. Norbert comes from the Netherlands, and he's the main maintainer of Storybook, and he just told me that apparently there's a Storybook for PHP, and if you ever think, how far can my open source project go? If it has a PHP version, you've made it, you can stop now. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be done. So he's going to be talking about Chromatic, which is where he works, and how to do testing of Storybook with Chromatic. So please clap for Norbert.
I pressed the button. Technology. All right, button works. Thank you so much for having me at React Finland. I have the fortunate event of being the speaker right after lunch. And it's been 2.5 years since I've done a public talk, so I'm a little bit nervous. My name is Norbert Langen. I am a Storybook maintainer. I focus mostly on the core of Storybook, and I work as a full-time open source maintainer at a company called Chroma, which builds a product called Chromatic, which is a visual review tool based on Storybook. In this talk, I'll show you some of the incredible features that I think will revolutionize how we all do UI testing. And at the end, I'll also have a few sneak peeks about what Storybook 7 might be like. Yeah, so as said, my name is Norbert Langen, and I didn't create Storybook myself. In fact, someone else was building it, and while I was consulting in the Netherlands, I just happened to use it and learned that it was abandoned and unmaintained, and I just really wanted to keep existing. So I posted on GitHub that if they were looking for a new maintainer, that I was willing to do it. And the next morning, I had an email from GitHub stating that I was the new administrator. So I want to start my presentation on a depressing note, because that way I give myself some leeway on trying to improve. So building UIs, it's like really complex, and it's really hard, right? Maybe it's just me, but I just find it really hard. I make all sorts of mistakes all the time. Like, we gotta account for server-side rendering, routing, theming, state management, security. And besides that, we have to think about accessibility, responsive behavior, and so much more. So it is really important that we test our UIs and we test our components so that we can feel confident about building and shipping our UIs, so that we can sleep. So who here is testing their components? This is great to see. So many people raise their hands. There's a lot to talk about, and I only have 30 minutes. So there's all sorts of testing that you can do on your UI. But today I have to focus a little bit. So I'll focus on interaction testing. But the story for any test is a bit the same. We have 3 phases in any test, which is we arrange, we act, and then we assert. So first, we have to get something in a state so that we know it's good. Then we do something to it, and then we assert that the thing that we acted upon now has the other state and that it is correct. So in the React ecosystem, a lot of people seem to be using testing library. Is anyone here using testing library? Again, a lot of hands. The anatomy of an interaction test in this world usually looks like you isolate a component and you set it up with certain props, and then you simulate some interactions with testing library, and then you make some assertions using Jest, right? That often looks something like this. This is actually a snippet of a real bit of code that I maintain. And this is the arrange step. And it can be a lot of work. At least I find it to be quite a bit of work. We got all sorts of things going on. We've got a page with modal component, so it's a pretty high-level, complex component, right? It's a full page, and it needs a bunch of context. It needs a router, and the router needs a URL. It needs the theme, and the provider needs like an actual implementation of that theme, et cetera, et cetera. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you need to do in order to get that component to render correctly. Do we know, though, that it's rendering correctly? Because there's no visual feedback here. We're running this test in Jest, and so what do we see? Well, we only see it when the test is either passing or failing. We don't get any visual feedback about what we're doing here. So what if there was a tool with which you can visualize that arrange? Well, that tool exists, because that's, to me, what Storybook is all about. You can create your components and create all sorts of variants and states and show them. Storybook is an open source UI workshop environment so that you can build those components in isolation. And it also allows you to document or create like auto-generated documentation so that when you later visit Storybook, you can read about what the other developer intended their component to be able to do. And Storybook is extendable, so you can create all sorts of add-ons or include add-ons from the community and get to do things like playing around with the data that flows into your component right in the Storybook app itself. So, final question that I'm going to ask is, who here uses Storybook? It's really humbling to work on software that a lot of people use. It's like incredibly motivating to me that I write software and I think it's like pretty bad, but like a lot of people seem to be really liking it and using it. And so another thing that really motivates me a lot is that the fact that Storybook is an open source project maintained by me and a bunch of other colleagues at Chromatic, but also a lot of open source maintainers that do it out of their own free will, that are really happy to collaborate with us. And of course, it's used a lot. I notice, and that actually does put some pressure on how we perceive, like how we do releases and like what we put into releases. Like we're trying to be really careful not to break people's shit. Something that I wanted to talk about before diving into more about the testing is that the fact that I think Storybook is really great for app developers as well. Even this talk, it's slotted into the design systems theme, whereas when I was using Storybook before I started maintaining it, I actually used it on apps only. I wasn't building software, I wasn't building design systems, I was building an app. And I really liked the fact that I could take any component, as complex as they were, that showed up anywhere in my app, maybe after authentication or after going through a whole bunch of clicks. I could take any of those components and put them somewhere so I can work on them in isolation. And I found that these types of components that are like slightly more complex than like a simple button, you write better components if you start them in isolation first, because you have to think about what makes sense for this component to accept as props. And I think what I'll be talking about as well is that when we're thinking about test and the interaction test that I'm going to be showing you, is that these patterns are very, very valuable for the higher level components. So here's actually the storybook of Chromatic. You know, the Chromatic is a software as a service, and we maintain all of our components in Storybook, including the ones all the way at the top, like the page level components. So if you've never used Storybook before, or you've been using some of the older APIs, this is what it looks like nowadays to write stories for Storybook. Stories or story files are files, and you put them usually right next to your component source file, and they have a bunch of exports. One of them is special, it's the default export, and you tell Storybook some of the metadata around your component. So here I've narrowed it down and like really simplified it to the minimal example that I could. You can add a bunch of more information to that default export. Like for example, you can help Storybook understand your props better so that we can generate controls. But in general, we have one default export, and then we have a bunch of named exports, and each named export is a story. And those stories, they end up showing in the sidebar of Storybook so that you can navigate to them. So back to the anatomy of a test. The story is an arrange. It is the setup. And so it makes a lot of sense to not duplicate the work and not duplicate the code. Because if we duplicate the code, that's dirty, but it also creates a massive burden on maintenance. If you change it in one place, it doesn't automatically change in the other. And so what we want to do is reuse our stories in tests. And we can. This is how we do it. First, we import all of our exports from our story file. And then we import this utility function from @storybook/testing React. And then we simply destructure which story that we want. And now our test has been reduced in size by quite a bit, and I think it's much simpler now. And if there's ever any doubt on whether the initial arrange, the setup is correct, you can just go and navigate to the story. And then we get this. We get passing tests, which is awesome. I like it when tests pass. I don't like it when tests fail. And I don't like it because debugging failing tests is hard. At least, maybe it's just me, but I don't find that parsing HTML in a command line is a really good experience. My brain is just not really capable of it, especially at Friday. And if you've got SVGs in your components, oh boy. It feels a little bit like playing a text adventure game on your PS5. I guess like it works and it could be really fun, but you know, the thing is capable of graphics, let's use it. So what if you could run the same test, but in a browser instead? Well, we call it storybook testing, and you can use it today. So you can now write interaction tests on your stories and then have them run in Storybook. And it's powered by Playwright and Testing Library and Jest. And so what you can do is when you navigate to the story and it mounts, it renders, then we invoke your play function. And it's an asynchronous function that can do many things, one of which is, for example, clicking a button. So here we have a component which sole purpose is to render a button, and then if you click it, open a modal. Now previously, if we didn't have the play function and this component, you would have to write like an additional prop to, like, if you wanted to show it off with the modal open, you would have to like enforce that in the API of the button, even if your app never used it that way. So with the play function, you can get components in certain states without touching the component code at all. And you can basically mimic what a user would be doing to your component in order to see it in the state that it would end up in. And as I said, it's powered by Testing Library and Jest. So you can pretty much use all of the tools that you're already familiar with. But there's more, because running the test, it's nice. Having the arrange and the act all happening in Storybook, that's awesome. We can even write our assertions. But it would be nice if there was visual feedback of what the test is currently doing. And that's why we've built the interactions add-on into Storybook. And so at the bottom here, you can see a panel where it displays that it's currently about to do something, and then it does it. You can see the component updates, and the panel at the bottom says, your test passed. So taking this a little bit further, we can show you the progress of this test, but we can even do more than that. We can time travel. So you can click on any of these steps and go effectively back in time and see exactly what is happening to your component, what is happening in your test. Now, spoiler alert, it's not actually traveling in time. So when you try and go back in history, we actually just unmount the component, remount it, and render from the start again, but don't tell anyone. So when I said that this pattern is the most powerful on like higher level components, this is what I mean. This is almost a full app component for a to-do app, and you can run and you can write pretty much an end-to-end test almost on your component, and Storybook will display it, and you can navigate it in time. Now, of course, navigating to each story so that you can see those play functions run, that's not going to cut it. Like, that's manual work, and we're developers. We don't like manual work. So we've written a test runner, and this test runner takes all of your stories as its input, and if they have a play function, it will mount a component and play the play function and expect it to pass. If you don't have a play function, it will still render the component for you and just assert that it didn't throw. Yeah, so it checks for rendering issues, which actually does kind of happen, at least to me sometimes. I'm working on some lower level component. update its API and something higher up breaks. And there would be no way for me to know other than either using Chromatic or something like this, a test runner. All right, but we're kind of back to the command line, right? And the command line, if things fail, that experience wasn't all that great. Well, we don't have to stay in the command line because Storybook ran in an actual browser, and it's the test runner that is talking to this browser using Playwright. And so when some things are wrong, we can generate a link for you to click, and it takes you to Storybook, and you can end up in the exact state that the browser or the test runner looked at and failed. And now you can click on the previous state, open up DevTools, place a debugger, and see exactly what is going on. And you don't need to have this running on your local machine at all. If this is running in CI and your CI has artifacts, you can use this right from there, and you don't need to check out the branch and get it all set up and install, etc. And Playwright is multi-browser, so we can actually do this with multiple browsers. You can even do it at the same time, in parallel. And one of our goals of Storybook is that it is really extendable, and it allows you to add all sorts of add-ons, and Display Runner is no different. So we allow you to run certain functions before or right before the play function or right after the play function. And so what you can do is, I don't know, ask the browser to take a snapshot before running the play function, and then ask the browser to take a snapshot after and see what the difference is. Make some assertions on those. You can also run additional or other tools like Axe for accessibility tests. So the anatomy of a test. A story was originally only at a range, but now it's really become all three. And in fact, I think this would remove the need for a lot of unit tests that we write. We can run them and write them right in our stories. So we've written a handbook on all of this and more, including on how to improve writing stories, what type of stories to write for what type of components. And it's all in this UI testing handbook that we've written and is publicly available for free. All right. I am well ahead of time, by the way, but we'll have plenty of time for questions, I guess. Yeah, so I also told you that I'm going to be showing some cool new things from Storybook 7, right? But you're going to be disappointed because there's no new features pretty much in Storybook 7. And the reason is we've kind of already shipped them in 6.5. They're all behind feature flags, so you can opt into them today. But we are doing some major overhauls in Storybook 7. I mean, we have to. It's been like, what, 2 years since our last breaking release? Maybe 2.5. And so I am really happy to announce that in Storybook 7, we're going to be modern first, which means we're going to be targeting Chrome version 100, which is like, I think, from February or so. So it's on the safe side. And it means we can just run ESM in the browser because that's supported there. We're going to need 0 polyfills. And we're doing a lot of work on the internals on the core to make sure it's using the more modern stuff to build. So the manager side of Storybook, which is the UI you see, like the side panel, all of that is going to be pre-bundled using ESBuild. And we're also adding first-class Vite support for the preview, which is the part where your code actually runs. And it means, and I'm absolutely not sad to say, that IE will just not be supported anymore, and neither will Webpack 4. People will have to migrate up to Webpack 5, or maybe even to Vite. And because we're going modern, that means like we automatically get a lot of performance benefits. So I didn't list them here, but additionally, besides shipping far less code because like it's more modern, we can also now lazy load all of your stories. So previously in the default setup in Storybook 6.5, we bundle all of your stories in pretty much a single bundle, which can be megabytes in larger storybooks. And it means that Webpack or whatever other builder you're using needs to do a lot of work up front. And yeah, Webpack 5 has an experimental feature which is called lazy compilation. It's currently quite experimental, but we allow you to set that up in Storybook. And we've seen massive performance improvements based on it. I mean like going from a 30-second build to a 2-second build, like really drastic improvements. And because everything is or can be lazy compiled, and it can also be lazy loaded. One of our other goals is stories everywhere. So I've already talked about stories in test, also about tests in stories. But I suspect it's not for every use case that you want the test to be written in Storybook. So there's going to be plenty of cases where you want to have your stories in your test instead, and that's fine. Another place where we want you to be reusing your storybooks or your stories is in your docs. So I know some of you might question like, but doesn't Storybook try to be your documentation? And the answer is to some degree, yes, but on some level, no. We know that Storybook isn't the end-all documentation generator. If you want something for your custom company that's like all yours, then yeah, you want to write your own documentation site and be proud of it and make it work for your organization, and that's perfectly fine. So we want you to be able to import your stories and put them in your docs. And in 7.0, we're targeting for Next.js support so that you can import your stories and show them in Next. But we want it to be not React specific and pretty much support any website. And another thing that we really want, like Sarah, thank you for the joke about Storybook for PHP. But we genuinely think that Storybook is an amazing tool that brings many communities together, like React, but any other renderer. That's what we call frameworks. So that includes Solid, or maybe Quick, or whatever else is on the horizon. We're like really open. But that's kind of like where I gotta end my talk, I guess on somewhat of a depressing note, because like I can't maintain all of that. I can't. I have to maintain about 9 renderers at the moment, and that's a lot. And if you think that's a lot, then like, well, actually, I try to support them in such a way that it's backwards compatible, and that includes like Angular version 7 and up to 14. And it's hard. It is really incredibly hard to maintain all of that, and that's why I can't probably add support for Svelte or Svelte we got for Solid, but that's really where I'm hoping that people like you, as like part of why I talk at conferences, is that I hope to meet people that are also enthusiastic about Storybook, about open source, so that we can all collaborate and build much better software. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, now that more people are here, if you lost your tag to go pick up your stuff from the code check, please come to the front of the stage because we found a tag, but we don't know who it belongs to. Okay, so next up, and he taught me how to pronounce his name. Wait, let me come here, yes. Next up, we have Rami. Was that close enough?
Pretty good.
There you go. There you go. Ready to live in Finland. Okay. So next up we have Rami. He works at a company called Asteroid, and apparently he was a designer before he started messing with the thing that breaks our souls every day. and he's going to be talking about breaking changes in design systems. And he's just left the stage when I thought he was done. So, yeah. Do you know what's a good thing about living in Switzerland? The flag's a big plus.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me? Great. Green light is on. Awesome. So, hello everybody. Thanks for the nice introduction. I'm Rami, and I'm so thrilled to be here in front of a live audience. I haven't done this for ages, to be honest. And we'll talk about breaking changes in design system, meaning changes that the maintainers of the system do that require then the users of the system, meaning designers, developers, to change their way of using the system. I have worked with various companies, helping them with their design systems, and at the moment, as said, I'm working as a consultant in a company called Asteroid. And again, repeating, so I come from design side, but I have also had my hands dirty with production code for more than 10 years. I've involved in creating more than 1,000 different kind of releases for different design systems. And early on, I actually didn't pay that much attention to kind of the breaking matter of them and then the impact of the change that I'm actually doing. But lately, I've been focusing more and more on that. So these are more like my reflections during the maybe past about 7 years of, and my observations on kind of talking to various people about breaking changes in design system. So take everything that I say with a grain of salt. If you disagree with me, that's perfectly okay. As all design systems are different, and so might then be the approaches for the breaking changes. But enough about me. So how many of you actually are using a design system or a component library at the moment in your daily work? Ooh, nice. And is there anybody who is actually maintaining or developing a design system? Oh, awesome. All right, so let's go to the agenda. So I've split these things into 3 different categories. So changes in process, in design, and then in development. And I'm pretty sure there are definitely more areas in design system, but I would say these are the 3 that most relate into the breaking changes. And as I only have about maybe 27 minutes to go, so I'll try to skim through the first 2, and as this is a developer conference, so I will focus mostly on the last thing. But if you are interested in the first 2, so I have plenty of ideas, so come and talk to me. So, breaking changes in process. When do they actually happen? I've split this into 3, so I would say that breaking changes happen in communication. So when new channels are created, is it then Slack channels, Teams channels, whatnot, and then old ones are deprecated, or then recurring meetings are removed, whether then those being office hours or team code reviews or whatnot, so those will then affect the daily work. Then documentation, so either then the platform or the tool changes completely, or then the content inside those tools changes, or the documentation format or the place changes, or then the structure changes completely, so that it's much harder to find, or something is removed. And then the last one being people and the teams. So basically, if there are larger changes in the structure, for instance, how design system team is formed. So is it actually one team taking care of everything, or is it actually a joint effort between the development teams or design teams? Or then if the contribution model changes radically. So if, for instance, there has been somebody approving the pull request, for instance, for the component library, and now it's a shared responsibility. So how do you act on those? I have just one clear answer. I think it's about communicating these changes or over-communicating these changes. So that's the really key. So whatever channels you have, so then you can just use those and then really try to over-communicate to overcome them. So it's, I would say, not simple as that, but that's at least one thing I've observed. So skimming through quickly, then going to design. And by design breakage, I'm more focused on the kind of that you have current designs and you have a design file, for instance, that you're using, or a UI kit, and then basically when you update to a newer version of this one, then your prototypes or layouts or screens break. And again, number 3, I like 3, so changes in toolkit, meaning that you have kind of better tool in the market that has like better feature, for instance, or it's more quicker to create your designs or your prototypes. I've been involved in moving from Adobe XD to Sketch, and then also from Sketch to Figma lately. And let's see now, I guess yesterday they announced that Adobe bought Figma, so maybe I'm then moving from Figma to something else after that. Let's see. It takes a bit of time to master the tool, so you can either start with some zero release, so that actually you can easily create accidental breaking changes if you take a new tool into use without realizing, or then the structure is not complete in the beginning, so letting it a bit of time to mature. Then second one being upgrades to the existing tools, meaning that there are actually new features for the tool that you are using, and then you hadn't anticipated how the structure previously was for your components, for instance, and then you need to migrate to new ones, and then causing breakages for your components. For instance, Figma has introduced features like variants, auto layouting, and for instance, interactive components. And it was pretty hard to then anticipate the kind of structure that they wanted for the components. So at least that has caused breaking changes for me. Then the third one being that the components are just not flexible enough. So as we learn new things and there are new patterns emerging, so the components, of course, evolve over time. And you can try to anticipate either in design or also in code at the future. But of course, no one has the crystal ball to understand or know like what is the future. So sometimes it just hit the limits, and then you need to restructure it in a way that actually creates breaking changes. Call me biased, although my background is in design, I still feel that design is more transient than code. So I would say that just have your core designs up to date. So main UIs that you have, or the beginning points for your designs, or current handovers that you are doing for the development teams. And then, of course, keeping then the rest hidden. I'd say it's nothing worse than bumping into an outdated design. Or actually, maybe it is, bumping into an production code made from outdated designs. All right, then moving into breaking changes in development. I start from kind of low level, so about versioning, and I guess semantic versioning is the thing that is used mostly. And so here what I'm talking about, I'm talking when you update then the first number, so the major, in this one. So that's then called the breaking change in semantic version, and I guess pretty popular, used in many libraries. Eric Elliott has a nice blog post about this one, and I guess it's a bit easier to understand if you name them a bit differently, so having a breaking, feature, and fix, so then you actually understand what is there. So I guess many of the front-end frameworks and other libraries use this one, so if they claim that they're using semantic versioning, that should be then trusted, of course, until proven otherwise. Then a bit about versioning your components. I've seen at least 3 different approaches, or I've used 3 different approaches. There are probably many more, but just trying to highlight then how you can kind of version your component library. So one being a monolithic thing. So I have created here an example of just a super simple component library with 3 components, and basically having a button, but then you also have a card that depends on button, and then you have a list that is kind of separated. And basically in the monolithic approach, you are always releasing all of your components in one. And of course, you will always then know the latest version because, well, everything is in one place. But then you're, of course, upgrading everything all the time. So is that then a good thing or a bad thing? Then you have coupled. That's maybe my term more. So I guess at least Lerna is using more like a term called locked. But basically, it's a kind of that you have a running version in your component library. And then, for instance, if you release a button with 1.1, and then you have a dependency for your card, so then you are basically releasing both of those with 1.1, but then you are actually
amending the version of the whole library. So when you do a totally separate release of your list, you actually get a 1.2 for the minor release. But there is an exception here that when you actually do a major release, so then every component is then bumped into 2. And then you have independent versioning, or sometimes called also by component. It's at least used by bit. So then you have kind of complete independence of the releases, also with the major versions. So I guess here is then the differences for the major releases, that in the independent part, you're basically then creating this kind of independent releasing, and then that can cause then problems for your release nodes. It's a solvable problem, but then you need to really understand what version your component is, and then actually what is the latest version, because then they will differ. For instance, having a version 2.1 for your card and maybe button, and then maybe then the list is already in version 3. But all these have pros and cons, and I guess not taking a quick stance there, but I mean, I guess still, I've been mostly using coupled, but then independent works too. All right, let's do a test. I have never done anything like this before, so I have no idea how this goes, but bear with me. So if all the people who are developers could raise their hands. Amazing, so many of you. And now, all of those who are not using, keep your hands up, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, it's an exercise, it's an exercise. So all of you who are not using the latest version of your front-end library, then put your hand down. Okay? And then the last thing is, what about then if you're not using the latest major versions of all of your libraries, external or external, that you are using? So put your hand down now. Yeah. Yeah, so this is not to blame you, but more like understand, like, should you actually update all of your libraries? I'm not saying definitely you should not, but understanding that you have like created a technical depth for yourself a bit. So there are terms like long-term support, for instance. For instance, Node runs with those, and then their latest long-term support version is 16. And actually, it's also the recommended version for everybody. But then they actually have a newer version, 18. So actually, they are not even recommending of updating to the latest major version at the moment. So, yeah. So, then entering into impact of breaking changes. And I guess it's mostly related to development teams spending more time and money in actually through work to update those libraries. So, and of course, then this is away from development. So mitigating, so will then the mitigating of breaking changes actually increase customer value? That's always a good question. At least I tend to spend a lot of time in evaluating if I get the breaking change, so from the release notes, understanding what is actually breaking, even if my build is green and my tests are passing. And maybe I do even a bit of manual testing just to be sure, because why didn't it break? And of course, then the situation is totally different if something breaks, so then you really need to dig deeper and understand like what actually broke and what is the solution to actually overcome this one, and it can then take hours to days to even weeks or even more to then mitigate this issue. So actually, what is then your update strategy for your libraries? Do you do update only if there is something new that you need in your library? Or do you do only when you are forced, one way or the other, so the long-term support, for instance, ends? Or do you do it when you have security threats? So then at least that's something that usually forces you to think about it at least. The design systems are a bit special. I would say there are not that many security threats or kind of forcing changes, but more the pressure comes from within the organization. Of course, there can be new features there too, but more on actually understanding that you would need to be on brand, and then your UX would need to be unified, so then you actually are kind of pressurized by the organization then to update. Then one part related to breaking changes is that the design system team, of course, needs to do more work, create the change, document the steps, do even migration scripts. Part of that can be automated, but of course, then there is a lot of manual labor related to that one too. Then if you have multiple major versions running at the same time, and you're running, for instance, in a micro-frontend environment, so you can easily bloat your bundle sizes. You can overcome minor and batch level differences so that you will only have one version, but then you will at least have one version of each of your major versions there. And even if you are lazy loading your stuff to improve the perceived UX, the complexity will still be there anyways. And of course then, if you have multiple major versions, you will have inconsistencies in your user experience. So you can have interactions that are different or visuals that are different throughout your application. And of course then the inconsistencies start from one, but they don't have an end. And of course it's hard then to tell when this actually has a direct impact on user satisfaction. So when do breaking changes in development happen then? I guess it's mostly still about semantic versioning. So when you actually break your external API, meaning that property is removed, property is changed, or then the type signature changes. Or then a special case where you have a component that is completely removed from the system. So that's, of course, a big change in the API. And then a special part related more to design system is and then breakage in visual, which Norbert already talked about. Or then other kind of regression testings. So, for instance, style tweaks cause your components to break. Or then you have like tests in your using end that are actually breaking, accessibility or unit test or whatnot. So let's just check a really simple example. All of that in mind, this simple example, it's written in JSX as this is React conference. I guess we could also write it in some other form, but here we go. So you have a button, and you didn't actually spend that much time in figuring out the requirements for your button for future, so you only made the small property. So you have a medium and a small variance for your button. But then there is a new requirement coming from the design side that actually you also need a large one. So then you decide to change the button's property from small to size, and then actually make it like enable then 3 different variants of that one, maybe with the default value. So is this a breaking change? It's not a trick question. By semantic versioning, of course it is. We are breaking the external API. It most definitely is. And then you can also think like, how big is the impact? So how many teams are actually using the small property or are impacted by this one, and how many are actually not? So maybe then the blast radius is actually pretty small. And of course, then if the teams are not using the small property at all, they should be able to just update to the latest major version. But of course, then you might spend a bit of time in actually understanding, why didn't actually my component break? And then if you give it a new version and then somebody is stuck on an older one for some reason, you actually need to then patch the previous versions, then creating duplicate releases. But in an open system, it is impossible to know all the usages. So we have cool systems like Material UI or Ant Design and whatnot, and they are used by many people around the world, and the teams, of course, don't have access to all of the code that is created or using these kind of systems. So breaking changes tend to follow then the similar path, that if you change the API, then it's a breaking change. But what if there is another way? So in a closed system, and I guess many design systems are, you could then maybe understand that your code is basically findable from one central place, or if it's distributed in multiple repositories, for instance, so you should still access to all of the usages. In a closed design system, you should be able to know all of the teams that are actually using your system. So this could then enable a door for cheating. So what if the component is actually not used anymore? Or what if the property is not used anymore? Or what if you can actually verify from the using end, from all of the instances, that the visual regression testing actually it breaks, but it doesn't actually break the component visuals that badly? Or then if you can actually know beforehand and then migrate things. So then entering the analytics for component code. So if you are working with design system and haven't tried this, I really recommend you to try. It's a kind of low barrier thing to try out. And I think this is the kind of secret sauce for closed design systems. So it's about knowing how your components are being used, or then again, misused. So actually then digging out from your usage, then to the code, then to your repository, then to your team, and actually then ending up in the responsible person that has created or modified that part of the code. In the design side, at least in Figma, there is already this kind of thing. So they have analytics in place that you can actually see how many times your library components are being used, and also how many times they are detached, meaning that you are kind of overriding your changes. But I haven't seen in the code side a nice or even any platform agnostic tool to actually make this thing happen. But I mean, if you would know all the versions that you have for your components, all the usages of your properties, all the custom usages, or then the mal usages through your ecosystem, that could then open up different doorways. It doesn't take that much magical scripting skills to then clone the repository. But it's a diverse space, so building a reusable tool might be difficult. But I guess it's more of a question then to the community that could this kind of thing be built? There are tools like React Scanner that can be used for React. And then I have seen also implementations, for instance, using Grafana to store the versions of your used components throughout your ecosystem. Or then I've also seen time series representation using Influx or Prometheus to kind of show how the component versions are like updating over time. Yeah, but anyways, analytics are really beneficial to understand your system and how your code is used there, but they can also alleviate then impacts of breaking changes. One side note before we go back to the examples. So of course, then you have also a concept called monorepo, meaning that you can have all your applications in one repository, including then your component library. And this kind of makes then the versioning or analytics of your component much easier. Or there is kind of no versioning, but there still is the breaking changes. So if you change your component or break your button, you are still breaking the button. There is no breaking change necessarily, but you still kind of have equal amount of work to be done, but it's just shown immediately. So then the question is like, who will then do this? You can see all those changes all at once, but then do you actually then who will then update the whole system? Is it then the design system team responsible of the breaking chains? I guess that's typical in monorepos, or could it then be a shared responsibility? It's also a natural closed system, so it's really easy to find usages. And if something breaks, you can run the test with your CI environment. And of course, then also verifying the usages can be much more simple. Of course, understanding then that the component library cannot be that easily shared outside, because it's kind of encapsulated inside the monorepo. Monorepo may have other issues, and that's maybe a part of another talk, but at least it could solve quite a few of the hard problems related to a design system. So then going back to the button one more time. So let's try this one more time, and then we do the same change. So small button is changed to size. But now if we are actually inside a closed system, is this a breaking change? I would say actually now it becomes debatable. So what if nobody's actually using the small property? And we can know about that. So I would say that then it's actually not a breaking change anymore. If nobody is using the small property, although you are breaking your API, does it then matter? Or in an open system, if you do this kind of more complexity to your component that you support both of your properties, I guess it doesn't make any sense. But in a closed system, if you have a plan that you are actually deprecating your small property and then doing a bit of JavaScript to actually support both of the properties at the same time, when would you justify this kind of change? And I guess then it actually becomes a number game. So how much effort your design systems team will need to use to make this change in a non-breaking manner. In this case, it's simple, but it, of course, can be much more complicated in more complex scenarios. And then how much the using teams will need to do to adapt to the new size property. Of course, only the ones that are using it. Versus then if your design system team then makes a breaking change, and then the teams need to then spend time in actually updating it, bearing in mind that all of the teams are then impacted by this one. So then it's actually back to the analytics to figure out and understand how the teams are using it. And maybe you can create a spreadsheet out of this one and understand. Maybe the amounts are actually quite small, so then maybe it's justified. So eventually, if you're actually doing this in a non-breaking manner, and you can follow through analytics how the teams are updating the components, then you can actually safely remove, after a certain period of time, then the property, and no breaking change happened. Then cases for visual regression testing breaking. So I would say they are definitely breaking changes if you cannot verify on the using end if something broke. And I would say as a rule of thumb, Nathan Curtis has written a nice blog post about this one, but if it takes actually more space, then there is a risk that the component might break. This also naturally depends, but I mean if you're adding your paddings, margins, or gaps, then there is a danger that something actually breaks. Of course, understanding that atomic components shouldn't have external dependencies at all, external like sizing margins outside. But it's actually maybe not a breaking change if you get a false positive from the regression testing. They are notoriously difficult to build in a reliable way, but it's still possible to do. So of course this can happen. Or then if you actually reduce your component size requirements, of course then being careful there if you remove, for instance, gap from your form, and then all of your form elements are actually collapsed, so it's probably a big breaking change for how the form will look like. But if you can actually verify that this thing didn't happen, so then it shouldn't be a breaking change. Then you have not breaking changes, which actually you should have. So you shouldn't do breaking changes accidentally. It has happened to me a couple of times, to be honest, and kind of created a minor release and thought nothing broke, but then, oops, broke a couple of usages. And of course, this is then highly dependent on trust on the system from the team's perspective, so you really need to then amend that, get that trust back one way or the other. So if the teams cannot actually rely on semantic versioning, what can they then rely on? And then another way is that you deliberately do it, and then you just hope that nothing breaks. I would say that hope doesn't cut it here. You need proof, and that proof can be then in a form of regression testing or some other way that you can actually know how the component is behaving in your ecosystem. Then you can build a bit of robustness for your front ends to mitigate these issues. So you can write tests that do not test the component internal structures at all. So basically having only business logic written in your components. And then you of course shouldn't have any nested style overrides done there for the internals of the component, so only in the allowed way that the design system enables you. And then no snapshot testing should be done, I guess, anywhere. At least that's my stance. They are kind of creating just a false sense of security for you. And basically just breaking, and then it's really hard to tell from the snapshot what actually changed or did something break or not. And then I would say that no visual regression testing should be done for complex components. Norbert may disagree with me, and that's totally fine. But then at least for atomic components, if you have those in the front end, so naturally that's a good thing and good kind of a security measure. But then if you are taking snapshot of all your application, then that's a totally different thing. So when you do a breaking change, consider one more time the impact of this one. Plan it beforehand. Consider if you can actually group multiple into one. Of course, not delaying too many or grouping too many of those that then you delay the initial release altogether. Document all the needed steps that you need to mitigate, to lower the barrier to update. The more the merrier, but of course understanding that it takes time to also build these release notes and Slack pings and documentations and office hours and whatnot. Consider code modding. I guess Nick talked about this already yesterday. So +1 for that one. At least I've been using JS CodeShift, which is built by React. And pretty nice tool to kind of just create an AST script that then actually can mitigate the breaking changes, that you can just run your script and then boom, the breaking change is gone. And then just monitor your progress through analytics if you have that in place. And if the change is actually larger, then you can also create a spreadsheet to understand the magnitude of the change. I hope I didn't scare you too much or too badly about creating breaking changes. So of course they are a natural part of application development. But I hope I gave you a bit more, at least a bit of thinking on can you actually mitigate these things in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one more session in design systems, and then there's more coffee, which I'm assuming that everyone is very excited about. Yes? Maybe? Okay, there's one person in the front that did a yes face. That's good enough for me. So our final speaker for this block of sessions is Varia. She is also from Finland, so that's nice. I guess this is like, this afternoon has been mostly like the Finnish section of the talks, except Norbert. I don't think he's here, so that's fine. Yeah, she's also obviously going to talk about design systems. She also had 2 workshops that she gave here. Yeah, so please give it up for Varia.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me here, and especially in such a nice section. I really enjoyed talks by Norbert and Rami. Hope to be at the level. So I'll be talking about design system benchmarking. I call it the complete design system. You will see why in a few moments. This talk is a bit of experiment for me. As you can see, I don't show any slides, but I'm showing you a mirror board. So I hope to explore it together with you. And even though we are at React Finland, this talk is not super technical, but more product-oriented. However, as a front-end developer and now design system architect, being on the technical side, I often faced the challenges about what exactly you have to do when building design system and when documenting design system. And today I just want to share with you my findings, hoping that it would help you as well. So just a few words about me. As I said, I have technical background, but for many years I'm deep in design systems. As a technical specialist, currently even as a product owner, as an architect, and so on. And I'm also, by my nature, I'm more like a researcher. So I really try to understand the basics of the things and design systems too. So over a few years already, I built this, and I called it the complete design system. Basically, this is a result of analysis of different design system documentations and reverse engineering of what they have built, how they make their documentations, and why. And I really believe that this is the way to learn for us as humans. Of course, sometimes you can learn by a book, then you're directly told what you are supposed to do. But in emerged topics, like design systems, there is no book yet. Or if there are very few. And it's better to observe the reality and to find what others are doing, make your own tries, and then you find the truth. So that information that can be gathered during this process, and it can be presented in different ways. It can be just notes, but I found it nice to kind of sketch a design system. I'm wondering what will be the sketch of my talk, because I consider what I'm showing sketch as well. So it will be the sketch of the sketch. Yeah. And as you can see, some sketch is ready, and there are explanations of the chunks. And I would like to navigate through them together with you. So in here, you can see a random page of a design system documentation. They usually have similar structure, like a header with some logo and main navigation, then a sidebar like you have in Storybook, but not only in Storybook, also in other documenting systems as well. And using this sidebar menu, you can get into some pages and either with text, some explanations, or a component page that you can see now on the screen. And again, the body of the component page, it also usually have certain structure. Like you can see there are tabs here. This is quite often used pattern in design system documentation, and so on and so on. So let's start with the header, where you can see this design system, imaginary design system, has some logo and name. And we can see that, so basically, some design systems really invest into their own branding. So you can see a few examples here, like Orbit design system does that. They provide logo and favicon. Then another famous example would be Polaris design system by Shopify. They have meaningful name, like a North Star that guides them through design decisions. And, for example, Aura, this is one of my favorites. They have a nice slogan to communicate the value and create the mood when using their design system. And these are just a few examples. Of course, many other design systems have some branding stuff, but these few examples are enough to understand what people do and why. Okay. And let's continue with the header. The last menu item here is about. And in many design systems, they provide information about the team. This is what this design system has. By the way, by the end of the talk, you will get a link to that. And this is an observation I'm making, but I'm going to give it to the world. And you will be able to navigate the links yourself. So each this card is a link to the design system. And you can see what exactly happens there. So for example, like as I said, this design system, it has very nice page with the team thing. And so does Carbon design system. I made some extracts, like screenshots, so that we don't need to navigate through all these URLs right now. But you can see here, like, this is Carbon design system team, a part of them. You can even see the faces from the website. So, Volkswagen design system provides the contacts for the teams, and they're especially necessary if we are speaking about design system for a large company. I guess there can be much more inspiration gathered from these design systems. These are some highlights. Now let's go just one by one. So what you usually have in the sidebar is some general documentation of a design system and the list of design system components. And in general documentation often started with about section or getting started section, and sometimes it's divided for getting started for designers, getting started for developers, and contribution guidelines. So you can see that, for example, Do It design system, it has that split. For designers, it has one tutorial, for developers another tutorial, and I find it very useful. Orbit design system has links to support channels as part of the getting started documentation. So they kind of give a hint that it's a good to get in contact with design system team through the official support channels, even if you have just started. That's okay. And Carbon Design System, they provide a flow how to report a bug or make a change proposal. I find it also very useful because it is really good when design system is not just one direction, but back and forth. It's a product for developers and designers, and it's very nice to get feedback from them and go through that feedback loop quite fast. And if we can improve this with just one piece of information in documentation, that's amazing. Then we have a list of components usually. I will go through the components page separately, but for the list of components, I can show you some examples. For example, this design system, it has a list of components as a table, and it also provides the statuses of the components, like you can see here. If some components is not yet developed, you can see that. Or if it's in progress, you can see how far it went. Similar approach has the Decathlon design system, but it groups the components by their meaning, like actions together, form elements together, and still it has these status checks, which I find very useful as well. Then Polaris has these cards for the list of components, so that here you have image of a component and short description. Also, I guess for large distributed systems, it really gives a hint for new users or not so often users of design system to navigate to a particular component much faster and find what they need. Nord design system has status of a component in the sidebar, and even not only the component that has been released or is in design, but even plant components, which is, again, next level of communicating with your users. And same has Next.js, Next UI built with Next.js. They have similar approach with the statuses, and here there is a bit of development hint. So I tried to select mostly open source design system for this catalog, so that by reverse engineering you could find how exactly this feature was achieved. And particularly for these statuses, there is a link to GitHub, and you can find out how they get it rendered at their website. So let's move on. Besides components, very few design systems have templates of use, but I found at least one. So this is this. I think it's Audi design system. Yes. So basically, they show how component is used in context. As I said, it's not often happens, but I've heard a lot of feedback that it would be the most useful, what people want to see in the design system documentation. Then indeed the content guidelines, because design systems are not only about designs and development, they're also about everything you communicate to a user. For example, in ELISA design system, there is very extensive and well-guided explanation on how to do the photos and how to write text. Polaris provides very good guideline for data visualization, not specific libraries that you have to use to render graphs, but what are the means and foundations to guide you when visualize the data. And let's move on. Accessibility stuff. Again, Elisa here. So there is a separate, very large section for accessibility, different aspects of accessibility. It is open, and even if you are not using Elisa design system, because it's like closed source, you still can read through this stuff, and it is very helpful and very useful for understanding the accessibility thing at all. Then some design systems have a sample app, and this is recent discussion in my project we are involved now, so that the sample app is considered a design system product too. Not only the component libraries design system product, but some starter kit from which you can run new product too. And for some developers, it's even more in focus than design system itself, because it's much closer to what they are doing. This is why, indeed, very much recommended to have this sample app and to mention it in the documentation at some, maybe very first page, like Crayan's design system does. So I have a note here that they provide it at the center of their documentation page, giving a hint that this is something to pay attention at. And our design system provides example projects in several technologies. If your company doesn't restrict what kind of technology to use to run a new product, then it's definitely a way to go. And another example, besides sample app, they provide very nice playground so that their users or potential users can try the components right away. And again, I guess it lowers down the curve into the design system. Else? Besides sample app, we have tutorials. Again, few examples here. Do It Design System has a link to tutorials at every component page, so that you read through the component documentation, maybe some questions raise up, and then you scroll a bit down, you have tutorials right away. These are the same tutorials for at every page, but very well placed. And Cardboard Design System provides step-by-step tutorial how to build new product using the system. And again, our design system provides code standards. Doesn't have to be a part of design system, but for many developers, I think it's helpful when they can find everything in one place. And the last thing in this section is support, like link to support channel. Orbit Design System has a very well organized page where you can really figure out how the support is given through which channels and where to write here and there. Okay, I need to know how much time is it? Okay, we have 10 more minutes. So then I guess it's time to go through foundations and the body of this component documentation page. For the foundation, I think I will be rather quick because it is more design focused and we are here more for development stuff. But anyway, when building design system documentation, it's often developers' tasks, even though you are documenting something about design. Because if you are building design system documentation on some custom solution like Gatsby website or Next.js website, your designers cannot fulfill it with content, or it's very limited what they can do. So this is why it relates to developers as well. And as you might know, design systems usually have that foundation section about more design stuff. And it usually has like general information, a page with the description. And that general information ensures that design decisions behind the system are conscious, and that fact ensures the trust of the users in the design system. Then about the foundation, you're supposed to display the design tokens and at least list them, maybe show them in action. And the tokens, as you might know, could be of different kinds. Like here, I see that they might be colors, typography, spacing, icons, layout, motion, and so on and so on. So, and it's surprisingly huge range of how you can display colors or typography or all the other tokens. This is why this section is so large. Let's go only through the highlights. For example, this is the screenshot of how colors are displayed in Orbit design system. You can see there is a link here because their website is built with Gatsby, and all the documentation stuff is built with custom components, including that color palette. So the code is open. You can explore yourself how they render the colors, and also have the functionality to copy the codes and the names of the tokens. Might be useful for you. Same goes for typography, spacing. For spacing, there are different approaches. For example, Orbit design system, they just have simple list of spacing and values. But you can get more creative, like Carbon does. They output the spacing tokens as such squares. For the icons, there are example by Elisa. Like their design system has this full list of icons and custom search to find the icon that is needed. The layouts, also different approaches. So this design system explains layouts in the guidelines section, and by the way, this is open source. You can navigate to the code and see how they render this page. Or Decathlon system explains layout shortly. This is a really short page, but they provide list of tokens, spacing tokens related to the layouts, and maybe that's enough. So, about the motion, I find it very interesting how Primer design system, they illustrate the motion with code. So you can see nothing to in here because of the screenshot, but the code is open, and as a developer, you can see what they meant by this motion. Or Spectrum takes another approach. They have these cards, and on click, you can see how the motion is acting. And same, like for the logos, you can take stacks approach and describe in very details on logos anatomy, how to use the logo when, and so on. Yeah. Border radius, again, might be shown in the picture, on the screen, like that. Like some custom elements with applied token render you element with specific border radius. So, and so on and so on. Now let's move on to this documentation of the component. First of all, you can see that it has a badge. So similar to the badge from the side menu. This is what several design systems do. And here there is an example of this, I guess, let me see, system. Maybe a Pinterest design system. they have these statuses on the every component page so that you can see if component is implemented for different platforms. Same you can do for design, development, and like if the component is released or not yet. And bonus is an article that explains why and how these statuses help for the development process and communicating to design system users. Besides the status, you can have a version and other development documentation. Let's deep dive into that. So the versions can be shown like that. And this really, to be precise, this design system doesn't make so that every component is a package. The package is one for the whole design system, but they communicate in which version of the package this particular component was last updated. So might be very useful for your users too. As you can see, there is a link to a changelog here. I will come to that later, but changelog must be also component specific. Few words to say about shared ownership. So many design systems, they try to encourage contributions, and so does the Do-It design system. They provide that decision tree on how to add a new component. Once your users know what to do, they probably want to edit your documentation, and Fluent design system provides this edit button that navigates you to markdown file to GitHub, and you can like make a pull request with your change. I think same thing does Carbon design system, and that results into this nice thing, the list of contributors. So basically, we have a few minutes. I will just briefly show you the rest of the board. So this section explains how a component example can be shown, different variants. You may choose the variant of the component using selector as such, or you can play around with viewports. Again, custom component by Orbit design system, or you find it interesting that Polaris design system shows HTML output, not only the React code of the component. Might be useful, again, if some product is not in React. And then, indeed, every component should have documentation for developers, like prop table or arc table. Again, different options for that. And here you can see that example I was talking about. They might be chunks of changelog that belong to this particular component only. This is what Lightning design system does. They might be links to GitHub, again, to this particular component, to a specific folder. And they might be issues related to this particular component. Yeah. So basically, that's the brief overview. How I achieved that. So these are the links to the design system observed. I used different catalogs, but lastly, I mostly use this component gallery. I really recommend it. So you can search for components, or you can search for design systems. For example, you can search for a button, or say a radio button, that's also fine. And then you want only open source, and you want only web components. And that gives you really a lot of source for research. So I use it every day, so and really recommend. And the same, you can search for design systems, again, by technology, like say, I want Vue design system. And here I have the list. So basically, that's it for my talk. As promised, You can find the board here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now have a 30-minute break, and as usual, the speakers will be on floor 3 if you want to ask any questions. 3.5 if you want to ask any. I still don't understand this like half floor thing. 3.5 if you want to ask any questions. Be back here in 30 minutes. And again, if you lost your code check thing, please come to the front of the stage. Oh, no.
I get the link, but I think that's enough.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, I'm not bad here on this side.
I wanted the link to stay a bit longer, but I think that's enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We are 3 minutes late, which is not a very Finnish thing to do, and I apologize for that. I have not Germanized myself yet enough. But yeah, so we are in our last block of sessions, and this is the accessibility block, also known as the Finnish block, because literally every speaker is Finnish, which I find incredible. Turns out it's because you have a bunch of laws about accessibility, which is also pretty incredible, so that's good. Accessibility is something that is very dear to my heart. My dad is physically disabled, and I have the eyesight of an 80-year-old. Maybe because I refuse to wear glasses, but that's not the purpose of this conversation right now. The point is I need it in my life. And yeah, so last block of talks, and then we have the after party. Is everyone excited for the after party? Wow. At the sight of alcohol and coffee. Okay, cool. So our first speaker is, okay, I'm gonna try to pronounce her name correctly and not go into how to pronounce it in Portuguese. Mariana? Was that good enough? She's like, yeah, sure, why not? That's usually what I get. So yeah, she is obviously gonna be talking about accessibility, and I looked up her company and I just forgot again. She's currently an accessibility specialist at Selco. And it says on her bio that she's an enthusiastic person for a better and more inclusive web, which is something that we definitely need way more people to do. So please come to the stage and big round of applause for Mariana.
Thank you so much. Hello, hello, hello. It's so nice to be here, and it's great to see all of you here today. Yeah, accessibility, right? I know you have had a long week and a lot of talks, and you're already looking forward to the after party, which is totally fine. And that is exactly why I am going to keep this light and easy. And yeah, in fact, after this session, you will never ever be alone again. You may be wondering why, what's going on? Nothing to be worried about. I will let you into that pretty soon. But first, let me introduce myself. Hi, my name is Mariana Österlund, and I am an accessibility specialist at Selco Digital. I am a Master of Arts in Technical Communications and also the winner of the Finnish Technical Communications Society's Tyttisuojanen Award. And after that tongue twister, I have nothing to be worried about for the rest of this presentation. All right. About today, I have 3 things for you. First, I'm going to introduce you to your 3 new friends. And you can see that I'm referring to the feisty little slogan in the beginning. And then I'm going to tell you why you met them in the first place. And last but not least, I'm going to tell you how this will help you in your future development work. So without further ado, let's get started. The first person I would like you to meet is called Axel. Axel is a pretty fun guy. He loves swimming, he goes to concerts, he likes music, he reads a lot, so he's a smart one. And as many of us, he likes to scroll around the web. But the thing about Axel is he's completely blind. So to be able to scroll around the web, he uses a braille display as well as a screen reader device. So I might be over-explaining here, but what braille displays and screen readers do is they interact with the system's code and then interpret the code to the user. So the information that we would get by looking at the page, the assistive technology does it for the user, right? Okay, enough about Axel for now. Next, I'm going to introduce you to Cecily, who is an elderly woman, as she prefers to be called. She lives in her cottage together with her lovely cat Mindy, who is a cutie, by the way. And Cecily is a modern lady. In fact, she is using a pad. Well, not too modern because she's super terrified of it, you know, holding it back, being scared it will just explode any minute on her face. You know a lot of Cecily's, I believe. But what Cecily does with her pad, except for paying her bills and important stuff like that, she's looking for information. That might be recipes, new knitting patterns, all that important stuff. And the last person I would like to introduce to you is called Billy. And I need you to use your imagination a little bit with Billy, because Billy is you, and Billy is me. Billy is any one of us in a certain situation. So imagine yourself coming home from work. You are sitting on a crowded bus. You've had a long day. It's loud. It's maybe a little hot. And you are kind of stressed out. And you have to do something on the bus, stuff between people. It's shaking and uncomfortable. And you have to do something on your phone. Okay, those are the three people that you are now familiar to. But now we are going to take accessibility into this picture. What I'm trying to do here today is we are trying to get an understanding of these people. We are trying to understand how they use the web and what they might be experiencing. And that should be something that is very helpful for us or for you as developers. Let's start off with Axel. So I believe that most of us are sighted users, so we will never fully understand the experience of Axel. But what we can do is try to simulate it, and that is by closing our eyes. And that is exactly what I'm asking you to do. And don't worry if you don't feel comfortable enough to do that. You're not going to see anything on the screen, but this will feel more real if you do close your eyes. Okay, you may do it now. And what is going to happen next is we are going to land on a website, and a screen reader will read you a part of this website. And this will be a demonstration of how Axel would feel on this website. All right, ready, set, go. Oh.
Knowledge Hub.
Heading level 3.
Brand and Marketing Central. Makes your brand stand out even more. Human Resources System. Events Calendar.
Heading level 2.
Take them out and get your tickets.
Heading level 4.
Learning and Development Community.
Heading level 3.
People Directory.
You can keep your eyes closed. I'm going to play it once more. Sorry.
Knowledge Hub.
Heading level 3.
Brand and Marketing Central. Makes your brand stand out even more. Human Resources System. Events Calendar.
Heading level 2.
Take them out and get your tickets.
Heading level 4.
Learning and Development Community.
Heading level 3.
People Directory.
Okay, you can open your eyes now. I'm trying to see your faces, a little bit curious, maybe. This is what you just heard. Something you expected? No. Okay. Now that you can see it, I'm going to play the audio once again.
Knowledge Hub.
Heading level 3.
Brand and Marketing Central. Makes your brand stand out even more. Human Resources System. Events Calendar.
Heading level 2.
Take them out and get your tickets.
Heading level 4.
Learning and Development Community.
Heading level 3.
People Directory.
Something is off, you can tell, probably. These demonstrations that I have here today, these are not 100% accurate or like in the real world cases, but these are to demonstrate, and that is exactly what we're going to do. There are three things that I would like to point out. The heading levels were kind of off. Some of the elements didn't get focus at all, right? And the language was kind of funny, you could hear. Let's talk about that more. So about heading levels. Generally, we all know that there should be one and only one heading level 1 on a page, right? And the next headings should be in hierarchy. So no jumping between heading levels, that is. But why this is important in accessibility is AT users, screen reader users, get the understanding of the page's structure with the headings. And now you could tell that something was off and you didn't quite understand the structure of this page, right? And yeah, and also with headings, AT users also navigate with headings. So that's kind of important as well. And when you are working together with designers, remember to remind them that headings should also visually look like they should reflect the semantic of the headings, right? So let's take a look at the example we had here. We had a heading level 3 on Branded Marketing Central. Then we had a heading level 2 on this text paragraph. Then we had a heading level 4 on Learning and Development Community. And then heading level 3 on People Directory. Wrong. What we should have had is a heading level 1 on the company name so that you would actually know you're on a company page. Then we would have the rest of the headings as heading level 2s. Okay, moving on. About focus. If you have hidden elements in your code, the AT will not recognize that at all. Even though you would see the part visually in the layout, AT does not recognize it. It's gone. So just double check your code that there are no hidden elements. And then about focus, you're going to hear more about this later on today. But screen readers interact with the click event, but in keyboard navigation, tab index is needed. So let's take a look again at the example we had. There were two things that were hidden: the company name and read more about us. So quite important details were left out. And then language settings. Well, that's the one that you probably noticed the most in this example. Wrong language settings, it reduces the user experience and may even prevent the user from using the page if it's very bad luck. So just remember to check your language settings because it really matters. And just a reminder that in React, the default language attribute is English, and in Next, there is no default, so you have to do it yourself. And in this example, we had the language in Finnish, which you could probably hear, but this would never be the case automatically. This was just to demonstrate the effect. All right, now we have talked about Axel. Next up, I'm going to talk to you about Cecily. And actually, I have the funniest story about her. It was just one day when Cecily received an email from her daughter saying, "Hi, Mom, I found this amazing blog, and they have recipes to all the favorite foods that you used to make when I was a child. And they even have this amazing pie recipe." And, well, Cecily gets the link and, excited about it, opens it, and yeah, so the blog has links to many recipes, right? So when Cecily finds her link that she wants to check out, and she opens the page, an ad pops up. And Cecily, as an educated woman, knows that you should not press on anything you don't want to land on. But the X in the right upper corner is kind of tiny. So with her trembling hands, she is trying and trying to press the button and obviously misses. And a page starts to load. Cecily panics and shuts the whole thing down. I mean, that was a close one. Okay, she gathers her courage again, manages to find the recipe, loves it, and when she gets back to the blog, she is so grateful for the writer that she wants to write a comment. So she says, "Thank you so much for the recipes. Here are all my favorite dishes from when the kids were young. Greetings, Cecily." And yeah, Cecily knows that the youngsters put these funny little icons in their messages to spice it up, and she chooses a one that describes how great the fish was. All right, so now she would like to send the message, obviously, but it's kind of confusing because there is what to press. But she decides to try the paper plane button. So she presses it once, nothing happens. Then she does it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and nothing happens, so she gets frustrated and just closes the whole thing. The next day, she receives a call from her daughter saying, "Hi, Mom, I noticed you found the blog." And Cecily says, "Yes, and I loved it. And I even tried to send a comment, but just couldn't do it." And her daughter says, "Well, actually, you managed to do that. I saw your comment. I saw your 57 other similar comments as well." Okay, well, obviously some things were off again. 3 things that I would like to point out are the button size, that was too small, the button did not have a visible label, and the system did not give any feedback to the user of what is going on whatsoever. About button size, just generally make the buttons big enough so that all the Cecilys and people that are running around the streets and are on the buses can press the buttons without any problem. The target size should be at least 24 times 24, but you know, it's a minimum, so. And then about visible labels. The buttons should always include a text that states what the button is doing. The text should be also big enough so that you can see it and visible for long enough. And there are just a few universal icons that we all understand in the same way. So by putting the visible label, we are making sure that everyone knows what is going to happen when you press a button, right? And an important announcement also that the button's accessible name in the code should be the same text that is on the button, because when we use voice control, we want to use it right. And then about feedback in the system. The page should provide the user with information that says everything that is going on at a certain time. So loading indicators, error and success messages, and just other clear messages. Because users like Cecily, who are not used to using the web a lot, they are kind of terrified. And when they know what's happening, they are more likely to wait patiently and not go crazy. And yeah, well, that's about it. Now that we know more about Axel and Cecily, let's get back to ourselves, that is, Billy. You remember the picture I painted. You're sitting on a crowded bus and you have had a stressful day, and someone is yelling on the bus and someone is playing whatever that is, and you want to buy tickets to a festival that is coming up. And you know that they are going to sell out in any minute, so you have to do it on the bus, even though it's not ideal. You go to the homepage, and then you start to look for the artists that are performing this year, right? Then you find pictures from last year, and wow, it looks great, by the way. Then they provide information of the accommodation that is available, and about transportation. And then they also provide information of the weather, which is always great on festivals, at least in Finland, by the way. Then you check out the prices, and after dozing off for a minute and deciding that you will be attending only one day, that's all you can afford, you check the daily schedules. But yeah, now you have to go back to check the weather because you want to make sure that you are seeing your favorite artists in a good weather, right? So you press the back button and it goes to homepage. And that if something is annoying, right? And eventually when you manage to put your tickets into the shopping cart, then you have to fill out a form of your personal information. There's a time limit and you have to type everything in by hand. And remember, you are so stressed out. 3 ways we could help ourselves in this situation is providing multiple ways to navigate on the page. have error recognition and feedback, and autocomplete. In multiple ways, what I actually mean is that we should ensure that our users can navigate and locate themselves easily on the page. That means providing a navigation bar, search, sitemap, and then breadcrumb trails and highlighting the page that the user is in. And then the thing that happened in the example, make sure that the site history is implemented, because in single-page applications, if it's not implemented, the thing will happen when you press the back button, it doesn't go back, but it goes to the home page, which was annoying, remember? Then, in forms, instead of being just a nice little touch-up, autocomplete is actually very useful. So, like Billy on the bus that is shaking and he is in a hurry, it's very easy. Yeah, it's a nice thing to have, but then there could be people who have, they have hurt themselves. It's very hard for them to write, so we need to assist them. And then also error recognition in forms. Let's talk about that right now. About autocomplete, yeah, so Billy on the bus, he or she would just need to type their name and it would help them out. What a great way to book tickets. And if there would be an error, because let's say a date, you can set up a date in so many different ways, right? Clear messages that say that something is wrong on this form and where the error has happened. Very useful. So what have we learned today? Now that we have learned to know these users, we have learned about proper heading levels, no hidden elements for AT, language settings, big buttons, visible labels in buttons, a system that gives the user feedback, a system that is easy to navigate in, error recognition, and autocomplete in forms. So 9 things. And actually, what my point here today was, it was to motivate you. Because when we are motivated to do something, we are more likely to remember. And it is also no coincidence that our characters are called Axel, Cecily, and Billy. It reminds you of accessibility, right? Okay. So, remember them, and yeah, stay motivated, because remember that even though we talk about accessibility a lot through laws and legislations, it's meant for users and for real needs, and it's actually very helpful for all of us. And even though these characters that I presented to you today are cartoon-like, there are real Axel, Cecilys, and Billys out in this world. So remember Axel, Cecily, and Billy. Remember accessibility. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was pretty incredible. She walked out so fast that her computer's still here, though. So I'm just gonna... I'm doing that. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I can do your job, it's fine. Do you want it, or should I put it here? Yeah, sure, thank you. I want to mention one of my main pet peeves when it comes to auto-completing forms, which is like, how many of you actually know your phone number by heart? Okay, maybe I'm just stupid, but the point is, when they're like, what's your phone number? And it starts with, shit, what's the German dial code? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I live there. I should know that. So and it starts with like, and it has like dial code 49, and then it's like, please put your phone number here, and I'm like, fuck. I go to the phone thing, copy the number, paste the number, it includes the 49, and then they're like, nah, that's not a real phone number. And I'm like, what do you mean? And then I delete the 49, and they're like, there's a fucking space in it. I'm like, oh my fucking Jesus Christ. Kill me now. Like one time I couldn't log into a website, it turns out it was because I left a space after the end of my email. And they didn't trim it. And it was like, just gave me an error forever. And it took me like 20 minutes to figure out that like the autocompleter on my phone was leaving me a space. So I feel like you can learn something from these two situations, or you can just memorize your number, but I guess I can't do that. I didn't know my Portuguese number, to be fair, because I had it for 10 years. I still don't know my ID or passport number, so if I just get lost or kidnapped, I have no way to get home, which is good. Now that I think about it, I think I should memorize that. Yeah. Good thing about living in the EU, you just give your fingerprint and they're like, oh yes, you were born here and these are all the terrible things that happened to you. And you're like, oh, okay, I didn't know you knew that. They know everything. I have no idea what I'm talking about anymore. Okay, so the next talk is also about accessibility, and it's about area elements. And our next speaker is Ivis, and I think that was okay. That was okay. She said it works. That's what I say when people call me like Vieira, and I'm like, that's good enough. Yeah, so I actually took her workshop on the day before yesterday, and it was really great. So please give a big round of applause for Ivis. I know what happened. Ivis is my own boss.
Yes, thank you. Just a sec. I'm going to do a bit of a tech setup here. And everything was working when I tested it, so let's see what happens now.
Yeah, but she tested it like 4 hours ago. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Okay. But there's not. Yes. Okay, now I know what I should be doing. Great. It worked. I was like super sure that there's going to be something really private or something like that in there, even though I made sure that there shouldn't be anything like that. All right, yeah. Hi, everyone. Yes, today we are talking about accessibility. And I'm going to put here. Now everything should work perfectly. I think that we, as developers, we often make false promises to our users. And what I mean with that is that our user interfaces, they promise things that we don't actually implement in them, and they don't work the way that they are promising that they would work. And that's what I will be talking about today. But before going there, a couple of words about myself. So hi, I'm Eeva-Jonna Panula, or Eevis Panula, and I'm accessibility specialist and senior software developer. Currently, I'm working at Aura, so yes, the ring company. If you can see, if you know our product, then if you don't, look it up. I'm also certified professional in web accessibility, so that IAAPCPWA thing on the slide means that, International Association of Accessibility Professionals, I never get it right, and certified professional in web accessibility. So I basically maybe know something that what I'm talking about here. Other than that, I write a blog, I speak, well, I'm here now, and I'm also a disabled person. And when I'm not doing something, even remotely related to working, I love to explore the Finnish nature. It's really awesome, by the way. If you've never seen it, I highly recommend checking it out. And I usually either go by foot or I go by kayak. And that picture on the slide, it's taken last spring on Easter. We were kayaking in the Porkkala archipelago, which is in Kirkkonummi. And there is a red kayak, or the front of a red kayak. You can see like a pretty still sea. There is one other person kayaking in the in front of there. Sun's shining. There are some islets. It was super peaceful and beautiful. I also recommend checking out Porkkala archipelago with a kayak. That's an awesome place. But yeah, that's enough about me. If you prefer follow along with the talk, you can find the, I'm not going to say you can find the slides because that's not actually these slides that you can see here, But like a textual version of the slides you can find from eevis.codes, so eevis.codes/talks/let's-keep-our-promises. And one way why I'm sharing these as a textual version is that even though I know a bit about accessibility, I don't really know how to make documents accessible. But if you ever need somebody doing that, I highly recommend Selko Digital, so the company where Marianna works. So just remember that. All right, I hope that it's been there for enough of time. Today we are going to talk about, well, first a bit about accessibility. I'm going to say a couple of words, and then first, we are going to talk about ARIA, which is accessible rich internet applications. And if you've never heard about it before, that's okay. I'm going to tell a bit more about it in that second section. And then the third section is going to be about keyboard navigation and styles. Let's talk about accessibility. And actually, I still have this one here. So Marianna gave a really good introduction on the topic, and I'm not going to go deep into that one. But I just want to say that when I'm talking about accessibility here, I'm talking about digital accessibility. Because I could be talking about physical world accessibility as well, but today it's about digital accessibility. And if I had to define what accessibility means, I would probably use something like anyone, despite of disabilities or impairments, can use a site or service or app, like the digital product. And why it's important? Well, we are living in a world where everything is more and more digital every day. Let's think about banking services. For me, it's actually really easy to handle my banking things with mobile app, and I think I haven't been to a office, like a real building, bank building, for years now. But my aunt, she's 70. She doesn't even own these how it's called? Well, she can't do anything in a digital banks because she don't have these accounts there, and because she just feels that everything is so hard to use. She doesn't actually even have a smartphone, and it's been pretty hard for her. But if the services were, and especially the bank she's using, if it was more the app was more easy to use, or even the phones were more easy to use, then maybe she would be using these digital services. But right now she can't, because she feels that everything is just too hard. So yeah, that's why it's really important to think about accessibility, especially in the digital, digital world and digital apps and everything. So yeah, that's it, or that was all I wanted to say, about accessibility. Then ARIA. I already mentioned that ARIA comes from Accessible Rich Internet Applications, so it's an acronym for that. And it's a collection of states, properties, attributes, and roles that help to communicate a dynamic content to assistive technology, such as screen readers. And in the beginning, web was pretty much static. But as we all know, today everything is really, really dynamic. There are some sites that are static, but everywhere is some JavaScript doing something, and things are changing and everything. And assistive technology can't keep up with that without some sort of a helper tool. So ARIA is that tool for that. And why am I talking about ARIA today? Or why I want to mention this in this talk? Well, there is actually lots of misuse of ARIA in the internet, in the digital or, well, web apps and services. That actually leads to more inaccessible products. And there is a document called Why ARIA Authoring Practices, and I want to quote one line from that. I don't know if it's standard, but I'm going to speak about document. I don't remember what's the official name for it. No ARIA is better than bad ARIA. And ARIA was actually designed to add on top of semantics, not to use instead of them. So to use these semantic HTML elements and not like instead of these. And in that same document, there are, well, many principles or some principles, and I want to talk about 2 of them. Let's first talk about the principle number 1. A role is a promise. And you might maybe now guess where the title of this talk comes from. So when we use ARIA role, so if you've ever set a role something to an HTML element to JSX code, that's actually ARIA role. And in this example, I've said, like, it's really a bad example, never, please don't write this code, but here is a row of button set, and that would maybe like suggest that this should be a button, and then there is also a class name that is button, so that maybe also suggests that this thing looks like a button, and it even has the text, I'd like to be a button, because it's really not a button. And I can tell that the developer remembered to add a on-click handler, this particular element, so it works with a mouse. But this is like, it just promises that it's a button, but there is like, not all of the things that being a button requires are not implemented. So what it would require is to have a tab index to make it like actually focusable, so that a keyboard user, which like screen reader users also use keyboard, so that they can actually like focus to that element. And then, well, screen readers utilize the on-click element, but like for keyboard users, there should be also these keyboard event listeners implemented. So that's also lacking from this one. You can't really see that because I didn't add the event handlers here, but just trust me, they are not implemented. So yeah. So role is a promise, and this one promises that it's a button, but it doesn't implement all the required conditions for this element to be a button. So that's the idea of the role. The role is a promise. And by the way, if you ever see this kind of a piece of code, just please refactor it to use a semantic button element. That's the right way to do a button. I just took it as an example, and because it's really often, I see really often that buttons are implemented out of divs, and divs are not buttons. So yeah. Then there is another principle that ARIA can both cloak and enhance, creating both power and danger. And what does this mean? Let's unpack it a bit. First of all, some of ARIA, it's like a cloak. It can cover or override the original either semantics or content. And this example on the screen, by the way, is not about this one. It comes a bit later, I'm referring to this one right now. But one example of this ARIA being like a cloak is that if you have let's say, links that have only icons, and as Marianne mentioned, there always should be a visible label. But the minimum thing to do would be to add some sort of like text alternative to those icons. So let's say we have a like share to Instagram button or link actually, or go to Instagram link, and there is only this icon. Then like the minimum you could do, you could use ARIA label with text Instagram to make it more accessible, at least for screen reader or like those who browse the site through, well, screen readers, for example. You could use ARIA label, and that Instagram text there would override the kind of the content, because, well, if there is just an icon, then it would be like without any text, that would be just an empty link actually. So that way you could add some text content there. Though I really recommend adding a visual label, like text label, so yeah. But then with ARIA, there's also a danger, because we can actually override things and make things more inaccessible that way. And now we come to the example here. So in the example, there is a section that has ARIA hidden set to true. That's a like shorthand for that. And then inside the section, there is an H2 that says an important section, and then there is a paragraph saying important content, and then a button that says that it's a button vital to business. So maybe you can already guess that there is like, this section is important for the business, and like users should be seeing this, they should be getting to that one. But because of the ARIA hidden set to the section, this particular section is not exposed to assistive technology. It's completely hidden, because ARIA hidden, when it's set to somewhere, it hides the element where it's set to, and also its children. So screen reader user wouldn't even know that there is this important section. So there is danger too. So how we can keep our promises when it comes to ARIA? First of all, if you can, use semantic HTML. That's like really the thing. Learn semantic HTML. There is more than just button and anchor. There is lots of great elements to learn as well. So if you are using div somewhere, maybe think, what am I doing? Is there a semantic version for this element? And then use that semantic element. But unfortunately, everything can't be created through semantic element, so we need to sometimes create custom components. And when creating custom components, then ARIA comes handy, and like ARIA can help to communicate the like state changes and other things like that. Then you can use ARIA, but know what you're doing so that you're not accidentally making things more inaccessible. And there is this document, or actually I think today it's a site. It used to be more of a document, but now it's more usable site, that why ARIA authoring practices I mentioned. There's going to be a link at the end of this talk, so you don't try to guess what's the name from what I'm saying. But like in that document or site, you can actually find the expected ARIA attributes, labels, and things like that. Sorry, not labels, states, and other things for different components and widgets. Also for button and link and other similar, pretty simple ones that have the semantic version. So you can check things from there as well. All right. I just want to say that when creating these custom components, remember also to add these keyboard event listeners, because assistive technology users really need those. And this is also a good segue to the next, well, section. Let's talk about keyboard navigation and also styles. I, for some reason, forgot to add that part to this slide. But I just want to remind you that not everybody uses a mouse when they are using a computer. And that's really like an important thing to remember, because I think that we as developers, we tend to, if we are mouse users, we tend to build experiences that are good for mouse users, because they are like us. So it's good to remember that not everybody is like us, and like we are not our users. But when a person who is using either a keyboard or keyboard emulating device, such as, well, custom keyboards or like, okay, I had a great list in my mind and now I'm blanking, so I'm not going to continue, but like everybody who uses either a keyboard or keyboard emulating device, they rely on that focus indicator. And you know, that thing that's set like automatically or like by default set with outline. And unfortunately, many designers and developers love to remove from the site. But like keyboard users are actually relying on that. And that's like, if you hide the like focus indicator, it's like using a site when you are using a mouse without seeing the cursor. So that's really important thing to remember. That like never hide the focus indicator, never set outline to none. Even if you are enhancing the focus indicator with and creating it from, for example, box shadow, set the outline color rather to transparent and not to none, because then Windows high contrast mode users can still navigate. Because like, if you set it to none, then Windows high contrast mode will just completely hide the focus indicator. And when keyboard users or keyboard mimicking device users are like navigating on a page, they basically use a tab to go through the interactive controls and like jumping from one interactive control to another, and then they can go back with Shift and Tab. And when they encounter an interactive control, they can activate it with different keys. So for example, for link, that would be Enter. For button, that would be Enter and space. For checkbox, it would be a space, and so forth. And as mentioned, that Y-ARIA authoring practices I keep referring to lists these expected keyboard lists expected keyboard behavior. So, a couple of things to remember, or a couple of examples about this. First of all, styles should match the underlying component. As Mariana mentioned about that headings should look like they should be semantically headings and they should look like headings. This is basically the same idea. And in the example, I have an anchor, so a link that has a ref to some URL, and then class name button, which again suggests that this link maybe looks like a button. And then, well, it says that I'm a link looking like a button, so maybe we can be sure that it looks like a button. And you know, when a user navigates, keyboard user navigates to this particular element and tries to activate it with an Enter, well, everything's fine. Like link and button both activate with Enter. But if they focus to that particular element and then press space, the page just scrolls down. And that's really frustrating because it's a link, even though it looks like a button. And then they need to get back to the place they were and then try again. Maybe it was a bug, and then they press space again, and that's double frustrating. So styles should match the underlying component. So if it looks like a button, it should be a button. If it looks like a link, it should be a link, and so forth. And I can't stress this enough, that remember to add keyboard event listeners for custom components. And in this example, it's basically the same as in the first example. So it's a div that has role of button. This time it has tab index 0, so user can actually focus to it. And then class name button, and it says that I'd like to be a button. Okay, if a screen reader user focuses to this one, they will hear that, okay, it's a button, and I'd like to be a button, and then they can actually activate it. But if the developer has added only the on-click event handler here, or keyboard event listener here, it means that when a keyboard-only user, sighted keyboard-only user, focuses to this element and presses either enter or space, well, nothing happens, because there is no event listeners for those events. So it's expected behavior from the point of view of code, but not from the point of view of a user. So that's something that if you are ever building a custom component, remember to add event listeners for keyboard events for custom components. And again, please use semantic elements if you are building something like a button. So this is not a good example of something that should be in the code. This is it's just easiest to show something with a simple component. So that's why I chose this button here. All right. So just a reminder about how we can keep the promises we are giving with keyboard navigation. Style the component to look like the underlying component. And I just realized that there is something that I didn't say out loud, is that styles are also a promise. So when something looks like something like, well, let's say it looks like a button, it's a promise that there is a button and it should work as a button. So that's why it's important to remember this. And the other one was that please do remember add these keyboard event listeners for the custom components. So yes, thank you. My name is Eevis Panula, and you can find me from Twitter. I'm Eevis Panula, so EEVIS PANULA, and well, basically everything else you can find from my website, which is eevis.code, so eevis.codes. And I'm just gonna leave this one here just for a second. So this is the document I kept referring to, so why ARIA authoring practices. So thank you.
I just want to say before you go that Eevis is not even close to what I said.
Well, I've used to that Finnish names. They are so hard that if somebody from Finland or Finnish speaking asks me, then I'm like, no, it's Eevis. But if it's somebody who doesn't really speak Finnish, then I'm pretty much fine with Eva, Eevis, Jeva, Eve, Eevis.
I gave you a Dutch man name, so there you go. Now you know. Okay, so we have one more talk. And again, I'm also going to try to pronounce this name right. So, from my understanding, her name is Rosa. Holy shit, okay, I didn't get that one yet. That was the first one I got that someone actually said perfect. That's good. Okay, she's going to be talking about single-page applications and how to maintain accessibility to changing the page and making sure that the user is actually aware of what the fuck is happening. So, yeah, I mean, that's about it. She's setting up her computer right now. And this may take a bit, but so how's everyone doing right now? What about that weather? Y'all, no, seriously, about the weather, fuck that. I was in Greece for 2 weeks before I came here, and it was like 32 degrees, and I feel like I got a cold, because my body's just very confused all the time now. It's just like, what the hell are you doing to me? Oh, it worked, okay, thank you. Nice. Okay, please. Applause.
I feel so honored to be giving the last talk of React Finland 2022. So thanks for being here. And especially, I'm happy to be talking about a topic that is as important as accessibility. So more specifically, I will focus on accessible navigation in single-page applications. But first, I will tell you a little bit about myself. So my name is Rosa Kallionpää, and for the last 1.5 years, I worked as an UX and accessibility specialist at Efficode. So in practice, I've been conducting user tests and accessibility audits to of a variety of customers and products. And this has been a natural continuum to my master's or double master's in human-computer interaction and design, which I did abroad and had a great time. But my relationship with React actually started already when I was doing my bachelor's here in Finland, and I worked as a full-stack trainee. Even though this job was probably what got me into UX, once I realized that with that I can help not only end users but also developers, I still sometimes notice myself thinking from the developer perspective. Like, for example, the stuff that Avis was just talking about. When I started coding, well, my code was like a mess pretty much, and I thought it's because I'm so user-centric that I only care about what the end users see. But what I didn't really consider is that not all end users see. And so the thing that I really love about accessibility, once I really got into that, is that it offers such a direct link between the developers and the users. And so I hope that you will exactly find the motivation to contribute to accessibility. So let's talk about building accessible spas. As most of you here know, I'm not talking about wellness centers, but single-page applications. And the reason why I'm talking about SPAs is because they do not perform page loads. And this means that screen readers and further the browser don't notify screen reader users about page changes. Instead, if they are navigating element by element, focus remains at the last element and no change can be perceived whatsoever on the page, be it small or big. And yes, it can even happen that that element in focus completely disappears, so then it might jump, the focus might jump anywhere. So this is what we need to tackle. Focus management is such a central aspect of accessibility, and it's not as straightforward to explain or to fix than giving an element like a role or a name. So that's why I wanted to do it personally today, because I don't always have the time during my customer meetings to go in depth about it. Not that I can do it now, but at least I can give you this case. If you're ever building an SPA, you know how to approach it. And then hopefully you'll start thinking it in other scenarios as well. I'm not the first one to talk about this by any means, but as we all know, sometimes it might be difficult to pick out the right tutorial out there if you're not familiar with it. So I hope that after this talk, again, you will be able to make your own solutions. I divided this talk into 3 sections that represents the aspects that you should consider with SPA navigation. First one being managing titles, so updating, announcing the page context, managing focus, which helps the user to navigate, and finally managing history, which allows restoring pages. So let's discuss titles first. And because they are so related to page changes, I need to clarify that throughout this talk, confusingly enough, I will talk about pages and page changes, even though it is an SPA. So just know that I'm referring to that event when the whole page purpose changes, not only some of its content. So usually you would have like a main navigation where pressing links would cause a page change, for example. So I hope we're all on the same page on that. Yeah, so indeed, titles should be updated whenever this type of page change occurs, such that a sighted user will then see the tab bar update. Also, the history will store the title name, and also search engines really like titles. So remember to keep those up to date. I'll talk about the format in just a bit. Now, I said that sighted users can see it change, but the issue is that whenever a new page is viewed, screen reader users don't really get that information. And a bit of a naive approach would be then to be like, hey, we need to get the title somewhere so that screen readers can read it. And for this, if you just learned about ARIA, you maybe know about live regions, which are these type of areas that the screen reader will read out loud whenever the text content updates. And then you could just put it in the document body and make it visually hidden so that only screen reader users kind of encounter it. But there are several issues with this approach. First one being that it's a bit complex to implement for you, and it might confuse screen reader users to encounter that title in the document body also when they navigate through it. Of course, you could time out the text content, but that would make it even more complex to implement. But the main reason why I do not recommend this is because using this ARIA Live attribute on a region, while you also need to remember, move the focus somewhere on the new page, might cause one to overwrite the other in the screen reader output. So in practice, it might happen that only the new title gets read, or then the element that gets focus, the information about it is announced. So you don't want to do this, and the main, or one very important thing about accessibility is that you have so many different combinations of web browsers and screen readers that with any sort of sketchy solutions, you don't know how it's going to play out in the wild when people are using different tools. Okay, so how can we tell page context to screen reader users? As you heard on the first speech of this accessibility section, every page should have exactly one heading with the level H1, so a main heading. Sometimes this would exclude the front page, but most of the time you would have this main heading. And it complements the page title. It still gives the same context, even if it's not word to word the same, because page title is also something that each page should have a unique one. Usually it also includes the service name, and the page name might be a bit more concise, such that it matches the page name used in navigation. But more or less, main heading is at least as descriptive. And to be fair, even as a sighted user, I would say that I might be more likely to look at the new heading instead of the tiny title in the tab bar change. So this is a nice segue to the next section, managing focus on page change. So if we've decided that the main heading will suffice for giving context, we could just move focus to it and then kill two birds with one stone. Not that I love that saying. So in React, you could, for example, create a component which essentially just returns the H1, but whenever its text gets updated, it grabs focus to itself. Now, in theory, you could handle the page change, document title change here as well, but don't roast me for suggesting it. For the demo's sake, you probably would want to handle that somewhere else, which fits your framework, like maybe React Helmet. But the idea is that now you can, at the same time, move focus and such that screen reader users know that they landed on a new page with a new main heading. Again, something you already heard, tab index should be given to all attributes that get focus, but note that here you can use tab index -1, meaning that it can be programmatically focused, but it doesn't have to be in the keyboard focus order, because it's not like anyone really wants to interact with that after it has been focused on a page load. Or page change, I'm sorry. Yeah, so then I mentioned, okay, maybe you don't have, like there's this one exception that you don't have main heading, and that's the front page. So just to explain, like in this case, yes, you can move focus at the top of the page. And also, if you didn't know, that each page in an accessible application should include a skip link, which is a type of link that you can use to navigate directly to the main section of the page, rather than go through the navigation each time. It's useful for keyboard navigating the page. So here, for example, the skip link could be that element which grabs focus to itself, depending on the page where it's located at. So keep in mind, I will come back to this, 2 elements should never grab focus at the same time, so make sure that the skip link doesn't act the same on all the other pages which have a H1. And also, you could just have the H1 here, so then screen reader users would also get the context, which they now are lacking a bit. So, just saying, here you don't need the tab index though, because it's a link. One thing about skip links that I want to mention, since I'm talking about it, is that it's common practice to keep it visually hidden, so that only when it gets focused, then it can be seen. And this is just because not all users need it. Great. So that was all about page changes, but then we have all these other changes that may occur on a page and require focus change, and where you might want to apply the same logic of kind of manually giving focus to an element. I will give a few examples, but the bottom line is that you should be cautious with them. It is also stated in the accessibility criteria that the focus should never change unexpectedly. So you can play with a lot of other attributes in order to, such that the user knows what's happening and where they might want to go next. And another thing is that 2 different elements should never be focused at the same time. Like I already mentioned, it will lead to this conflict where you don't know what will happen in practice. But the possible scenarios are when the element that was just activated disappears, or multi-page forms and models, which I will go through in a second. Another point, you can make use of different components that have built-in focus management. You have toolkits and design systems. So shout out to Helsinki Design System and, of course, Bootstrap, which already have good accessibility features in a lot of their components. But yeah, in some cases where it doesn't work in the way you would want, I will give you an example of what would make sense and where it is justified to change or move focus. So for example, if you have a multi-page form which might be even quite lengthy, then it would make sense after the user has navigated at the bottom of the page where a next button is located, to move it back on top at the top of the form, because they will, it's very much expected that they will continue filling it out. So then you could move focus to the header of that section, even if it's not main heading. And in this case also, it would act more like an event listener for the button, because in this case, for example, it doesn't, the text in it doesn't change. And with models, well, when you open them, you should make sure to move focus to the model. And you can do one of 2 things. Again, you can focus the heading, which should be an H2 level heading, but you can also focus the whole container of the model and give it like an aria labeled by attribute, which refers to the text in the heading. So then it will be automatically read by the screen reader. But yeah, it doesn't really make a huge difference in the amount of tab presses. And then when you close it, which I will mention, you should have the close button early on in the focus order within the model, or actually also make it possible to close it with the ESC key. The focus should go back to the element which opened the model. And then I just pressed the tab key because I was talking about it. So then the whole rest of the page we don't want to interact with. So you should make it, like leave it out of the focus order completely when a model is open. You can use React Focus Log for this, but again, for example, Bootstrap models work just fine, so you don't need to worry about it. Okay, now we have also gone through the focus change scenarios, or some of them at least. But you can inform screen reader users without moving the focus. Every time you want to tell them something, you don't need to force them to navigate at a different part of the page. And for this, you would use ARIA status messages. So for example, the role alert, you can give it to a heading or a toast, whatever you want, and then when it's mounted, it will be read out. For example, if you are filtering out your search results or saving data to settings, you do want to know that it was successful. And then a bit lower priority one would be the role status, which can, for example, if you're adding items to shopping cart, announce how many items are there currently, which sighted users can usually observe somehow. And for example, progress bars are another good example where periodically the progress can be announced. And yeah, I recommend you to check these out and use them whenever you need to notify users, and which do not require immediate action. I think there is also like an alert dialog which would require the user to confirm that they have read it. Yeah, and just a very common point about adding structure to your app, I've mentioned, like going directly to the main content or skipping the navigation. You should have everything in your page contained by one of these programmatic areas. And those are, and use semantic markup again, so avoid roles whenever you can. So the main tag or role main, the nav tag or role navigation, header tag or role banner, footer tag or role content info, and a site tag or role complementary. And if you have two of the same type, like navigations, for example, site navigation and main navigation, differentiate them with unique ARIA labels. So then they don't get mixed. Fine, that was all about focus management, both keyboard focus and user focus. And then we can talk about history management. This is actually quite straightforward because, well, yeah, in order to be enough, give you enough information, you need to support history browsing afterwards so that all pages get stored in the history, and also that the back and forward buttons work as expected. For example, we heard that in all mobile apps this is not the case, but let's hope that in your web service it would work. So if you correctly use React Router and Next.js Router, it will automatically push pages to history as long as all of them have a clear link to them. So you don't need to worry about pushing each page yourself. But there might be some within pages changes when you need to consider if you want to store them to history. For example, again, form inputs and also list pagination. Like say you're at the page 500, maybe you want to come back to that later. And then you might want to include some sort of interaction, especially let's take a scenario where you are saving data with a button press. So then that could be a good moment to save form input data, because like apply filters or save settings, because you don't want to make every input change a new, like you don't want to save every input change to history. And this is especially if you're gonna then redirect the user to a new page. You might have to manually push this state to the history, to the browser history, because then they can find it later if they accidentally or didn't mean to go to a new page yet. Yeah. But finally, I hope that with all this information, you will contribute to the making of built-in accessibility by at least choosing the component which has built-in accessibility. But if you are more than just like a low-effort programmer, I really hope that you also do run that extra mile to make your app more accessible, because with that we can then hopefully in the future have more built-in accessibility, and it wouldn't require so many different tricks. And yeah, in the end, I hope all of us are here to help people and to make lives better. So do consider that if you are still unsure about accessibility practices, I will recommend checking out accessibility casts by the Google Chrome developers. They're a bit like an oldie but a goodie. They have also live demos of this focus management on a page change with SPAs that I just explained with like a vanilla JavaScript demo. And there's also Axicon talks about, they also had like React focus management strategies talk this year. So that's worthwhile. But yeah, that's about it. I will still go through my points so that we have some sort of picture of what I just went through. So on the page change, focus the main heading and update the page title. Make sure that any interaction triggers no more than one focus change, and use status messages to inform users without moving the keyboard focus. Finally, you should ensure that pages can be restored from the browser history, and also some of their information. You can find the link to the code snippets and a very simple demo here, and also thanks for the creators on Unsplash for giving pictures to my talk. But yeah, I hope I see you, if not at the Q&A corner, at the after party. Thank you very much.
Just a moment, please. Don't run, we still have the best things left. Is it a good background? Do you think that? Oh, shit. Sorry. Do you know why it's not?
Oh, do I know Windows? No.
I'm not really good with Windows because I never.
There was a speaker that had Windows.
Yeah, it's the
No, there was a
Windows
speaker.
moment of the conference.
Okay, Fairmine's coming. Okay, can you make the displays be the same, like mirror the display? You don't know Windows, why are you here?
No, I just wanted to see what's
It's
going on.
only This
Oh.
Apple takes, so we don't know about this.
Okay, technology.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Is it working?
I think it works perfect.
Woo! Woo! Give it up for Windows.
Thank you, Microsoft. So, first of all, I am Juha Wepsiläinen. I'm the director of the conference because I have the director hat and the Angular shirt. So, I have Angular shirt because I never received an official React shirt. So that's why I go with Team Angular. And when you think about a conference like this, I mean, we started planning the conference 2019, and it took a while. It was really hard for us because of these events in the world. But I think we made it. So we finally had the live event in Finland, and I think that's a small achievement, or at least a big achievement for me. So thank you for that. Thank you for making the conference. So when I think about what's a conference, it's like you're bending time and space. So you're bringing a lot of people together for a short period of time to learn from each other. So we had a full week of learning. And I hope you met a lot of new people, made a lot of new friends, and have something to take back home. So thank you for that. And of course, that's not enough for a conference. I mean, you couldn't have a conference without people. So for me, I'm really proud that we had, it's like close to 400 people in total that we had here. And that's just great, considering especially these times. And then, I mean, I had a couple of other things to say as well. I mean, it's not only the people, it's also the venue. I mean, there's no way I could cook for 400 people. It would be too much work for me. So I want to thank the venue as well for accommodating to our needs and keeping us happy and giving us a lot of coffee and pastries and whatever they did. And it's not only the venue, but it turns out you need money to run a conference. So we had a couple of sponsors. Relax, I mean, look at them. I mean, they had to save more than 8.8 million kilograms of wood waste each year, the same weight as the Eiffel Tower. So for me, that sounds like a lot of saving. So thank you for that. And then, of course, because you know we cannot have gold without silver and bronze, so we had silver sponsors as well. This time, silver sponsors were Elisa, Nitor, Go4, or Go4, however you put it, Supermetrics. So thank you for silver sponsors. And our bronze sponsors this time were Moon Highway, Solita, Huva, Knowit, Utopia, or Utopia Music, and Alma. So thank you. And then we had so many partners that I don't want to read this list. So we skipped the partners. You can find them online. And now I was really smart, so I was thinking that we could invite people to here, so I don't have to be alone all the time. So first, organizers, come here. It's over. Welcome. And so now we're trying to fit into a photo. I mean, I don't know how big tele the photographer has, so you have to tell us if it's good. But we are Finns, we cannot stand. It's uncomfortable.
Are you touching someone else with your arm?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Could make rows instead, y'all.
Maybe we have to do the army thing.
Yeah, now you don't even have to touch anyone else.
Okay. I think they're still taking photos. No. Oh, we were missing one organizer. The most important organizer was missing. So come. Yeah, so we have to do this again. Sorry. Yeah, we are always on time in Finland.
Well, there was 3 minutes left.
Yeah, it's better to be early than late. Oh no. I will have so many photos. It's. Oh no! Oh no! Have to come closer, or like how? Ah, the light is better. Yeah. Okay. But we cannot go much more because then we fall.
They want us to jump.
Yeah, that's dangerous. It's taking a while. Can you do your thing? Yeah. Okay. But we are not done yet. I think we have more people to thank. I mean, the MCs. I mean, it would be totally awful for me to speak all day. So that's why we had the MCs come to the stage. Oh no! Oh no!
I'm not doing that.
Okay. That's a relief. Oh. And I guess we can. Oh no!
Just come closer. Yanni, come closer.
I don't like this so much.
Yeah.
Okay, done. Okay, it's enough. And I mean, it will be a really boring conference with organizers and MCs and me and the venue. We also had the speakers. I mean, they're a really important part of the conference. So come to the stage.
Now they have experience.
Yeah. It will go better this time because we already did it once. Yeah. Well, we have to stay here. Stay. Don't go. Don't go. I promise. We give you something, but I promise it's not rocks this time. So,
Is it a rock?
Not a rock. Not a rock. but something more useful, perhaps.
There were many problems at the border control last time, you know?
Yeah, they thought I was really weird.
Yeah, that's why we don't give rocks anymore, because it's so much trouble. But now it's a good time to give our speaker gifts. So please. It's up to you. I mean, you can decide if you want to give them in the ground or here. But it's maybe we just go and take the bags when you go. Maybe that's easiest.
So, is this on?
Maybe you have to press the button, or maybe you have to.
I have. Oh, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
So, when's the party?
What do you mean by party?
The party.
Which party?
The party that we were promised.
The party that was promised. I mean, I heard that some people were a little disappointed yesterday because we didn't have enough capacity at the parties. So today, I hope that's not the case, and I think you can tell more about the party.
All right, so I believe the party is about to start in 1 hour. It's at the bar called Babylon on Erottajankatu, which is in the center of the city. Do we have any actual transportation there, or is it everybody's responsibility to get there?
So we were thinking a lot, and in the end, we came up with this result that no.
Okay, but it's really easy to get there. You can take a tram, you can take a metro, just use Google Maps or whatever it is, put Babylon as the destination, and you will get there just
Yeah, the
fine.
tram is great, and it's not raining. So if you want to walk, it's not too far.
Yeah, but the tram number 9, I believe, is basically door to door. 3?
Okay. Yeah, there's a
It
tram.
was God that said that.
Yeah. I think
no
you
idea
will,
what that meant.
you will find it. It's on we have the address at the website and stuff.
Anyway, if you take tram number 9, you will end up somewhere exciting. It won't be at the party, but I guarantee it'll be fun.
Yeah, but there will be party, and there will be food, and there will be fun, and other people, and I don't know what else. Yeah, something.
Well, I think there's one more group of people we haven't yet thanked, maybe the most important group of people.
Oh, and maybe the owner of the building.
Yes, let's thank the owner of the building. No, I believe it's our audience, especially the ones who stuck with us through the years of remote and years of virtual.
Right, of course. These people from 2020. And because we didn't have this live conference, then there were these poor people that had to come now.
Yes,
so, yes.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and also thank you for everyone who's here right now. Maybe that's what I was going for.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Oh.
And I believe, unless did you have something more to add?
I mean, my mind is blank, and I'm really happy to go to the after party now. So it's sort of, maybe I have to go down and relax.
So as we say in Finland, näihin sanoihin, näihin tunnelmiin, I will see you at the party. It's going to be off the hook. See you there.